Very good morning from everyone at Somerset County Cricket Club, and a warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. Day 3 of this Vitality County Championship match between Somerset and Warwickshire, set to get underway at 11 AM. Firstly, an apology to supporters and members for the delayed opening of the gates this morning. That was due to a large delivery which needed to be cleared away because it was blocking concourses and access. So apologies for the delayed opening of the gates. Everyone got in safely and soundly in the last few minutes. A reminder that the Somerset Cricket Museum will be open before the match today and during the lunch and tea intervals during today's game. The museum is a registered charity, not part of the County Cricket Club, so entry is free, but voluntary donations towards its substantial running costs are always gratefully accepted. Somerset will resume their first innings at 11 AM on 208 for 6, responding to Warwickshire's 412 in their first innings. Somerset currently trail by 204 runs. The overnight not-out batters, Tom Abel, 61 not out, James Rue still to score after 7 deliveries. Thanks to our match sponsor for this game, Clark Wilmots. They have provided Somerset County Cricket Club with legal advice for over 30 years, and they remain as one of the club's preferred legal partners. Clark Wilmots LLP is a national firm of solicitors, providing a full range of legal services for businesses and individuals. Working closely with their clients, they provide legal advice and tailored solutions, whilst also investing time and energy into developing strong client relationships. Scorecards for this match are still available for reception in the Warwickshire Pavilion. Members have been emailed a free copy of the scorecard for this match. Don't forget that our ground-wide Wi-Fi network is fully operational. Wi-Fi is completely free of charge, and to connect all you have to do is select the option _We Are Somerset in your settings and enter a valid email address. You can also update your preferences or unsubscribe at any time. In association with Virtue Motors, Somerset will be providing radio earpieces to enable members and supporters to enjoy our live ball-by-ball match commentary. These are available to purchase from reception in the Warwickshire Pavilion at a cost of £12. And there's a wide selection of hot and cold food and drinks available today from the following outlets: Stragglers Coffee House, the Pavilion, the Warwickshire Pavilion Lower Concession, Great Catch Fish and Chip Bar and the Lord Botham Stand, and the Botham Bar, also in the Lord Botham Stand. Each concession is fully stocked with a range of hot and cold options to suit all tastes. Matchday dining is also available in the County Room in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. We offer breakfast, a carvery lunch and also afternoon tea. Please remember that members receive a 10% discount in the following concessions: the Warwickshire Lower, the Ian Botham Bar, Great Catch Fish and Chips, and also takeaway options from Stragglers. So once again, an apology to supporters and members for the delayed opening of the gates today. That was due to a large delivery which needed to be cleared away as it was blocking concourses and access. Thank you once again for your tremendous support today, and a very warm welcome to all the school children here for Schools Day in the Trade Nation stand. We can't wait to have you with us here today, and we look forward to hearing you throughout the afternoon supporting the team. Have a great day with us here at Taunton. Day 3 set to get underway at 11 AM. With half an hour to go until the start of play, let me tell you about the revised playing times today. Due to the rain during the morning session yesterday, we have 104 overs in today's play to make up for yesterday's lost overs. The morning session will be between 11 and 10 past 1. Lunch will be between 10 past 1 and 10 to 2. So the afternoon session will be between 1:50 and 4 o'clock. Tea will be taken between 4 and 20 past 4. The evening session will commence at 20 past 4 with the scheduled close of play at 6:30 with 104 overs to be played in the day's play.
fresh after lunch. But that's a lovely shot from Michael Burgess through the covers for 4. When he can play beautiful shots like that, it's not easy to tie him down. The team was a bit cutting for him. That's a cracking pull shot, easily gone away for 4. There's no need for that from Mickey Pretorius. The ball is only 20 overs old. It's not quite bang it in short.
There's a little bit there. If you hurry, going to be runs here for Booth. 4 of them. Ed Barnard, 63 and 92 respectively. More runs here for Burgess. He's timed that nicely. It's been a feature of his innings. And he's got that one in the gap between 2nd and 4th slip. Oh, it's gone this time.
Well. Pretorius looks to the skies and says thank you.
That is a 5 for Pretorius as well.
It's a lovely scene.
High in the air. Is it going to be caught? It should be, and is. Jack Leach. That's the end of the innings.
Oh, there you go. He's gone. He's playing all John James, and that isn't amazing. We thought. You expect Hannon Dolby. You expect Colin Cadmore to do that, but you'd have got good odds on the first 6 of this partnership. And he's gone. He's gone. There you go.
At 3rd slip.
Yeah.
So it didn't last very long.
Well, and he's playing. He is playing the sort of classic forward defensive shot, all sorts of different ways. That's a good shot. That's a risk-free, beautiful punch off the back foot.
Racing away from it.
Seriously.
More than our surprise is coming in and opening as he goes on. As Tom Cadmore thrashes it through the covers for 4.
Yeah. Well,
it's a shot he likes to play.
I don't think that can be the occasion.
Oh, that is a slog.
Where's it going?
Cadmore. It's gone for 4 through square leg, but that was not clean. That's off the inside edge.
Well, we've seen quite a lot of balls just glided off a sort of educated edge to go down to 3rd man. That's a glorious shot, by the way. Look at that. That's beautifully timed and beautifully placed.
Michael Burgess played one soon after lunch, straight down the ground the other end, but that is...
Who has got a wicket, and he is celebrating.
Has he done Tom Cadmore for pace there? Edge
no,
behind?
I don't know. I'm not sure it's so much pace, but I think that moved. But it's certainly good enough to get the edge.
That's going to be 4. Despairing dive at cover point. Unavailing. Any day involving a significant contribution as that squeezed away down to the 3rd man boundary just. Any day involving a significant contribution from Tom Abel.
Against him instead, and JLo's now got a dislocated finger. Oh, he's got him! Ed Barnard has snicked off Tom Lammonby. The finger does not need to go up. Tom Lammonby is walking. We're just talking about Ed Barnard's batting average. Well, it's his bowling average that's improved again now with another first-class wicket.
Oh, is that another? No, it's gone through the slip cord, and I think it wouldn't have carried anyway.
Just short of the left-handed dive of 2nd slip, I reckon. What a shot that is from Tom Banton. Where's that come from? Just smacked it over extra cover for 6.
Off the edge. I think he was looking for the 3rd man area anyway. Not sure whether it was quite exactly where he had it in mind. Good looking drive. It will certainly get 3 for this, and it might go all the way. It does.
Cracking shot.
Well batted, Tom Banton. Nice way to finish the over.
It's working on his bowling.
That's through. That's going to be 4 more. He knew exactly where he was aiming there, Tom Banton.
Burgess is standing a fair way back now. That's a lovely shot. I think we'll catch that.
Nicely timed again, isn't it? Beautifully
It's
done.
over pitch, but he's put it away. Whatever the format of cricket. Oh, he's just pulled that wonderfully for 4. Tom Abel, fetch that back.
Lovely shot.
Yeah, but Tom Banton has excelled.
Interesting to see the leg slip in place. Left arm spin away from the bat as Tom Banton gets to 50. He strikes Jacob Ethel through the big gap at cover, out to deep extra. And a 50 for Tom Banton, which is very well deserved. Lovely shots, as we say, a lot of shots through the offside.
What have they got it for?
I think it's for handballs, I think, if it tickles the hand. And I was getting confused. Am I watching the World Cup? I'm watching the Euros here. Tom Abel has a lovely late cut. Well, there's a man out there.
Yeah, great placement.
Deep cover point, couldn't get there.
An interesting field too. He's inviting the pull, the drag sweep. In fact, he's not tempted by that. He's hit a beautiful cover drive.
Yeah, that's as good as any stroke he's played today. Nicely
that's
placed.
Beautifully placed. Well, that'll be 50, I think, yeah. And it's a lovely, delicate late cut. He's been picking up the singles, but that was...
Lovely way to get there.
Yeah.
Well batted, Tom Abel.
Yep.
100 at Trent Bridge last week, and halfway there here at Taunton this. Have a lead of 186 over Worcestershire at Chester Street.
Oh, he's hit that hard. He's managed to beat the deep fielder on the cover boundary. It could easily have been one run, but he's managed to get it a bit straighter. I don't think Somerset will employ a Nighthawk. That, however, is not worth chasing.
Yeah, that's well struck.
Clipped through, just over pitched, and he kind of made sure he found a gap there. He's got it. He's got him.
He has.
So
Wicket number 4 has fallen. It's the end of Tom Banton.
Yeah. He nicks it for 4. It's suddenly doing everything. He's out.
That's the end of the Night Watchman.
Well, yeah, I think it's a case of where's the old win predictor now?
Big appeal he's given him. Hannon Derby's on a hat-trick. Jack Leach has gone.
He didn't want to go. He does.
Well played, James Rue.
Well, relatively speaking, yeah. So there we have it.
Good morning all and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 3 of the County Championship match versus Somerset and Warwickshire. Opening the batting this morning in the commentary box is myself, Pete Trigo, and Harry Everett. Good morning, Harry. I hope you're well. We're in the WPA Health Insurance commentary box here. The top of the Marcus Trescothic stand. We're looking down at a very sunny and warm Taunton. The umpires are just about to make their way into the middle. Mark Newell and Rob Bailey. A couple of the Warwickshire coaches are just about to get off the pitch. Get off my land. And we can start play at 11 o'clock. 104 overs scheduled for today's play. Somerset currently 208 for 6. The ever-present and reliable Tom Abel, 61 not out. A little bit of a collapse towards the back end of yesterday's play that have put Somerset in a little bit of a precarious position after the first innings score from Warwickshire of 412. So plenty of batting to be done. But in the shed, from a Somerset perspective, lots of batting available. Pretorius, who's been in magnificent form. Overton. Casey Aldridge, who scored many runs when he's played, has never let the team down, even though he's a opening fast bowler, very accomplished with the bat. And obviously we have Rui, who scored truckloads of runs over the last couple of years, so the future is bright. We've got loads of school children in from various parts of Somerset. They sound like they're having a great day. 1,400, I'm led to believe. 1,400 kids enjoying day 3 here.
Yeah, they were loud enough yesterday. The Trade Nation stand packed out with multiple different colours. It's like a rainbow over there. The different colours is meant to help you establish which kids belong to which teacher and which school. But
most cricket fans come to the cricket to get away from the sound of kids. And now 1,400 are in. So
well, look at the people in the James Aldridge stand. There's
I think we could end up with a Moses of the Red Sea situation here. The kids on one side, and all the older parents on the far side, staying well away from it. But I'm sure they'll have a fantastic time, no doubt about that.
So it's going to be interesting. I think they're going to go with Michael Booth to start with here. Yeah, the quick pace bowler, not Chris Woakes, not Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Young Michael Booth, who bowled good wheels but was a bit expensive. Bowled at 9 overs, 1 for 49, going at 5.44 an over so far. A lot more expensive than the other bowlers, but did get that one key breakthrough of Kola Cadmore. Decent scalp. He's going to start with 1 slip in place. Slightly wide first. They've almost a 1.5 slip. And Tom Abel's just going to let it go through to Michael Burgess. Michael Burgess, the man of the match so far. 147 he got in that first innings. Proper knock.
Yeah, Warwickshire in a little bit of trouble on day 1 here of the championship match. 40 for 4 at one stage, I think, and they really resurrected the innings with Ed Barnard in particular. 92 is a top draw, first class all-rounder, and like I say, Michael Burgess there with 147. Maximum break. Nice quick bouncer there to start the morning. Good morning, Tom Abel. Everyone fizzing past that grill just to make sure he's awake.
Get you 1 for the over in early. That was pretty well targeted, actually. Quite often they could go anywhere. But nicely bowled by Booth, who's got a deep long leg, a deep square leg, to the shorter side over to the Somerset stand. That's a full toss on the pad and he's gone. Tom Abel has to go in the first over of the morning. He's gone for 61. It's a low dipping full toss from Michael Booth, and Michael Booth has his 2nd wicket of the match. It's been expensive, as we've said, but that bouncer second ball, and now he's got Tom Abel. That's a crucial wicket for Warwickshire.
He's completely lost sight of that, Abes. I think it's fair to say the bowler's probably missed his length by about 12 foot there, hitting almost on his knee roll on the full there, but you can see from Tom Abel's expression there, he's just not picked that one up. Straight through him. Lovely bit of swing, and that is absolutely stone dead out. Maybe an underrated ball. The shin-eye full, swinging full toss.
surprising. You can't be much more different than a quick bouncer and then a full toss. Well, you're still getting a clap from the school kids.
Well, it's a great piece of bowling, you have to say. I know he's not quite got it in the block hole, but he's definitely gone for the old-fashioned 1-2 bouncer Yorker, and it's worked for Warwickshire this morning. That's one of the key wickets they'll need to take. And Somerset 7 down now without a run on the board this morning. Striding to the crease, the very tall frame of Casey Aldridge.
So Casey Aldridge, remember he got that 100 up at Old Trafford. Yes, it was against George Bell and a few of the declaration bowlers for Lancashire, but you still got to do it. Him and James Reed back particularly well that day. So they've got a history of partnerships together. Much better than a number 9. Aldridge would be a number 7. But for the 2 night watches last night.
God, that's completely done for Tom Abel there. He's played all around that one. Like I said, I suppose you set up your game to face the ball bouncing about 7 yards in front of you. 6-7 yard length is the good length in first class cricket, and that would have come right out of that Lord Ian Botham sign above the sight screen, I would have thought. Clattered into his shin. Swinging fast bowling here from young Booth.
So the 2 Michael B's have played quite a part in this game so far. Booth got his first class best with the bat, 31 as well. He only scored 1 before that. Played at Edgbaston against Worcestershire, only a second match. That one's come in a bit as well. Casey Aldridge in behind it well. Here we go. Someone on the YouTube comment says, reminds me of the 05 Ashes when Flintoff was bowling low full tosses and the Aussies weren't picking him up. A few people are late joining us on the stream. Well, you have to rewind if you want to see that wicket. You Bears, there's a few Bears fans watching from afar. 2 slips now for the new batter. That's a lovely shot. Casey Aldridge, what a way to get off the mark. Alex Davies brings third man up before he even goes to pick the ball up. That is a glorious straight drive to get off the mark. What's he thinking here? Bring out point and then bring point to cover? Yeah. Bethel's going to come from third to point, and the point fielder Barnard is going to go more into cover, and then Davies can go a little bit straighter at mid-off. He's one of those bowlers though. He's going to bowl you scoring shot deliveries. He's going to bowl you 1 half volleys. He's going to bowl you short balls, and you might get a full toss.
These sort of games where the wicket's quite docile, though, it's about impact, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's certainly done the job already, you'd say, for this particular spell. The rest of it's a free roll. He can just run in, try and bowl fast. Runs are irrelevant at this stage. Another quick ball there into the hip of Aldridge. Smartly played out to the ever-present and excellent Oliver Hannon-Dolby. He's one of the few county bowlers that has a really excellent record here at Taunton. Always seems to pick up wickets, just runs in. He's enormously tall, must be 6'7", I would have thought at least. Doesn't have a huge amount of pace, but he's very metronomically accurate, just nibbling the ball around off stump. He shows it time and time again, and not many county batters have come up with an answer, in fairness. He's prolific year on year.
Scott Oliver from Martin in New Zealand says, I love a rank full toss getting wickets. People watch it from all over the world, enjoying the county championship. The penultimate day before we take another siesta from county cricket. Gone to the blast for a while. And then at the end of August, the county championship returns. Durham at home here, and then a few games through September to finish the season. And Dolby will have 3 slips in play. That long leg and a deep square again. Solid straight bat from Casey Aldridge.
In other news, Harry, I've been down the road this morning.
Yeah.
Went down St James Street, and as you can see in front of me here, I went to Granny Smith's
the market
shop, and I have managed to pick up 4 of. Well, they're almost cricket ball size. I think you could shine those and swing them. Look at the size of that strawberry. It is.
That's even bigger, that one.
It is bigger than my head. Absolutely phenomenal.
It's got the colour of a Duke's ball as well. Like that. Beautiful dark red. Hannon Dolby stirring the pot again. That's a lovely straight drive. Casey Aldridge, 2 of the best shots in the entire match in his first 5 balls.
Looking in great form, Casey Aldridge. Anything over pitched. He's also an incredibly tall man, probably 6'5", 6'6", using that reach down the pitch, and beautiful straight drive there, picking up another 4. Look at that. Just a little
clip
nod,
those up.
Little nod to the dressing room. Get me up the order. I'm a 4 really.
I'm sure Will Martin or Ben Warren, one of the team will be clipping that up as we speak. Lovely brace of Casey Aldridge straight drives. Look out for them on the socials.
Very unfazed Hannon Dolby when a batter hits a boundary off him, as we saw in the first innings. Umeed walking down the ground, hitting him over mid-off for 6. I remember I saw it at the scorecard day 1, thought, oh hello, what's going on here? Tuned into the live feed, Hannon Dolby reacted instantly, brought the keeper up, and a couple of balls later found the outside edge. So being hit for 4 will not faze the man. Be a good little battle this.
Able to leave that comfortably. Doesn't need to play at that. And Dolby does like a bolder LBW. Most of his wickets in there. The slips occasionally in play, but he's a stump-to-stump bowler. Little bit of wobble. He's a pretty good tail-end blocker as well as Hannon Dolby. There's been some cracking partnerships over the years where he's just hung in there, frustrated opposition sides, and just backed for his partner. Obdurate, I suppose, is a good word for Hannon Dolby's batting. Short mid wicket now in place. You can hear the hubbub of excited kids. 1,400 of them. Well, they only got 1 over a play yesterday, the school kids that were here then, before an early lunch was taken at 12:30. So they get value for money for Day. There's a backward point already, a deep backward point, allowing an easy single for Casey Aldridge. Not quite sure the thinking there. Hannon Dolby's not going to be bowling short and wide outside off stump to need protection for the cut shot, but a simple defensive push has earned Casey Aldridge a single there.
A little flurry of runs there from Somerset. Disappointing start to lose Tom Abel first over of the morning. 218 for 7 at the moment. Sort of healthy deficit, a lot of batting to be done, and I suppose having an eye on that follow-on as well will be somewhat in the thinking. Yeah, that was a aborted mission there. Steven Seagal just flew down and got in the bowler's eye line. We'll have to keep an eye on him if he visits again. They're deadly, the seagulls in the southwest, swooping down, nicking your fish and chips.
Yeah, they're getting more and more confident year on year.
I've never known them go after a cricket ball, but
one got hit. Do you remember T20 Blast a few years ago? One of them got whacked by a straight drive.
Maybe that's what's happening. There's a revolt. There's a retribution coming. Trying to get.
And he was sort of swarming all over the pitch. Someone had to come and pick him up. Can't remember who it was. Sort of stuttering all over the pitch. He was allowed to roll all over a length.
Price you pay for. The price you pay for watching cricket. It's a dangerous game. You've got to keep your eyes, ears, wings open. Here he comes, swooping in from the river end.
Who, the Seagull or Michael Booth?
Either.
Yeah, I like that. Fair enough. The Seagulls know which stand to go over today. They're going straight towards the Trade Nation stand. There's about 1,400 packed lunches over there. Or the odd rich kid who's been given some cash by mum or dad. No, sorry, not cash. given a card maybe to come and get their fish and chips from underneath the Ian Botham stand.
Nicely played there from Casey Aldridge. Yeah, I think the nature of the pitch is going to take a bit of ingenuity from the captain, the bowlers, try some things, maybe go to some bouncer ploys. I see the deep square legs out for Casey Aldridge at the moment, intimating that he's going to get his fair share up the old snot box, and he's definitely had one there, but he's played that very nicely through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up another couple of runs. I think it's important to take the footwork away from the batter at time, even if you're not express pace. Make sure that you just let the batter know that he's going to get the odd one in the eye line, a few bounces, and just stops the batter from lunging forward and negating any movement you might get. Try and pin them back on that crease line. Booth in again. Nice shot through the vacant point area, out to the deep point, picks up another single, and that ends another Booth over. 11 overs, 2 for 57. So he's certainly done his job in terms of breaking that partnership, or lack of. As we have a look at the match summary so far, the standout performers, Burgess and Barnard, 147 and 92. Pretorius with a 5-fer. Bowled exceptionally well, and very much looking forward to seeing him bat.
Will he be the best number 11 in county cricket this week?
Well, if he gets another 90-odd not out, he'd probably have a real claim for it, that's for sure. Nice bowling there from Hannon Dolby. Just probing on that off-stump line.
Chasing another 5-fer is Hannon Dolby. 4 for 50 so far. Just the 3 maidens, but if you look over his record over the years, best bowling of 7 for 46, best match figures of 1,210. He has 14 5-wicket hauls and 1 10-wicket haul in first-class cricket. Wouldn't put it past him getting one of the remaining 3 here.
Better movement into the ball.
Shouldn't forget,
that time.
Only 10.4 now, overs away from a new ball as well. So Warwickshire starting with the new ball bowlers now, really. Who's going to take the new ball? Maybe Barnard and Wokes, or have these two got the energy to still be going in 10 overs time? You'd presume they'd take it straight away. Casey Aldridge gets a really good stride in. Tall man, as we said. Gets the pitch of the ball beautifully to either drive a half volley down the ground or defend in good control.
Yeah, those last 2 shots much better. That first one just in that slightly wider channel, 5th, 6th stump. Notably, Casey Aldridge's stride only got him to about middle stump, and there was a massive gap between bat and pad, just kind of wafting outside his eye line a little bit, which led to that play and miss. Nice to see he's corrected that. And almost the same ball, he's now left alone. Hannon Dolby just getting a little bit of shape, and I think that's always when he's at his most dangerous. He just offers a little bit of shape away, and then he's very good at running that ball back in towards the shin. Gets a lot of LBWs.
There you go. How efficient are our team next door, Pete? I said or bet they'll be clipping it up. Casey Aldridge's 2 straight drives already been clipped up on the Somerset Twitter page. Do have a look. They are beauties.
Mystic Harry. The wonders never cease.
Michael Burgess actually went to his 100 with a glorious straight drive down the ground. I think he only got 3 for it, but then played another one later on. There's not many better shots than straight back past the bowler and past the stumps. Again, what
Has Rui faced a ball this morning?
I was just thinking that.
I
don't think he has. And it's happened again in case I just kept the strike. It's a backward point thing,
I reckon
isn't it?
he's been out there 4 or 5 overs. He hasn't faced a ball. That's remarkable. Casey Aldridge he's the new Trescothic. Counts and picks up a single on the 6th ball.
And to be fair, Warwickshire helping him, because that backward point, it just seems bizarre. Deep backward point, just giving him a single with a little push into the offside, allowing him. Yeah, I'll keep the strike. Rui was, you could argue, was the 3rd night watcher last night. I was wondering if they're going to go Craig Overton or Pretorius as the 3rd option after Josh and Jack both perished early. Although Josh Davey did hit a 4 first ball and a 2 second ball. More of a night hawk in this day and age, but Hannon Dolby getting 3 quick wickets in the form of Banton, Davey and Leach. That's not surprised me. Some of the Warwickshire backroom staff have done a lap around the pitch, which you don't see done very often in county championship cricket, but when the dugout's right next to screaming school kids, it makes a bit more sense. Booth in again, quick action. That's a better line and length. Aldridge does well to leave that. So 78 off 143 balls from Tom Banton, the top score so far in the Somerset innings.
Yeah, I love the way he's turned around his 4-day form. That is the feedback I had from batting coach Shane Berger. He's put in an awful lot of hours over the last 12 months on his red ball batting. An edge, an out. Booth strikes again. Casey Aldridge just playing away from his body. Lazy shot there. He's fuming with himself. A very, very smart catch there at first slip. Low down to his right.
So Casey Aldridge has faced all the strike this morning, but has a nibble at that.
Wide, short, a little bit of shape away, but he'd be really disappointed. Yates takes a very good catch there. Dipping sharply low to his right, but yeah, Aldridge won't be happy with that. Good piece of bowling, good impact bowling there from Booth. He's bowled quick, he's shown a few bounces, he's bowled that extraordinary away swinging full toss to able to dismiss him. That's a bit more of a genuine dismissal. 3 for 57 now, and the young man's got his tail up.
Yates' second catch of the match. He's a good slip fielder, the young man. Bowls good off spin. Left-handed top order batter. But here we go. Craig Overton was 6 a couple of years ago. He's back number 10 today. And Dwayne Pretorius. Not Dwayne, Miguel Pretorius, sorry, at 11. Ryan Chitty says, Boo, there's a touch of Matt Henry about him. Needs more front arm, though. Not sure Rui will even get a touch of the ball. I wonder what the record is for the first time your partner touches the ball or faces the ball in the morning session. Not sure if our wizards next door can find that out, but it's not an easy thing to work out. But James Rui stuck at the non-striker's end. So Somerset were 206 for 5, having been 196 for 4 when Tom Banton fell. It was that big partnership from Banton and Abel.
Oh, that's going to be close. Maybe just sliding down on the angle.
That was quick.
That's a quick ball. That's the quickest ball of the morning. That's a real effort ball, that to Overton. Certainly an area of that you could exploit. That full straight ball early. Oh, I'll tell you what, that's
a pretty good shout, isn't it?
That's close, that. I've seen those given, but he's just about got away with it.
We thought Tom Abel got away with one yesterday. Vic and I were on comms and there was one off the spinner. It just looked out on the back thigh pad.
Yeah, that's probably, I would say that's a superb piece of bowling, that quick in swinging ball or in nipping ball followed up by the quick away swinger. Stunning. Oh, that's a fantastic piece of bowling, that from Booth.
cracking start this from Michael Booth.
Yeah, I've definitely seen those given that LBWs. I'd say it'd probably be umpire's call, maybe just clipping leg stump at best, the very top of leg stump as well. So I'd say a pretty good decision there from umpire Rob Bailey.
Good enough to get a third slip in.
It's all happening here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset battling 2-2-2 for 8.
That's a lovely shot from Craig Overton. Back foot punch all the way for 4. He's not absolutely nailed it, but he's got just enough to beat the deep point running round. And Vic wasn't having it yesterday when I said that Michael Booth would be quicker than Chris Wokes. Not as many people seen Michael Booth bowl, but I've seen him in second team cricket, and he's sharing it now even quicker this morning than he was yesterday. But he's getting his radar right as well, making it hard for batters to play. Not ideal for Craig Overton. That LBW shout first up, but then the slightly short wide one. I compared him to Jamie Overton actually. Sort of that quick, but can be a little bit erratic. Might pick you up a 5 for 80. In case you've done a few times lately, but more importantly, we could argue James Root is going to face a ball at 11:24, having been at the wicket all morning.
Born in Harare, Zimbabwe.
Yeah, a few of them.
I'm not sure if he's English qualified or an overseas player.
He's not overseas.
Assuming
He's been
he's
a while.
Been here long enough.
Yeah.
He's certainly got a good amount of pace, James Root. First ball he's faced this morning, and he pops it into point and picks up his first run of the day. It's probably felt like a long time coming, that.
Yeah, it's like relief. You'd be a bit nervous having been watching everyone else have a bat the other end, but so Somerset still not got the first batting bonus point. 250 is the target there. That's a nice shot, but good bit of fielding. Great bit of fielding at point. Craig Overton fancied a single, but sent back by James Root. Someone's being asked to get out of the way. Is it on the Thatcher's terrace? Is it? It's not really come on, is it? Who's to blame? Someone outside one of the suites on the middle floor? Yeah. Sat just above the sight screen. Craig Overton's going to get him to move. Ollie Handel—he's got quite a high release point, but I don't think it's 7 rows up in the stands high. Oh well, Craig Overton's got him to move. 3 slips in play. That's a shot for 4. Late cut. Didn't absolutely nail it, but there's a big enough gap between point and third slip. Craig Overton played positively at Trent Bridge. Him and Pretorius took the game away from Notts for a little bit. He's going to come in, and having got away with that LBW first ball, he's going to make the most of it and crunch the ball to the boundary on 2 occasions off the back foot through the offside.
So the first target for Somerset is to get within 150 runs of Warwickshire. Not sure what Warwickshire would do. I would suggest with being day 3, they probably have to enforce the follow-on if they did have an opportunity, even though the bowlers have had to put a bit of toil in.
Yeah,
so
I wouldn't say it's
interesting that. I don't think there's enough time in the game to not enforce it if you really want to win the game.
Yeah, yeah. And if you did choose to bat, how long would you bat on for?
And that's the really difficult thing with Taunton. You know, the history of the ground. There's been so many high, fast run chases. You know, if you did, bat again, how many would you be comfortable with setting, and how quickly would you have to get there? And Yeah, it'd be an interesting one, that, though. So that's certainly the little side plot we have here this morning. Another 31 runs for Somerset to get with these last 2 wickets.
You almost feel like if Somerset get past the follow-on target, it massively then favours a draw in this match, I'd say. If they're 1 run short, then...
Well, even though I'm still disillusioned, I would like to see the Trade Nation win predictor.
Yeah.
After the stats that it spat out in the last game that I was here.
I've lost all faith and trust in it. Yeah.
I would say the draw would become a very, very strong percentage possibility.
So 43 Warwickshire, 43 draw. That makes 86, so 14% to Somerset.
Almost as nailed on as the general election, I think, if Somerset get 31 more runs.
Well, is that Booth going to continue? Yes. Well, he's not bowled to James Roos. He's been tinkering with the field a little bit. There's going to be 3 men out on the boundary. Those 2 on the leg side and the deep third, plus the 2 slips. Good start outside the left-handers off stump.
Great contrast, these two. You've got Hannon Dolby, who's enormously tall, more of a skill bowler that's going to move the ball subtly in and out. Very metronomic. And then you've got the young, shorter, tear-away fast bowler. It's going to be at you. It's going to be aggressive. He's going to bowl the occasional bad delivery. He's going to try and hit you in the head. So a real nice contrast here for Al Davis, the Warwickshire captain, to deal with or to utilise. Then you've got the new ball coming up in 8 overs time. The wizard, Chris Wokes, devastating with the new ball. I'm sure he'll be just having a little look over at that scoreboard, thinking about getting those old hips loose. Bowled a lot of overs in his fantastic career so far. Yep, he's at mid-on at the moment, starting to swing his arms around and think about getting loose. When you get a bit older, Harry, you can't just get loose 2 or 3 minutes. It takes you probably 7 or 8 overs just to get the old Castrol GTX round the system. Put a bit of diesel in the tank.
Well, that's another good ball from Booth. Well played by Craig Overton. Pretty similar to the first ball he got, but a little bit more leg side, that one. Oh, switcheroo for left-hander. Back outside off stump, no run. There was an early wicket up at Southport. No play yesterday. And Nathan Lyon went early. LBW to James for 12. He hit the first ball for 4 down the ground, a bit like Casey Aldridge, but 2 balls later was out. LBW allowing James Anderson to come and bat. There's a big old crowd at Southport the last few days. It was a sellout, I think. No play yesterday, so they were delighted to be able to see Jimmy Anderson in action. Potentially the last time in a Lancashire shirt. I don't know for sure. I thought he would have played both of these 2 rounds of matches just to be ready for the first test, but he's not had much action in this game so far.
Not sure if Jimmy will go down the same road as Stuart Broad. I mean, what? Broad was literally just pull up, anchor, done. Yeah. He did a bit of a Steve Redgrave, if you ever see me bowl a ball again, shoot me sort of thing. So I think punditry and commentary is something that Stuart Broad was very, very naturally gifted in, so a nice transition for him, going from player straight into the skybox. James Anderson, I know he was announced as having a role to play with England as a bowling mentor. That does suggest that it's because it's not a coaching role, it'll be a bit more part-time, so that does lend for him potentially still carrying on with Lancashire. I mean, I suppose how many balls do you really want to bowl in your life? I mean, he's ticked off the 1,000 wickets, and be interesting to see if he's motivated to keep wearing that red rose for another year or two. He's certainly good enough, certainly fit enough.
Well, he's not been given a chance to bat. well, not out from 2 deliveries. Keaton Jennings got to 187, got that 3rd batting bonus point, and then declared. Lanks going for the win. Not all about the Stuart Broad narrative of getting a wicket and 6 for this last 4. I wonder if Jim Man's going to worry about that. But they're sort of chasing the game. They're chasing a positive result, Lanks against Notts, because so much the game has been taken away by the rain. Notts got maximum bowling points. And Lancashire got the 350, so that's 3 batting bonus points. A tremendous knock from Keaton Jennings, and could easily have got double 100 really. Down the leg side from the new bowler Ed Barnard. Early wicket for Sussex this morning in that wicket-laden game there. Ollie Robinson got the overseas Matt Breitska for 12. Northants chasing 284 today. And Durham were all out of 152. They had just 4 runs this morning. There's a bit of swing in. No second run, but well bowled by Barnard. So Worcestershire will need the biggest score of the match so far to beat Durham. Worcestershire need 2-3-1 to win, as we see Ed Barnard swinging it into Craig Overton here. A lot of movement there.
Yeah, the ball does, I think once you start middle stump, leg stump, which is effectively going to be going down the leg side, that does swing. Can he get that same amount of movement from the right line? Might be a challenge here for James Root. Definitely don't understand why you wouldn't have a point to someone bowling with that much away swing to the lefty. That really does feel like 3 runs.
Yeah, it baffles me, that position. It's not an attacking. A deep cover I'd understand sometimes when a batter's really in, but
well, not one ball has gone through sort of square point cover gully area for 4 yet. Yet they've leaked, what, 10, 15 runs
just
in?
Gave Case Aldridge all those singles, didn't they?
Quite innocuous singles. But I've been going to therapy for this particular situation. I'm trying to forget about it. I'm
it's
not
the
going to
fruit,
go on about it.
Fruit
I'm
therapy.
going to move on. Overton on strike, 9 off his first 13 balls. Lucky to get through his first ball, that in-swinger from Booth. He's got away with one there, thick edge, through about 4th slip. He's going to pick up 4 runs. A couple of 4s down to 3rd man for Overton so far.
Yeah, that nice back foot punch through the covers the other end, but on that little edge for 4, I'm going to make way for Stephen Lamb to come and join Pete for his first stint of the day.
Getting ever closer to that follow-on target. I think that'll be a big sigh of relief in the Somerset camp, getting those extra few runs. They feel pretty confident about getting a positive result out of this game, and positive I mean not losing. What looks like a pretty easy paced delivery. Booth continuing from the river end, showing a real good engine. He's bowled quick, he's bowled straight, he's bowled with some real good variation, good intelligence as well. Well led by the captain. We've put fielders out on the hook shot, just letting the batter know that he's in a contest, and he might get the occasional one winging around the badge of his helmet. Morning, Lammy, how are you?
Morning, Treeks. Morning again, oh dear, oh dear. That could have been number 3 for the day.
Yeah, he's got nice skills, Booth. He moves the ball in and out at will, so I know a lot of teams this season have had a look at James Rue and they push the ball across him more often than not. But as all quality players do, they adapt, and New season's certainly picking up at the moment. He'll be looking to contribute today, that's for sure. Another very good delivery. Full length, thick edge down to Hannon Dolby.
Could hardly have started worse this morning for Somerset. Tom Abel, who batted so well, so patiently yesterday, out. That was stone dead, wasn't it? For RBW.
But that's the that's the amazing thing about this game. You can't take anything for granted. What you do on day, you know, on a Sunday won't be the same on a Monday, and vice versa. It's incredible. You can literally get 100 one day and be out first ball the next. It's such a frustrating, wonderful game that we play and follow.
Well, stopped, not completely stopped, but no danger of byes. Yeah, it's absolutely right. You've got to start again every day, haven't you? Whatever went before, however impressive it was.
You definitely do. Absolutely. Crowd's a little bit lower than you'd expect here at Taunton, but I would suggest there's something going on about 15 miles away today that might have sucked quite a few cricket watchers. Open qualifying at Burnham and Barrow Golf Club today.
Aha, that's a beautiful shot.
A lot of people that are going watching, in particular the superstar golfer Justin Rose is out on the course at the moment, and that was a shot of a superstar. Big stride forward, 6'7", big stride forward, and have a bit of that through the covers for 4.
Lovely stroke, and the kids loved it too. Straight to the Trade Nation stand, which is where they're perched. Can't see an empty seat there.
Something tells me that you could do just about anything and those kids are going to cheer. 1,385 school kids, I gather. Which teacher drew the short straw to do that register?
I think there are more than yesterday, at a guess. That stand looks fuller this morning. Single to end the over. So, what is it? Another 18 runs needed to get past that follow-on figure. 2 wickets in hand. The 2 have fallen today. I mentioned Tom Abel. The other man dismissed is Casey Aldridge, who looked pretty composed when he came in. A couple of good strokes to the boundary, but then nicked a ball he didn't really have to play. So Ed Barnard to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Single wanted, and there'll be more than that in fact. Certainly be 2, it may even be 4. So yeah, he was involved with the rope by the time he stopped it.
Yeah, nice bit of cricketing integrity there from Hannon Dolby. Scooped it back, but he would have felt the rope burn on his shins as he just slid over the rope at the same time. And beautiful shot there from Overton. Very, very classic back foot punch through the offside. Al Davis, Warwickshire captain, not able to cut that off. Barnard just struggling to find his line. He's bowled predominantly in swing. That's been a little bit too straight, a bit too far down the leg side. He's tried to correct that by going outside off stump.
It's actually the first time he's bowled from this end in this innings.
And a bouncer. Not going to get much for your money at Ed Barnard's pace. Banging it in here at Taunton. Well played by Overton.
There's a batting point for Somerset. 250 up. He's done all his bowling yesterday at the river end, Ed Barnard. I suppose it can be a little bit tricky, especially on an away ground where you don't bowl very often, to switch ends, slightly different circumstances. Takes a little bit of time to adjust.
Yeah, it's a pretty flat piece of ground here at Taunton. The wind can have an effect and just knock you off your line a little bit. You notice from round the wicket there's that, I would imagine, sprinkler box. I think the step before he takes off is very close to that little box, which would probably be in the eye line. He's just overstepped there. Yeah, Used to drive me crackers when you had a sprinkler head drain cover right near your run up. Sort of straddles it a little bit. Bit of bounce there from James Rew. They're going to pick up. It looks from here a leg by. No, bit of an inside edge. Mark Newell thinks Rew's got a little bit of a nick on that.
You generally bowled from the other end, didn't you, Triggs, from the river end?
Yeah, almost exclusively, in fairness. Most of the tall, it was always, I don't know if it's an old school thought, but it was always the swing bowlers from the river end and the tall bowlers from this end. Or that's maybe what was sold to us by Andy Caddick, who obviously loved bowling from this end. So it was his way of saying I'm not bowling from the other end, maybe. But yeah, I always enjoyed bowling at the other end, and before the ground was relaid. And obviously, if you're going to dig up the ground and put, all the drainage in and a new turf down, you're going to make it flatter. When I played here, it wasn't quite as flat. There was a little bit more of a slope towards the river, and a little bit of a rise to the crease when you bowled from that far end. So I always liked bowling slightly uphill. I always felt like I could sort of, really drive over my front leg when I bowled uphill. Probably the worst place to bowl in the UK, where that sort of undulation is most prevalent, is Headingley. Very, very severe slope. I always used to feel like I almost had to rope myself in bowling downhill there. It always felt like I got to the crease too fast, and it was always a bit of a challenge. But it shouldn't be an issue in this day and age. Most grounds are pretty flat. So we've got a change of bowler. Will Rhodes coming on to bowl. Has quite a unique release point. Will Rhodes bowls from sort of like falls away. The bowling arm goes beyond the perpendicular, so it sort of angles in towards the right-hander. But he does have that ability just to stand the ball up a little bit.
Bowled just 2 overs yesterday. Maybe 1 or 2 more than that in this spell, or maybe just 2 again, because in 4 overs' time a new ball will be available.
He's definitely done a bit of work on his action. He's a bit straighter than he used to be, but still that arm does sort of go a little bit beyond the perpendicular line. I think he must have done a little bit of correction. I know that a lot of bowlers that have that kind of characteristic about their action really struggle with their lower left side of their back, the way that they fall away. Very useful all-rounder.
At least a single here. I'll settle for that. There's protection out at deep extra cover. That long boundary out there with the wicket on the Somerset stand side of the ground. Another single towards avoiding the follow-on. Just 8 more runs needed now to do that. So James Rew is back on strike. Craig Overton much the freer scoring of the 2 this morning. But it was a while before James Rew was on strike. About 20 minutes play had gone by before he faced a ball.
Yeah, I think he was 0 off of 7 balls when he came out at the start of play. And it was about 5 or 6 overs until he faced his 8th ball. So yeah, he's way behind. A little bit of an outside edge there. Nice piece of bowling there. James Rew's got away with one.
They both have now.
Yes, always that fine balance as the captain is how much do you attack. But that's a beautiful piece of bowling there from Rose, just angled in and shaped away.
He had to negotiate a rather tense final over yesterday evening, James Rew, after both night watchmen had gone in quick succession.
I think that side-on angles, credit to the batter there. That last replay there, side-on, he played with such soft hands, and his bat was angled to the floor, which is why that edge went down. I think batters that are normally a little bit more, nervy, they poke and prod at the ball, and those nicks go finer and carry. So benefit of the doubt there to James Rue. Kind of rode the movement a little bit. Overton's played very nicely this morning. Got away with potentially a pretty close LBW early on, but he's played some nice shots in between. A little bit of luck.
More runs for Rue here, or one more run anyway. Right, 2 deep extra. .260 up now for 8. Bright sunshine over Taunton at the moment. Bit different from this time yesterday, Triggs. It was very gloomy. The Quantocks had pretty much disappeared, which is always a bad sign. And we just had the 1 over before the rains came in, and that was it before lunch.
Yeah, I was just trying to rack my brain as to what I was doing yesterday, actually. As we see, we've got some more entertainment here at the Cooper Associates. Saturday the 6th, for all of you amateur sportsmen that aren't playing club cricket. 5 p.m, £5 entry, including a free drink. So that's effectively the club paying you at the price of drinks these days to come and watch the football.
That's a very good deal.
Get involved, great atmosphere, big screen. Watch England take on Switzerland in the quarter-final of the Euro 2024 Championship. But then, I suppose if you're thirsty, watching England so far, maybe if you pop down in about the 87th minute, that's when the action sort of gets a little bit, worth watching.
Absolutely.
And grab yourself a drink.
The follow-on has been avoided.
Yeah, those knowledgeable cricket supporters in the ground cheering that moment there. Trail by 149. Oh no, that's a pretty big moment in the game as it stands. Overton on strike. Slashes down to third man, gets another boundary. One of the characteristics here at Taunton, you don't get away with bowling width very often here. Overton just throwing his hands at the ball, picking up another boundary.
The old maxim, if you're going to flash hard.
Yeah, that was the kitchen sink and the utensils at that one. No doubt about that, Stephen.
More here, just one more for Craig Overton, who's going at a pretty fair rate. Going on to 29 with that. Going at about a run a ball. Yeah, my prediction of a 0-0 draw came to nothing. But England, it must be as close as you can be to going out and then coming back and winning, almost. Can't get much closer.
It's well, the result's the result, I suppose, and you have to take a positive as a lifelong frustrated England football fan, probably to the point now where the 40 years of disillusionment and disappointment is almost too much, and I'm not overly interested anymore. But I suppose I watched Portugal last night, and even though that 90 minutes ended 0-0, it was quite a watchable game. You had a very defensive team, facing a very attacking team. They tried to play on the front foot as much as they could, and it was kind of pretty watchable. England's style of play is bemusing and abysmal, you got to say. It's almost like they play little 10-yard box drills, and they can't move to the next section until that one's completed. It's so slow with such a talented group of footballers. But there we go. I'm sure our audience don't want to tune in and listen to us talk about football.
I think we've covered that now.
Far more exciting stuff going on. James Rue,
absolutely. All
of a sudden he's gone from 7 to 16 now in no time. So he's starting to find his feet, finally facing a few balls. He was starved of the strike for about 5 or 6 overs this morning. 271 for 8 here. Still a reasonable deficit here. There's club captain Lewis Gregory Getting a bit of work done there, looking after all the kids, signing the autographs.
It was nice to see him out bowling this morning before the start of play. He was going through the motions, not playing in this game because he's not quite over a groin injury, but good to see that he's fit to turn his arm over.
Yeah, it was back end of one of the T20 games, I forget which one, where he went off maybe with a couple of overs to go and he was sort of, you know, just rubbing his sort of hip flexor groin area. It did look like he'd maybe just strained himself a little bit, but yeah, nice to see him back. He's certainly getting to that age where you have to start being a bit mindful of your body, look after yourself, and occasionally take the mature decision to miss out on the odd game here and there. Rhodes still bowling from the river end. Craig Overton waving ferociously at the balcony after a drink or something, I expect. Some new gloves. No, I'm not sure he'd be very good at charades. It's very confusing signals he's given. Shaking his glove, something that looked like a taping motion. Yeah, not quite sure there. Craig O. Rob Bailey knows though. What do you think of these strawberries then, Stephen? They're beautiful.
They look good, yes. My word. From just down the road.
Granny Smith. So if you're in the ground, if you're on our Virtue Motors earpieces, Granny Smiths. I think it was a couple of quid for a punnet of strawberries, and they're absolute beauties. You can almost see the Duke's writing on them, actually, can't you?
It's terrific.
Cool.
I'm not sure if I've seen anything, so
might have to go silent and have a go on one of those in a minute.
It's a good time of year for that, and indeed for cricket, as Rue was thinking about a single there, but definitely wasn't on. And one of three men in the ring, saving one. It may just be another brace of overs for Will Rhodes. I fancy Chris Wokes will be coming on at that end shortly. With a brand new strawberry. And they're not quite as big as cricket balls, but they're pretty substantial. Nicely intercepted cover to conclude Rhodes is over. Now whatever Crago's been signalling hopefully is coming out, and it is a replacement pair of batting gloves. Not quite sure what's happened to the first pair. Anyway, he's happy now.
You've got to keep Craig Overton happy. When he's not, you know about it. Classic grumpy opening bowler.
Yeah.
Might change of bowling here. We've got Bethel coming on to bowl. He was the Trescothick stand end.
He was pretty tidy yesterday. It was a close LBW call against Tom Abel, which might have been given but wasn't.
Sporting a very flashy hairdo. Sure, I drove past one of those on the A38 this morning on the side of the road. A badger that had a unfortunate end.
Maybe just the one over. I feel sure they'll take the new ball promptly.
Yeah, quite possibly. Chris Wokes at mid-on having a bit of a chuckle there, just tripped over himself at mid-on.
He's bowled 16 overs already, Chris Wokes. Hasn't taken a wicket yet, but he's been pretty tidy. Looks in reasonable nick for Lords next week.
Yeah, there'll be a few bowlers playing this week that are mindful of bowling some overs, but hoping they don't pick up a niggle or miss out on a Lord's test.
Going to be runs here. Could well be 4 of them. That's got the legs. Yep.
I'm assuming the test match, the next one is at Lords.
It is. Yeah, starts tomorrow.
I mean, what a test to be involved in. The closing down of a magnificent career of James Anderson. So some young bowlers that have been selected, couple of debutants.
Yeah, Dylan Pennington, Gus Atkinson, both in the squad.
Craig Overton just got nutmegged, so there's with that sort of ability, he's got a good chance of playing against Switzerland on Saturday.
Another single here for him. '50 partnership is up. And that's in pretty quick time as well. Mainly thanks to Craig Overton, but James Roos plays his part. Taking fresh guard for the spinner. Short leg for company as well as the slip, and it'll be his first ball from Bethel. Wants a single and it is comfortably there. Laid the ball into a useful gap.
I suppose this little period of play will probably judge whether the new ball's taken. Is there a little bit of spin on offer? It is very brown at the ends, but when you stand over it and have a look, it's very, very hard and flat. It doesn't look like it's broken up at all.
2 here.
Nice punch through the covers there from Overton.
And the ball tipped over the bar, as you used to do it.
Young Alfie Ogborn signing the youngsters' autographs. Doing his bit. Young left armour. He'll be in action soon, no doubt, in the Metro Bank series that will be coming up. What are the hundreds on? To see how he's developed over the last 12 months.
And out in the middle, the umpire has waved the new ball at Polly Rhodes, the scorer, just to confirm that it's been taken at the earliest possible opportunity. Chris Wokes is going to bowl with it. And I'm quite sure Oliver Hannon-Dalby will be bowling from this end.
Yeah, he's doing a few stretches down here at fine leg. Hannon-Dalby, or third man as James Roos on strike. Getting that tall frame loose. He had a short spell this morning, but yeah, he's going to be itching to take that next wicket, pick up that fifer. They don't come along every day. Certainly not here at Taunton. He's put himself in good position though. He's got Forfer, standout bowler yesterday for Warwickshire.
Here's Wokes then. Just held the bat inside the line of the ball there, James Roos.
Instant change in bounce off of the pitch, isn't it? That similar trajectory, and then the ball just kicks up an extra little bit. That lacquer just skids off of the turf.
Contact with the bat for the first time. A bit of gardening from James Roos. We had a look at that pitch, Triggs, didn't we, earlier on, and it felt rock hard underfoot. Under brogue, as you put it.
Well, if your Grensons can't break the surface, nothing will, Stephen. No, it's always a very well curated surface here at Taunton. I suppose that is the challenge to the ground staff is to maybe give a little bit more to the bowlers. You can certainly see that an effort's been made. Spoke to the opposition coach this morning. Robbo did say that it was a good pitch. It offered plenty first up, but it's obviously flattened out. You know, days. You know, second half of day 2, first half of day 3 are always going to be the best times to bat here at Taunton. You just hope that over the next 4 or 5 hours that the pitch will deteriorate. Those brown wicket ends will start to rough up, so the ball might spin and give the bowlers, a chance of taking those second innings wickets. That's always been the challenge here at Taunton. Once it goes flat, it seems to go too flat. Superb bowling action of Chris Wokes. Hasn't changed from the day he burst onto the scene. Very good rhythm, good athlete. Very accurate, good skills. No wonder he's had such a successful career.
Yeah, he's got a great record in England, hasn't he?
Yeah, if there's a Duke ball on offer and a little bit of green grass, he's one of the better exponents of it.
Found the gap here, Craig. Get 2 for that. End of the first over with the new ball then. Chris Wokes still seeking his first wicket. 0 for 51 from 17 overall. So it was to be just the 1 over for Jacob Bethel. Tall figure of Oliver Hannon-Dalby is ready to go. There's the full scorecard thus far. 3 wickets for Oliver Hannon-Dalby and 3 for Michael Booth. Outstanding bowling figures. And that long stand yesterday between Tom Abel and Tom Banton.
4 for Hannon-Dalby. Come on, Landy. Stay with us, son. Stay with us. No, they bowled nicely. I really like them in contrast, actually. As I said before, Hannon-Dalby, 75, 78 miles an hour, good skills, very tall. Booth, 5, 8 miles an hour quicker, skiddier. Oh, and a nick. Hannon-Dalby picks up 5. That's a well-deserved 5 for there. Just nagging away at off stump as he does. James Root, maybe a little bit impatient there, going for a pushy drive, very first ball. And he's nicked off. Let's see if there's any movement here on the replay. Just a good line and length. And yeah, I have to say, a pretty average shot there. James Root will be disappointed with that. Smart catch at first slip. Somerset, a 9 down for 282.
Yeah, it was a wide-ish delivery, really, and he didn't need to go after it. Back well away from body. So the 9th wicket has gone. Could we have some fireworks to come now, because Miguel Pretorius is going to come in to replace James Root. Another look at that. Bit of a gap between bat and pad.
Yeah, not a great shot, that first ball of a new spell. Hannon-Dalby does have, that is the challenge of someone like him. You know that he's got that potential to swing the ball back in, so you potentially get dragged outside the line, and yeah, a little bit of a pushy drive. But then we'd be raving about it if it raced through the covers for 4, wouldn't we? So it's a tough old game. Hannon Dolby 5 for 56 here at Taunton.
Took 2 in 2 yesterday evening. I'm not sure how many times in the history of the game that 2 night watchmen have been dismissed by successive deliveries, but that's what happened yesterday evening. They were 2 of the 5. The hat-trick didn't materialise.
Probably more chance of that happening than if the batter goes out. It should be batting at 5 or 6. I mean, there's always been a batting in that area of the innings, 5 to 7, where I spent most of my career. It was always like, oh, do I want one? Oh. Always really on the fence with whether you wanted to have a night watchman, because you all kind of knew that you also, the following day, there's one less person to bat with if you get going. So it's always a bit of a fine line.
Well, Pretorius is fresh from his unbeaten 95 at Trent Bridge last week.
Well,
I'm sure that's put the mockers on him.
You got to say, Jason, and director of cricket Andy Hurry, they're nailing it. The last few years, the overseas sign-ins that they've picked up have just been absolutely tremendous. I'm sure a lot of conversations had across the globe and taking advice or watching players, seeing attributes, but I mean, he came to the club as a relative nobody, didn't he, in English cricket? He played a couple of games for Durham, was it?
Last year, yes.
But to no real form shown, and he's been absolutely magnificent. Strong bowler, good athlete, and he's iced the cake and dug Somerset out of a number of precarious positions with his batting.
Yeah, and his bowling, just looking back at recent games, 4 for 36 against Essex, then 3 wickets in each innings against Kent here. Made 53 against Durham up at Chesterless Street.
I mean, on the whole, you look at that last number of games, that's some seriously consistent performances.
Good looking straight drive, but well stopped by Hannon Derby. 4 wickets at Trent Bridge in addition to that 95 not out. This is his last appearance for the moment, at least, but he's boosted the chances of making another one.
Is time up for the season? Is it?
This game is his last, as things stand.
And that's because of you got the inside track on that, Stephen?
I'm not sure the answer to that.
Just
whether it's availability or whether there's any possibility. I mean, if there is, if he were to be available in September, then why not?
Goes without saying.
End of Hannon Derby's over, a successful one. Now has a Michelle.
He'll be very, very happy.
He's 29 years of age, Miguel Pretorius. Born somewhere I'm going to have trouble pronouncing. Vereniging. How's that for a stab?
Tell you what, you wouldn't want to have to say that after a couple of goals, would you? I think you've won that though.
Craig Overton on strike now.
Just keeping an eye on the Open qualifying. Justin Rose has just bogeyed the 8th hole. That's a gimme birdie that as well. That par 5. He's somehow slipped a shot. Justin Rose currently 1 under par, 15 miles away down the road at Burnham and Barrow. Open qualifying coming into the southwest. Lots of brilliant sporting events happening in the southwest these days.
Just up the road from here, that. I've not been there, Triggs. Is it an attractive? I imagine it would be an attractive course.
Beautiful course on the coastline. The man next door, Anthony Gibson's a member there. He's in the Illuminati. Yeah, it's a very very special place. Beautiful views across the channel, but an absolute pig on a windy day. Very tough, challenging course with that gauzy sort of rough that's up to sort of your waist, knee high. If you hit a ball in there, you need to pull another one out the bag. Chris Wokes into Pretorius. Oh, just wafts outside off stump. Chris Wokes unaffected. He's seen it all before. Lovely delivery there, just swinging away outside off stump.
I remember that kind of a course. I'm not a golfer myself, but I used to go around with my father every now and again when I was a kid. There's a club called Bindown Golf Club, which is near Looe, just outside Looe in Cornwall. And a lot of gorse. A lot of gorse on that course.
Yeah, you need to stay away from that sort of stuff.
Plenty of rough.
Yeah, we could do with a bit of rough here at Taunton for the next couple of days. Get Leachy into the game, get him spinning the ball outside off stump. That's what we'd like.
We're going to have a double change at the end of the over in here. Don't think there'll be a double change yet out there though, because this ball is just 3 overs old.
We've got one more ball. Will it be a double change and an innings change, or is Pretorius going to see us right through the over? Be nice if we could take a little bit more out of this deficit to make the rest of the game a little bit more comfortable for the Somerset men. Wokes bowls a lovely channel, a big booming drive, thick edge through square leg to finish the over, and me and Stephen Lamb are going to take a little bit of a break. 284 for 9 here. Oliver Hannon-Dolby has completed his 5 for. He's on 5 for 56 at the moment, and thoroughly well deserved. We're going to take a little break and hand you over.
Yeah, Harry Everett here, nice to be back with you. I'm also going to bring in a second. Scott Chappell's going to come and talk to us a little bit about the Somerset Cricket Foundation Schools Day. Talk to us all about the racket in the Trade Nation stand. Thanks to Stephen and Pete, who'll be with me for the remainder of the day as Ollie Hannon-Dolby continues chasing a 6th wicket. It's a bowler Ollie Hannon-Dolby has been over the years for Warwickshire. Yorkshire man, Halifax born, but he's going to keep stirring the pot with 2 slips in. Pretorius is very good on the back foot punch. Doesn't beat the cover fielder for 4 there though. So go on then, Scott Chappell, thanks for coming on. Talk to us about what's going on with these schools days then, today and yesterday.
So it's something we do every year. We're really lucky that kind of the club buy into it and allow us to do it. And we invite schools across the southwest just to come and watch a day of cricket free of charge. So they can have up to 55 tickets each and just come and have a really good experience, really.
Yeah, they've done well today, getting a bit more action than yesterday. And we've 1 over before lunch yesterday.
Yeah, it was pretty grotty yesterday morning, wasn't it?
Yeah, early lunch taken. Oh, he's bowled him. Ollie Hannon-Dolby has bowled Niggy Pretorius for 1. Scott Chappell and I should not have done that commentary change for a Somerset point of view, as Somerset bowled out for 284. The second ball were back in the box. Somerset are a fair few behind Warwickshire here. They did pass a follow-on target. They did get 1 batting bonus point, but 284 isn't an ideal first innings lead on what looked to be a fairly flat pitch. We talked to Michael Burgess and Jason Kerr after day 1, and it was, well, all the talk really was about the new ball doing a bit and then it flattening out in the middle overs. Well, Somerset didn't capitalise. Those quick wickets last night, Hannon-Dolby getting Banton, then Davey and Leach, the 2 night watchers, really was not ideal. And now Warwickshire are fairly well on top here. Ollie Hannon-Dolby bowled absolutely beautifully today. That's his 6th wicket. Bowled well last night as well. So we're going to have about a 9-minute gap now before Somerset come out to bowl, but what will the kids be doing in this 9 minutes? Will they have a clue what's going on? Are they aware of?
Yeah, so for some of them it will be their first experience of cricket or live sport as well, in fairness, for a lot of them. Some of them will have played cricket. It might be our coaches might have been into schools, or they might kind of play at a local club. But for a lot of them this will be something fairly new to them, so kind of learning as they go. but there's plenty of other stuff going on around that they can go and entertain themselves with. Some face painting, some activation, lots of activities going on in the car park. As well as they're probably harassing some players for autographs.
Yeah, we saw a bit of that.
Yeah, and I think we'll hopefully be allowed on the outfield at lunchtime, and I think Stumpy and Twinkle, the All-Stars mascot, might make an appearance.
Was that not allowed yesterday because of the rain?
I assume so, yes, yeah.
Is it you're told on the day by the ground staff sort of job? Is that how it works?
Yeah, I think it's they're bringing it back for this game. I think it's the first time we've done it for a while, which is kind of timed brilliantly and something which will be great for everyone ultimately. So yeah, I think it's on the deck call, and obviously yesterday with that weather in the morning, probably wouldn't have been the best idea to have 1,000 kids running around an outfield that's slightly wet.
We should say that there's a slightly different schedule today. 1:10 will be lunch. We're making up 104 overs is the target today. So lunch and tea are set times rather than overs. So it's not 32 overs left for tea. Tea will be 4 o'clock. So thanks to Polly for keeping us up to date with the exact timings. But what are these days all about? Is it trying to inspire the next generation, trying to get kids into cricket?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's got, I guess, lots of different goals and aims. So one is giving kids a brilliant opportunity to come and watch top-level live sport. It's to bring kids into here and hopefully create some kind of lifelong Somerset fans, to inspire kids that cricket's the game for them, and then to signpost them to their local clubs. It might have been that they've, like I said earlier, one of our coaches into their school and been doing some cricket with them. So this is kind of a nice way to round it off to actually to see some real life cricket. So lots of different options really, and it's also, I guess, a bit of a thank you to schools and staff for all the hard work they do and for all the engagement they have with us.
Nice day out for them to come and end of summer term.
Yeah, I'd imagine it's a bit of a fight in the staff room to scam all those tickets.
Yeah, I know exactly. That's a few different schools I've worked in, and I've had a few texts. We're up at Somerset today, Harry. I said, how did you get to come here? But so and so's not allowed. Yeah, we fought over it. Yeah, suddenly a few head teachers become a little bit less busy. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Oh, it's surprising actually. There's quite a lot of head teachers I'm aware of that do love their cricket. I wonder how many of them, they've got the private offices, how many of them get to have the stream on. So is it just Somerset, or are they from Devon, Dorset, Gloucestershire at all?
Cornwall, Devon, Dorset, Somerset. I think there's a school from Wiltshire here today as well. So there's a school all the way from down in Penzance here.
Oh wow!
Today we
had trip up this morning.
Yeah. So I think they left around 7ish. We had Penryn up here yesterday. They left school at, I think they had to be in school at 6:30 or something like that, and they were here till 6 o'clock last night. So
that's amazing. It makes it even more sad when the schools in Taunton and Bridgewater, they're leaving at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and you got the team from Cornwall staying 6 till 6, not home till 9.
Yeah.
Is it just, do they just get the die-hard cricket fans from Cornwall who are just delighted to get the opportunity?
I guess they don't. Careful what I say. They don't see a great deal of cricket down there. Certainly not top level cricket anyway. To come and watch some professional sport. So yeah, I think for them, or for everyone really, it's a real good day out. I can remember when I used to work in schools and brought kids up here, and we went to some kind of England games at Edgbaston and stuff, and you don't mind the long days for something that's a little bit different and out of the ordinary.
Indeed, brilliant. So will there be any more later in the year? Is this the last one?
No, this is the last one. So we had one at a Western Storm game back in September.
Yeah.
And we had one at one of the Storm games at the start of May, sorry. And obviously today and yesterday, so we've had 4 across the year. So I think it'll be, we've had 1,300 in today, 1,300 in yesterday. I think we had best part of 1,500 in the other 2 ones, so kind of 4,000 or 5,000 staff and students across the year. Watching Somerset play is a pretty good effort, and kind of we get emails afterwards, not only saying what a great day, how great it was to watch cricket, how brilliant the players have been interacting with the kids and everything else. But then you kind of hear those ones as well about so-and-so in my class loved it, and they've been asking me what local club they can go and play at and those things. So it's kind of the stuff that makes it worthwhile, really.
Well, that comes on nicely too. I've just seen a YouTube comment, really nice, from Barry Dedicate. Says, great to see the kids. Some don't get the opportunity, particularly from the rural areas. I think that's summed up by your story about the Cornish school coming up, perhaps.
Yeah, definitely. I think we look at big kind of town schools and city schools, and then kind of think that for some of them it's they're quite tough areas, and getting them to see some sport is brilliant as well. But you've also got some kind of real rural areas that actually don't see a lot of stuff either as well. So it's nice that kind of any school in the southwest has the opportunity to come. There's 41 schools here today. There was 40ish yesterday. And then obviously sort of 20, 30s at the other 2 days as well. So lots and lots of schools across the southwest, and it being the southwest as well, not just Somerset, is it's nice just to, I guess, you know, it's the whole big push that this isn't just a club for Somerset, it is the South West club. You know, we're both Devon boys and have kind of supported Somerset our lives and travelled up here when we were kids and that kind of stuff. And you know, Devon and Cornwall are as mad for cricket as anyone. So to be able to invite those schools as well and start that in them is really nice.
I think people underestimate that. I've had random people come up to me and say, "Oh, why are you Somerset?" And I said, "Well, Somerset, Devon and Cornwall's kind of one, isn't it? You know, even part of Dorset, you could argue it. People don't maybe realise that how much that leg in the southwest corner of England, the sticky outy bit, is all Somerset if you're cricket, really."
Yeah, no,
I've gone on tour to Cornwall, and it's brilliant the amount of people who, one, really recognise my voice and name from the Somerset commentary, but two, they just know and follow and come up and watch. It's, you know, people in Devon and Somerset moan about driving an hour to watch, but I love that the Cornish guys, quite a few of them will happily drive 2.5 hours, come watch all day and then go home again.
Yeah.
They absolutely love it.
You don't have much choice if you're in Cornwall, do you? You've got to drive 2 hours to get anywhere. Yeah.
Out the A38 and time at the M5.
Yeah, it's in a lot of traffic as well.
So we've got the Somerset fielders coming out ready to go. Josh Davey, Jack Leach, Casey Aldridge and Craig Overton are having a bowl. Pretorius is probably still dressing, getting his kit off, and a few taking some catches ready to go. Alfie Osborne was even taking a few as he's on 12 as duties. The roller's going at a funny angle, isn't he? What's he off to?
Yeah.
He's just, well,
he's straightened up now.
Yeah, that's all right. Here we go. Stephen Mitchell says, some cricket mad pupils from the Roseland School from Tregony near Truro are there today. Thank you for the opportunity for them to come up for the day. There you go. Shout out to them. Great stuff. It is nice that, you know, the parents or the staff. I wonder how many staff who couldn't get here are now on the live stream commenting about their school, looking out for their kids on there. And then Derek Darby said, is that where Trigo comes from? Trigoni? No, definitely not. But I like the thought. So umpires Rob Bailey and Mark Newell are popping out, as there will be, what will we have? We'll have about 45 minutes before lunch. Are there any activities for the kids over lunches, Barry? Oh, you might have just missed that, Barry. Scott, go on, you repeat yourself. Tell them what you said a minute ago.
So there's some stuff going on all day. So around in St James Street car park, there's some face painting. There's a canvas they can leave a message on for the players, and there's some activity zones as well. So there's a bowling kind of inflatable. There's a space to throw some balls through some holes in an inflatable as well, and then a kind of like a beanbag activity. So there's some activities out in the car park, and then at lunchtime, hopefully, everyone's going to be allowed on the field to have a bit of a run around and then play and burn off some energy, and I guess get on the grass that the pros do as well. So yeah, there's a few things going on hopefully, and Stumpy and Twinkle, the All Stars mascot, will hopefully make an appearance as well. And if it's anything like yesterday, there might be some screaming and a load of kids surrounding them, looking at high fives and fist pumps and autographs and everything else that goes with it.
Brilliant stuff. There you go. Excitement. Stephen and I will have to go and have a go at some of these activations. Maybe that's where Pete's gone. I'm sure Pete's maybe throwing a ball through the whole challenge or whatever else he's up to. So they're in the Undarchy stand as well, are they? Is it just the family stand?
Yeah, so we filled up the Trade Nation stand and then overspilled into the Undarchy stand. Yeah.
It's a good question. Packed lunches or a massive chippy run, or is there a bit of both?
I did see some yesterday. I did walk past a fish and chip shop and there were a few kids and staff lined up with some fish and chips yesterday. I've seen a few bring their packed lunches in. Yeah. Didn't get to delve into any of them.
I remember the issue last year. I had parents and kids moaning at me saying, I gave them a tenner to buy chips but they don't take cash in the Cooper Associates County Ground, so they've had to remember this year to load up. You know, it's a bit different from when we were kids, but you get given them. There's some way, don't they, that parents can load up money on a card and give them.
Yeah, I don't think my mum would have given me £10 for some fish and chips back when I was a kid.
No, I think it'd been £2 or £3 coins, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but I think the sweet guys in the St James car park are doing a pretty good trade as well.
Yeah. No, brilliant stuff. So, Rob Yates and Alex Davies, the right-left hand combination, are opening up for Warwickshire. Alex Davies, the skipper, down for Lancashire, of course. Rob Yates, the left hand, who bowls some right arm offies as well. Josh Davies going to take the new ball. Has quite often bowled from the river end, but Josh Davies going to bowl from the Swiss Gothic Pavilion end. Lammonby's at gully. Craig Overton's at first slip. Casey Aldridge is at second slip. And we've got Andy Mead at point. Tom Abel at cover. Tom Banton at mid off. TKC mid on. And Pretorius at mid wicket. Good start from Josh Davey. So have you seen much of the county championship this year, Scott? Any away trips or watching much of the stream or popping out when you're at work here?
Do you know what? I think probably all my family and friends think that all I do all day is watch cricket. And I've had very little opportunity to watch barely any cricket, so I might get a couple overs at lunchtime. But summers there's so much stuff going on, so we're out and about quite a lot, whether it's out running kind of competitions and festivals and lots of different things going on. So I'm not here a huge amount. So I've watched a small amount, but not as much as I'd like to. Did manage to catch one of the T20 games.
Yep.
But yeah, no, I kind of, when I got the job here, I was kind of a big seller, thinking there's some perks that can be had here, as well as it being a brilliant job, but to be able to drive in here every day and work here and watch some cricket is not quite panned out to the hours in the sun I thought I was going to have.
Well, it makes me chuckle.
At the time.
I ended up, cricket's a small world, I suppose you could say. I reckon I know pretty much all the Devon Foundation pathway coaches and all the Somerset Foundation pathway coaches, but most of the Somerset coaches live in Devon and most of the Devon coaches live in Somerset. How's that transpired?
Yeah, there's a good bit of crossover, and there's quite a bit of transition from one as well. So my old boss Andy Fairburn started life working for Devon Cricket, then I worked for Devon Cricket and moved up to here. We had Tom Bunker from Devon worked for us as a community coach, and he now works for the County Cricket Club. So there's a few that make the grade, and then there's Damien that lives in Somerset.
Drives miles.
does some work for us as well, but works in Devon. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's kind of the two counties, certainly at foundation level and at club level as well, are pretty closely linked and work pretty closely together. So there's some really nice relationships across both organisations. Ooh, it's well bowled.
Yeah, being the bat twice is Josh Davey. Yeah, I think that point you make there, I saw very clearly. I popped along to Blundell's in the May half term, and they had that brilliant camp with Devon, Somerset, was it Cornwall as well. And they did, they boarded and they had, I think Casey Aldridge, Sonny Baker, I think popped down and did a masterclass chatting to the guys in the evening. They had training, they had coaching. The fielding coach chap from Bath I was chatting to got involved as well. Yeah, just really good to see the counties working together, trying to help each other, and boys and girls, brilliant work. Dave, still round the wicket. Oh, that is a beauty. You say it's a good leave from Rob Yates. It's missed the stumps, but it's pretty tight, pretty close.
I don't reckon he'd leave it again.
No, it's one of those. I always remember that Glenn Maxwell leave in the Big Bash. You think one of the most aggressive players in white ball cricket, and just remember him running down the wicket and leaving one and being bowled. Every time I think about a close, tight leave like that. 3 really good deliveries from Josh Davey, the former Scottish international. I like this. Anthony Coleman, this is the comment of the day. Yeah, I'm a teacher from Birmingham. I took my class along to Edgbaston last week. Now the live stream is on in my classroom so we can follow the Bears. Brilliant. That's a great bit of filming by Tom Abel. So shout out to Mr. Coleman in your class. I wonder what lesson it is today. Is it maths? Is it counting how many runs Rob Yates and Alex Davies get? Is it PE?
Shoehorn something in there, can't they?
Yeah, I remember we used to do crab fishing was my favourite maths lesson. It was just a game we basically played with a bit of counting. Back in the Afcom school days with Miss Culver. And that's a funny one actually. That the same maths teacher about, I think it was last summer, out of nowhere, I didn't know she had Twitter, I haven't seen her for how many years. I was doing the England Test match West Indies, the live text commentary on the BBC website, and out of nowhere, just my old maths teacher tweeted, "Is that the Harry Everett I taught in Year 7?" I was like, you think it's, a small world there.
Yeah, definitely.
Brilliant teaching stuff as well.
You obviously made an impression for her to remember you, whether it was good or bad.
Yeah, I don't think I was shouted out in the corridor too much. It's one of those things. A lot of teachers actually you hear do like cricket. It's one of those sports that you often find teachers get into. Maybe it's the summer holidays thing. You have 6 weeks off, and what is there to do for 6 weeks? Well, sadly now there's not as much county cricket as there used to be in the summer holidays. But still, when you've worked hard, it's a stressful academic year to unwind with a bit of county championship cricket. I'm aware a lot of my former teachers have been here at different times. Yeah,
it tends to be one of those ones that kind of we find in the work that we do in schools is been able to change a lot of perceptions. So kind of, if you play cricket at school 10, 20, 30 years ago, it would probably be a very different experience to what it is now, and kind of some of those experiences from teachers kind of still live on now, and we go in and do teacher training with kind of 300-400 teachers a year, and kind of at the start of it when you turn up, it's kind of the question of how long is this going to end for they're kind of coming out as slowly as they possibly can be, wasting as much time. and by the end of it they've forgotten all about the fact they've got to go home and do everything else. They're loving it, and suddenly they realise that cricket isn't the boring sport where you stand around not doing a great deal. Actually, you can make it exciting, you can make it fun, and you can get out with your class on a nice sunny day and play a little bit of cricket. And then when you've got a bit of free time, you can sit in the sun and watch some cricket and have a chat with a mate nearby, and not have to kind of be concentrating on action for the whole time. You can dip in and dip out and keep an eye on it, and it's quite a nice relaxing way to spend a day and afternoon, whether it's playing with your class or whether it's going and watching a bit of cricket.
Absolutely. Oh well. Former mate of ours buzzes on the YouTube straight away. Crab fishing, perfect way to describe your batting. There you go.
Mine or yours?
Mine, I think, probably.
That'd be a...
Didn't take long for Buzzer to pipe up. Well, you're not missing any cricket here. There's a bit of a delay because after 6 balls, they've decided the ball isn't fit to be used anymore. So I presume Somerset will get a brand new ball. No rush though. We'll wait for the third umpire to bring the box of balls out. Alfie Ogborn's run on and off 2 or 3 times. He's now fielding. After 1 over, Somerset can have a sub-fielder. Craig Overton's having a long chat with Davies and Yates. And it doesn't do itself a favour sometimes, cricket, does it, when you're faffing around for this long. You'd have thought they'd just have balls ready to bring out, but
these are the bits that are hard to explain to the kids and wonder what's going on.
What's going on?
Yeah.
It now looks like there's 5 slip fielders, but they're just having a chat because they're bored.
We tried to explain to them what was wrong with the ball. Not really sure, but someone didn't like it.
Yeah, Mr. Coleman's class might have to be doing something else in the Birmingham school. I wonder what he's explaining to them in this situation. Hopefully the volume's on loud and we can try and talk you through it, but the ball's slightly out of shape or something's gone wrong. Maybe it's a dodgy one from the bats, but neither umpires have walked off. So has Josh Davey been sent to do the running for the umpire? I think he has. Why do you make the opening bowler run all the way off to get the ball? Isn't that normally the umpire's job? I find that a little bit odd. Normally the umpire walks off, talks to his third umpire or the match referee, and then brings out the ball. But
good delegation from the umpires, that.
Yeah, I just thought you'd have sent someone who's not bowling. Josh Davies just charged in and bowled 6 balls. He's got to bowl another ball. He's probably out of breath. You could have sent Andy Mead or one of the batters. But Craig Overton does have a new ball. What a fast changing the ball after 6 balls. Yeah, says one of the comments on the YouTube channel. Yeah, don't disagree with that. Anyway, Alex Davies is ready. Craig Overton's going to bang it in back for length, I reckon. Get the ball to move around it. There you go. There's his length. Alex Davies, short stature. Took over the captaincy from Will Rose. Will Rose, of course, won the championship with Bob Willis Trophy a couple of years ago. Cricket Fan 91 says, is Josh Davey the official ball selector? Yeah, I don't think it quite works like that. You can see Lewis Gregory in the dugout. We might pan over to him in a minute. Injured for this game, but he's been carrying the drinks and supporting the guys. Another Devon player. We talk about Alex Davies, pulls that nearly straight to Tom Cullicampbell. He's got 4 for it, but short ball from Craig Overton picked up it for 4. You think, great, good shot, but that's a little bit risky when it's only 5 yards away from the deep fine fielder. A few school kids have made it over to the other side. I guess they can go wherever they want, and they haven't got any rules on. There's a few over by Gimlet's Hill.
Good question. No, they can wander around the ground, so they've got an activity booklet as well with a bit of a quiz in there that's requires them to walk around the ground and find a few things and have a look at a few things.
Look for some names on the Legends plaque, is it?
Yeah, the biggest disappointment I think is the old Legends pitch has gone down. So one of the questions used to be how many of the Legends had moustaches. There's some pretty nice ones out there as well, so they used to enjoy that one. Quite often they come up and tell me which one they like the best and that kind of stuff. So sadly we've lost the moustaches, but the new wall's up there now.
I'm not sure if it's a wind-up or not, but I was told I was going to be featured on the Legends for. Maybe I'll be painted with a moustache on just for a wind-up, just to help the activities. But we'll send them to the museum to see Joel Garner's size 13 boot. Is that one of the other activities questions? Anyway, Craig Overton will now finally bowl his 3rd ball. He's not been quick going the over 8 so far in this innings. It's similar to his 1st ball. So, you grown up playing against? Did you play against Craig Overton as a youngster?
Luckily, no.
No, you managed to avoid him and Jamie.
Yeah, I was never good enough to play against him. So my little brother played quite a lot. We were at North Devon the other week actually. Their dad was umpiring, and it was it was cold and wet. We were off a few times, but the pitch was pretty quick and bouncy. And one of the guys in the side would have played against them, and I turned to him and said to him, "What's it like playing against Jamie and Craig here?" Yeah.
And Glenn Crowell, don't forget, Zimbabwe.
Yeah, not the most enjoyable time, I don't think.
Nice push for 2, good running. Yeah, is your brother still captaining Bradlinch?
He is.
Yeah, is it? Well, I don't know if you'd say it, but I've had a few people reckon that if your brother was in the right place at the right time, might have had a go at a county career. Was he close at any point?
Yeah.
He's got a lot of runs in the Devon
Potentially, yeah. He's done well for a long period of time. Obviously played a lot of age group cricket, played some West of England stuff. I'll take him.
Great wicketkeeper.
He obviously benefited from the older brother to.
So you,
which I do remind him
was
of
it
quite
backyard?
often.
Yeah, was it backyard cricket as a kid?
Yeah.
What was it, in the garden,
So
bowling and batting against each other?
We had a couple of options. We had a yard and a lawn, and yeah, he was quite a bit younger than me, so he used to spend a lot of time bowling.
He used to be backing around.
And then he grew up a little bit and got a lot better, and I got a lot worse. So we stopped playing then.
Was that down Kentspere youth set up as well, was it?
Yeah, he played through some Kentspere age groups. Yeah. Yeah, we played a bit at school together as well.
There we go. Was it 1,385 of them?
Yeah.
Is that without the teachers?
No, that's including the teachers.
Oh, I like the teacher with the England top on. Big kudos. That's a great shout. It should be some Somerset
Yeah, they
tops.
spot the camera now.
I'm not sure about the Liverpool hat for cricket.
There's some good bucket hats.
There's the bucket hat. Oh, that's a good one. That's a cracking
some good. There's a lot of aviators as well they were wearing today,
okay.
which is nice throwback. It's been watching Top Gun.
Yeah, that's a bit rogue at their age, isn't it? What else
Face
have we got? We're
paint as
shouting
well.
out the best outfits. They should have said they've got to wear cricket tops. Oh, a lot of them have gone. Were they gone for lunch? Oh, they're just
They'll probably be around
photographs.
playing on
Yeah.
the aviation
I
stuff.
haven't made it over that part of the ground yet the last 2 days. I've stayed safe up here. That's a lovely, lovely cricket shot. Rob Yates, stand and deliver. Quality young players, Rob Yates. Recent university graduate. He's absolutely nailed that cover drive off Josh Davey. Tom Banton will fetch. So half an hour until the lunch interval. What have you got to do? Have you got to lead them out onto the pitch? What's your marshal them around the
I will. Yeah, there'll be a few. So I'll probably be escorting Stumpy and Twinkle and crowd controlling that. Taking lots of photos as well of kids with them, no doubt. There are a lot of phones knocking around yesterday. They all want the photos with the mascots.
Will that a lot of them go on the Cricket Foundation page? I guess Harry Trump's got a few, is he?
Yeah, so yeah, we've got Jacob Harry working for us
yes.
today as well. Harry will be taking photos. So yeah, so a lot of that will go on the social media and everything else. So yeah, it's nice to get the mascots out. Just add something else to the day, and it's something they kind of love. We've got a program we do in schools as well. Through WPA sponsor it, club sponsor as well. They sponsor our Stumpy program, so it's
I've got their shirt on today. Shout out to WPA. They're all over our commentary box wall.
So we go into schools. They play some cricket and they have a classroom lesson as well that is linked to 6 different things. So strength, teamwork, uniqueness, motivation, passion, kind of problem solving, just understanding a little bit more about themselves and some of the pros here. So Josh Davey, Sonny Baker, Fran and Sophie from Western Storm, all kind of linking to each one of those. Abe's is one of them as well. So the kids get to see what strength looks like to Tom Abel and how he's had to be, show real mental strength and resilience in his career, and then what that looks like for them within school and being able to kind of get over setbacks and that kind of stuff. So it's a really nice link into this place to hopefully inspire them that they can play cricket, they can see these guys as human beings as well, but actually also gives them the ability to understand that everyone is different, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, everyone can add something no matter what it could be, and that should be celebrated. And that when times are tough, there's always a way around it and there's always something they can do.
I think Tom Abel's a good example. I think of his hamstring injuries, getting injured against Exeter University in pre-season, then having to miss a few games. This is only his 3rd game, playing against Durham, playing against Notts, and playing here. Talisman, really, former captain. It's not ideal being injured in the summer. Josh Davey tries to get the ball changed again, but he's going to carry on. Yeah, you go through a lot as a cricketer. You think Sonny Baker's another good example, isn't he? The stress on his back from his quick bowling, the injuries he's had.
Yeah, so Sonny's really good. He's done a lot of stuff with us as a foundation. So he's been out to lots of primary schools that we deliver into. He's been to lots of our other community programs as well. So as well as kind of schools cricket and kind of all the rest of the stuff we do, whether it's women and girls, whether it's coaches, umpires, scorers. And we do a lot of work in the community as well, whether it's through disability cricket, walking cricket for older people kind of coming back to the game, some reminiscent stuff where kind of people with dementia get together and are able to kind of look at old sports kit and play different games and that kind of thing. Kind of Sonny's linked into lots of different things we've done and is a really, really good ambassador for the club. I've known him since he was 12 or 13 as well, so to be able to watch him grow up and
get
quicker and quicker.
Age groups, did he?
Yeah, so I coached him when he came into Devon at, I think it was under 12s or under 13s, and you could just see he was quick. And you could just see there was something there.
And Blaze similarly?
Yeah, so I saw a little bit of Blaze right at the very start when he was really young, and then kind of moved to Somerset, but he's got a lot of potential as well, and he's realising a lot of it now, and yeah, Sonny speaks very highly of him as well, in fairness. I did ask Sonny who he rated better out of him and his brother.
Yeah.
And in fairness, he did say his brother.
Did he? Oh, he's too modest and too nice, isn't he?
But
neither of them with the bat, though. Both with the ball, I presume.
Yeah.
They're both going to be a 9 or a 10 bat, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so.
So is that dad working hard with him as a kid? Is that a big factor in it?
I'd imagine so. Yeah, I think for any player to become real decent, you've got to have a lot of things in place, haven't you? Whether it's really supportive parents that are going to be massively important. If you
going to be hauled in by Tom Cullen-Campbell. Nice straight drive by Alex Davies. Josh Davies out his knee, trying to stop that. I think he's going to be right. Well, it's in the over, so we can have 6 balls relaxing. But yeah, it's brilliant, the links between the Devon. You know, we've seen Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Lammonby, Green, Bakers. You know, all these lads come up through Devon. Even Finn Hill recently scored 100 for the 2s last week. It's nice when we see these they try and get into Somerset through Devon. You know, a lot of them haven't even played for Devon minor counties or national counties now, but talk about the very positive links between the two.
Yeah, I think it's a relationship that, I said earlier, works kind of from the very top of the club all the way down to kind of the very bottom, whether it's, you know, like you said, the county age group sides meeting up and having a little kind of triangular tournament to the 2 foundations. So us as a foundation working with the Devon Cricket Foundation, you know, we work together on a lot of things. We share a lot of resources and kind of always on the end of the phone to help each other and support each other. So it's something that has massively benefited both counties, really.
Indeed. So I guess we better let you go and sort out your lunch plans shortly. You have to go and get Stumpy and Twinkle all ready to go.
Yeah, hopefully they're ready to go.
That's a nice shot, but no run. Mickey Vittoria stops it at cover. If I can eat my lunch quick enough, I'll pop down at lunch break to either have a cuddle with Stumpy or have a look at the pitch, have a little wander around. I feel like we almost need a half the pitch for the elder spectators who don't want to be anywhere near the kids, and then this half for the kids.
I think there's definitely been some tactical seating from some members today to find a slightly quiet spot. Yeah, well they were probably a little bit noisy yesterday, the kids, I reckon.
Well, maybe the frustration of the rain revved them up a little bit.
Yeah, just to see some cricket got them a bit excited. I think they seem to be having a good time, which is good.
Players might have to sprint off the field like when there's pitch invasions in Sabina Park in Jamaica or something like that before the kids come on. But Craig Overton into his 2nd over then. That short ball pulled by Alex Davies for 4 wasn't far away from Tom Cullen-Campbell. Always looks a bit forlorn down at fine leg. He's had his digit injuries. Part-time wicketkeeper, of course. He's had some problems with his hands, so I think sometimes they try and look after him by putting him down at fine leg, but fine leg all day in county championship wasn't much fun.
That's the wrong old day, isn't it?
Craig Overton maybe take a little bit of momentum from the bat. 35 not out at number 10. It's good for number 10, but pretty standard for Craig at number 7 normally. Maybe 8, depending on who's playing. I think of Stuart Broad when he gets a few runs and then tears in a little bit quicker bit more confidence. Or even a Mitchell Johnson, I always thought, if he whacked a few.
Yeah, I think it definitely has an impact, doesn't it? If you've done one well with one or the other, it just gives you that confidence, and just to go out and whether you give it a little bit more or whether it just feels easier or you feel more confident, and that just shows.
So we expect Will Rose at 3, Sam Hain at 4, pretty decent experienced top 4. Then we've got the slightly less experienced Mosley and Bethel at 5 and 7. Around Ed Barnard, who's that quality all-rounder at 6. Josh Davies can take his sweater off and continue to bowl from Trescothick Pavilion end. Killer Cadmore's now going to come up to mid-off, get back involved. Tom's mid-off and mid-on. 2 of the 4 Toms. Josh Davies with 2 slips and Lammerby at gully. Long leg is Jack Leach. Good bit of fielding by Tom Abel. They thought about single, but Tom Abel's good in the ring. Doesn't let them get that extra run. Somerset didn't screech past the follow-on target. They got there, but not many more afterwards. That was pretty important as Josh Davey and Tom Cadmore still look at this ball. Remember, this is the second ball. We're only 4 overs in. Ridiculous. This is, Polly Rose was talking to me earlier this morning, the score, about 16 overs an hour is meant to be bowled. And she said, generally Somerset are pretty good. Well, this is about the worst it's been as Tom Banton runs across to save 3.
It's a nice throwback as well.
Yeah, well,
just what you want as a keeper, isn't it?
We had a few of them. We played Taunton Dean in the T20 Cup last night, and we had some shocking overthrows. Yeah, was it Terry Monkridge Shield we were playing last night? And we lost to Chard in the first one in the Baker Cup. So we're in a T20 Cup final apparently at Taunton Vale the next week or 2. Not sure who we're playing. I can't keep up with all the Somerset Cups. There's so many going on. We seem to play in about 5 different cups. And this is the last one we're in now, having lost in the Village Cup on Sunday. So. Busy June is gradually winding down. Still another year gone by without me playing on this hallowed turf. Have you played on here, Scott?
No, unfortunately not.
We're doing what we can. Oh, I wouldn't announce it on comms, but we're trying really hard to find any way possible to potentially play on the grass at some point. Keep begging. Might have to commentate on the Major Cup final of probably end up being Bridgewater again, who knocked us out a couple of weeks ago. Not sure whether they'll have Carlos Brathwaite back. Yeah, I knew that was coming.
It's not what you want when you turn up to a game of club cricket, is it?
Midsummer Norton he played against in April, which a few of my lads didn't want to play for our pre-season game for Wemden, and said they went and watched. Carlos Brathwaite. Summed it up.
I think I probably would have been unavailable for Midsummer Norton that day.
Whacked a few sixes, but not done much with the ball. He'll be back in August. Play a few games at the end of the season. Will Smead potentially as well. Matthew Oldbourne, Ned Lennon. Yeah, there's a few pros knocking around there.
I think Will Smead's busy today. I think he's wandering across this afternoon at some point to say hello to all the kids and sign some autographs and take some photos. Which
you
organise
that? Just
so again, the club are brilliant in
yeah,
kind of adding lots and lots of cherries to the top of the cake on days like this. So yesterday, Ned and George Thomas came over.
Oh, brilliant!
Got stuck into the activation and some little competition for the kids and signing lots of autographs and taking lots of photos, and Will's come across today, which is nice.
Brilliant. Right, 1 ball left in the 5th over. I guess we shouldn't keep you from doing your actual job all day, really. You can't just hide in the commentary box. We'll have to send you back to...
I'm just thinking no one's knocked on the door yet to ask me, so thinking how long I could hide up here before they realise I'm gone. Which is probably quite a long time. I don't think they'd notice.
Well, we get Stephen Lamb back in for the last 20 minutes before lunch and see if Somerset can get the breakthrough they desperately need, really. No batting bonus points available in the second innings, of course, but Warwickshire in front as we speak. And looking pretty solid. Alex Davies finding the middle of the bat with his defensive shots. Well, thanks, Scott. We'll get Stephen Lamb is eagerly at the back of the box to come and join me for the rest of the session, but thanks for your time.
No worries, thank you.
There you go. As as Scott departs, we have a little advert for Queen Tribute Act here on Friday night. Thanks to Scott Chappell from the Somerset Cricket Foundation. Great work he's done with the 2 schools days today and yesterday. He's left his sunglasses, Scott. I shouldn't shout very unprofessionally on commentary. Anyway, he's got a cracking face paint. We should have... Oh, that's a little outside edge, squirted away past Gully. And Mead goes and gets it for his 1 run. We should have got the comms camera on, actually. Scott Chappell's wanting some brilliant face paint. Stephen, I thought you'd have gone to the face paint place to join in with that. We should have all had it done. Maybe that's where Pete is now. You never know where Pete's going to. He might be going to the farmer's market down the road to get some strawberries and blueberries. He might be going for a massage. He might be going to practice his golf in the indoor school, or he might be having a face paint. The fight with Armadillo was something else did last year. You never know what's going on. Anyway, the right-hander and the left-hander have swapped ends. Craig Overton now to Alex Davies. Take it off his legs for a while. Good chat with Mark Davis yesterday. The chat about Steve Davis, the snooker player. Steve Davies, the former Somerset wicket-keeper, left-handed bat. And people get the names wrong with Davis and Davies. Chris Rogers apparently once was telling Mark off for calling Steve. Maybe called Steve Davies Steve Davis?
Yes.
Called the left-handed England wicket-keeper after the snooker player.
It was Davies, and in the case of Alex, it's Davis, rather bizarrely.
Well,
he has got an E.
But that's what really winds me up. If it's an E, I go Davies. So technically, I've been saying it wrong for the last 5
I
overs.
checked with Richard Wilford yesterday morning,
Yes,
who is
Birmingham
next door to
City
us, and he is the Warwickshire commentator, and he is very clear that it's Davis.
That just winds me up.
Extending their lead. Warwickshire, it was 128 at the start. So effectively they're 145 without loss. Very much in control of this game. There's a long time to go. We're only in the first session of day 3. 20 minutes to go before lunch. It's 10 minutes later than usual today. Got some overs added on because of the stoppage yesterday. 104 overs in all today.
Oh, that's a good ball from Craig Overton. Does well to not nick that.
They've stuck to it pretty well, the 2 Somerset openers, but no breakthrough yet. Unending noise from the Trade Nation stand of a juvenile kind. Hearing about all those school kids earlier on. They're in pretty good voice. Of another Craig Overton over. 3 overs, 1 maiden. 0 for 8. Could be some hard work out there for the Somerset attack over the next 2 sessions. Josh Davey to continue. Bowling to Alex Davis. Used to keep wicket for Lancashire.
Indeed.
As well as scoring runs. But confines himself more to the latter nowadays. I'm sure he's well equipped to stand in if he was required to do so. It's a bit cloudier here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Well, drive, that's Can be cut off though. High cloud and a bit of haze over the Quantocks.
Not a purple haze. It's an old Beatles song, isn't it? Good knowledge by me, Stephen. No.
Not what I've come across, I have to admit.
Don't tell me I got that wrong. Did that in a school play when I was about year 7. Oh no, it wasn't the Beatles. Jimi Hendrix Experience, Purple Haze. And I just remember doing a solo in the school play years ago.
Slightly different artist.
Sorry, I let myself down there trying to let myself on.
Don't worry, I'll let it be.
Very good, very good.
It's been a pretty commanding performance by Warwickshire so far this morning.
I mean, talking about commanding performances, have we mentioned that young Lancashire Burnley seamer yet, Stephen? I was going to update his first couple of wickets, but we should probably just jump straight to it, really. Jimmy Anderson has 6 wickets. Repeat, 6 wickets. He's barely been bowling for an hour. They were batting earlier. He was not out and declared on without getting a chance to score a run. Keaton Jennings deprived himself of getting double 100. The way it's gone now, he could have got his double 100, let Jimmy Anderson get a few runs, then declared, and Jimmy still could have got 6, and they could still have won the game with a day and a half to get through 4 innings.
What happens if he does that at Lord's next week?
Well, yes, you're in good point, Stephen. Oh, sorry, yes. We're going to play some inexperienced lads and not play the lad who's got 6 wickets the game before.
But if he, it's supposed to be his last test, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's been confirmed and verified, et al.
Bowling consultant, isn't he?
And but he got 6 for in the first innings. I don't know.
So Joe Clark went for a duck straight into Keaton Jennings' hands at the slip. He got Hamid earlier before that, and Young was the second one. Young for 2. Matty Hurst got a low catch. So Hamid, Young and Clark is a pretty good first 3 to get. Then he's right through the middle order as well. Just ridiculous, really. Ben Stokes bowling at the same time as well in a different game for Durham against Worcestershire. It's all going on in the county championship as Twinkle and Stumpy are getting the school kids even more excited 10 minutes before the lunch interval. It's
on the gap.
Going to be 2, is it? Tom Banton charging round. Yeah, easy 2 for Alex Davies. I still want to call him Davies. Alex Davis. Sorry. It just doesn't make sense. If there's an E in it, it's Davies, in my opinion. But is that long vowel, short vowel sounds?
Richard Wilford knows all these players. Yeah. So I'm going to trust him.
Yeah, no, you're right. You should.
That. And actually the other one, which I didn't know about and wouldn't probably have asked, is that it may be spelt Moseley, but it's actually pronounced Moseley.
And isn't there a place in Birmingham called Moseley as well, just make it more confusing? Dan Moseley. Yeah, I might just write it phonetically. Dan Moseley.
Craig Overton to continue. This will be his 4th over. Sharing the new ball with Josh Davey. That was the format in the first innings as well. Davis competently forward. Yes, Stumpy has walked the full length of that area in front of the Trade Nation stand. And he's, as you see, he's going down very well. Must be hot in there.
Yeah, wow, imagine doing it in 30 degrees. I was Stumpy at Taunton Town Football Club when it was -5. So I chose the best day to do it possible. Taunton against Yeovil, and you wouldn't believe the amount of abuse I got from the Yeovil fans. They said, half of you Yeovil fans support Somerset cricket anyway. Well, yeah, both of them from near Yeovil. What have you got against me? I think they didn't quite twig what Somerset cricket mascot was doing. He's got his county championship top on as Jacob Harry takes a few pictures as well.
Well played, Stumpy. I did Pudsey once on Children in Need Day.
Did you?
And that
Brilliant.
was hot.
I was also Tilly and Terry the Terrier for Huddersfield Town when I worked up there when they were in the Premier League a few years back.
That's nicely played, but he's found the man again. That's been a bit of a feature of this Warwickshire innings, that you've seen some lovely strokes that have gone straight to fielders. Andy Umeed in that instance.
Good bit of fielding from Hamid.
This time he's found the gap.
So I'm just going to have to turn my effects mic down as that lovely cut shot for 4 by Rob Yates is slightly interrupted by Screaming School, because I don't think they're screaming at the 4. I think they're screaming at 2 mascots.
Proper reward for the shot that time.
Good shot, yeah. He really put his hand through it. He's a talented player, Rob Yates, big fan of his.
Adjustment in the field. That's still 3 slips in.
Well played. 104 overs here today, remember. And they also scheduled 104 overs at the Oval, but between 11 and 12 they had a bit of a delay. Play did resume just after 12 o'clock, but they lost 10 overs in the day. So they're down to 94 in that big clash between Surrey and Essex.
Plenty of heart, Craig Overton, but no reward for it as yet. Whether he'll have a bit of a break at this stage. It's 4 overs he's bowled so far, maybe a couple more. Not content just with Stumpy. We've got Twinkle.
That's not Matt Renshaw, is it? Wasn't Matt Renshaw in that outfit not long ago? I'm pretty sure Bobby Tracy away, Somerset against Devon, the warm-up for the Metrobank One Day Cup a couple of years ago, all in the Royal London back then. Pretty sure Matt Renshaw got involved. A great man that he is. Jack Leach, is he going to have an early bowl? I think he is. This is exciting, Stephen.
Must be pretty hot inside Twinkle All-Stars as well. It's got a thick piece of garb to carry around with you. They're earning their lunch, Stumpy and Twinkle.
Well, we've got 6 minutes until that luncheon interval, and Jack Leach is going to have at least 1 over, probably just 1 realistically, with a few field changes happening.
So on first change this time, Jack Leach. It's a difference from yesterday. We saw all the seamers tried in succession before Jack came on. But straight into the attack today in the 9th over in place of Josh Davey. This is the end from which he bowled initially yesterday. Switched to the river end later on. Two for 69, Jack in the first innings from his 20. And here's his first ball in the second.
Oh,
it's no ball.
Jack Leach, that is amateur. That's a big fine and ticking off, because that was quite a good ball, speared in the stumps.
Well, they were starting to appeal from behind the stumps, but the arm was already up, the umpire's arm. Might be interesting to see it again, actually.
Another leg side, do you reckon?
Probably. Would have needed to do a lot to straighten enough to hit the stumps. So difficult to give. It's on target. Will Jack be able to extract any kind of turn from this wicket? Wasn't really there yesterday, but it is more worn now.
Did we mention Ben Green's first-class best of 77 not out? Leicestershire bowled out for 372. Middlesex set a victory target of 466. Now, Louis Kimber is not in the Middlesex 11, so you'd be pretty confident Leicestershire win that game with Louis Kimber in their 11. But you never know, there's been some mental chases in recent times. Cam Bancroft did miss out on a double 100 for Gloucestershire. He got 184. James Bracey was scoring a daddy 100 also.
Well,
I think pad first today. Massive appeal that. Went off the bat to backward point, but Leach and Craig Overton were jumping around. Maybe just squeezed it back pad together. We're going to get you a replay here. Back on leg stump to start with is Alex Davies. Triggers across. Well, I think he's hit that. I'm not quite sure what the appeal was for there.
Maybe they thought pad first.
Yeah, I don't think it was.
Just brushed the pad on the way through to the bat, perhaps. Defensively forward to complete the over. Interesting start from Jack Leach. Just the 2 runs off it in the end.
We talk about Bridgewater cricketers and overseas at Bridgewater. Well, surprisingly, Will Williams, former Bridgewater man, has taken 2 catches at slip to Jimmy Anderson. He took a wicket in 5 overs in a row. Jimmy Anderson's best figures were 7 for 19. He's got 6 for 18 from 9, having not played since March. Quite ridiculous. Quite ridiculous at Southport, of course. Notts in disarray. 40 for 6 they were when Anderson got his 6th. It was Liam Patterson-White. Left arm spinner.
Craig is going to have another go from the river end. Going to Rob Yates, who's on 11. Alex Davis is on 12. Warwickshire extending their lead here. This will almost certainly be the last over before lunch.
Yeah.
Taken 10 minutes later than usual as they try to make up for some of yesterday's lost overs. A 104 to be bowled in all today. Actually, we'll probably have lost a couple of them because of the change of innings.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. We were going to get a walkie-talkie to get Polly on call, weren't we? But haven't got around to it yet. Do miss having Polly next door.
Well bowled. An aggressive touch to his follow-through from Craig Overton.
Big shout out to Jack Leaning. Had that awful injury, that broken left hand. Remember, he missed the game here, and they missed him. Missed his off spin, missed his stoic batting. Kent have really struggled in the county championship this year, but 200s in consecutive innings for Jack Leaning with that injury a few weeks apart. Although Kent still haven't avoided the follow-on. They could do with someone supporting Jack Leaning there. Hampshire still on top in that match. Jimmy Anderson came off after 10 overs for his 6 for 19. George Bolton replaced him with Notts 44 for 6. And Ben Stokes, another man, has got a few wickets. More recently got Rob Jones, the former Lanksman, who's at Worcestershire. Worcestershire 3 down pretty early on.
One delivery of the morning session left then. And that is a maiden over, completed by the Somerset captain. 25 without loss at the end of it. Warwickshire having bowled Somerset out for 284. So that's a first innings lead overall of 153. Effectively 153 without loss. So Warwickshire in firm control of this match as the players troop off for lunch. That's the story of the game so far over the last 3 days. Somerset, that innings dominated by the stand between Tom Abel and Tom Banton. Tidy figures for Craig Overton, but nothing in the wickets column. Yates and Davis will come out again after lunch, and we will be back here to take you through the afternoon session. Hope very much you can join us then.
Trying to scoop it, it's gone high, he's got another catch by Alfie Osborne on. It's gone a long way, he's knocked his off stump back.
Ridiculous. Seriously, a ridiculous shot.
Danny Baker's 5-wicket haul. The way he's bowled a full bugger, and Ben Green has belted it into the stand 4 in a row, and his maiden 100 for Somerset. Goes again, goes even bigger this time. Wow, where has that gone?
Oh, he goes again. At least he's got this. Six. Touches, that could be the final wicket. Yes, Tom Abel has got it.
Highest score in a T20 ever.
Newton, and he gets the main man out, Will Young.
Gregory goes, and he goes big. Sandcroft's got
That beautiful touch.
And that is Tom Banton's maiden first-class century. He has made it off. A century for Lewis Goldsworthy and Mike. That is James Rose, maiden first-class century. Tremendous inning.
And it's another one.
That is a block outside our stump, and Jack Brooks has the breakthrough for Somerset. Another massive breakthrough. Jack Brooks has run away to the point. He might be off your camera.
One end.
When you bat at your best, there's no distractions. You're engrossed in the game, you're in, I guess, the zone, a little bit cliche. You're not really consciously thinking about anything. You almost let all of that practice, all of that hard work sort of take over. I'm doing it with an element of freedom, and I'm not worried too much about the risk or getting things wrong. Actually, I'm taking the game on, and I think that's probably where my game's made a huge shift over the last couple of years. I'm Sophie Luff, captain of Western Storm, and I'm a top order batter. My first memories of cricket would have been probably 5 or 6 years old in the garden. My dad played club cricket, still does play club cricket, believe it or not, and I've got a younger brother, Jack, who was always in the garden throwing balls at me. I was always throwing balls at him. So it started from there, really. I remember every weekend, every Saturday was spent at our local cricket club, and yeah, I just fell in love with the game from there, really. Yeah, I'd say both my experiences at school and at club were I was a sole girl in a lot of boys' teams, and to be honest, that was the norm for me. I actually really enjoyed it. I was a bit of a tomboy growing up anyway. I loved playing football, playing cricket, and I found myself in those environments more often than not. I thought it was a real challenge. I always sort of had a point to prove, I guess, being the only girl. You used to get a few comments around, well, they've got a girl playing, and I always wanted to show my worth, and I think that's something that stayed with me throughout my career, really. Yeah, I think as captain, there's a responsibility on me to lead from the front. I make no bones about it. I talk openly about wanting to lead from the front and put in as many match-winning performances for Western Storm as possible. I'm incredibly passionate about the club, about the team, and I want to see it go from strength to strength. And you know, with me as captain of the ship, I guess it's on me to sort of lead the way, pave the way for the next girls coming through. And you know, one thing I'd like to think that I will do is sort of leave it in a better place than what it was when I started my captaincy stint. You know, having a really positive impact on what cricket is played at Western Storm, how we go about things, both on and off the pitch. Yeah, I absolutely do see myself as a role model to younger girls in the dressing room, as a senior player in the environment. I work on the academy as well as a coach, so I can see the next crop of players coming through and feel like I can have a real positive influence on some of those girls as well in their development and hopefully their careers in the future. But I also want to inspire the little girl that comes along to a Western Storm game and experiences cricket for the first time sat in the stands. And I think we've all got a role to play in that, but it's something that I really enjoy doing and take a lot of pride in.
Hi, I'm Neve Hollands, I'm 17 and I'm an all-rounder for Western Storm. I always enjoyed it from the start, and it was something my parents always said, you want to do something you enjoy when you're older, and I think it's something that's kind of stuck with me. Ultimately, I'm playing with my mates. It's something that I have to be grateful for. I probably forget about that quite a lot when I get kind of hooked up in things. Probably say when I got to about 14, I got asked to play for Somerset women, and at that level, I kind of thought, oh, I'm really enjoying this, and kind of my competitive side kind of came out a lot more. And I was like, I looked up to a lot of people in the Western Storm side that are in it now. For example, like Sophie Luff. I saw that I played with her with Somerset, and she also played for Western Storm at the time. And I thought, oh, I could do this. And obviously it's all happened very quickly for me, which is exciting. And someone like Luffy and Fran, they're kind of, what they saw ahead of them was I have to play for England to be a professional cricketer. But for me, that stepping stone is I can play for Western Storm and do it as a job, do it as a living. Whereas probably at my age, they probably thought, what other job could I do alongside playing cricket? So I think it's made it a lot easier for people my age, and they can definitely see a pathway to where they want to go.
Hi, I'm Fran Wilson. I play for the Western Storm. I'm a batter and I'm vice captain. How do I feel being seen as a successful woman in sport? First of all, a bit of imposter syndrome. I just kind of play cricket, and but then I guess if you think about it a little bit, it's you do feel like a bit of a pioneer, especially like the era that me and my kind of age group grew up in. I don't think we'll see that again, where you're literally the only girl in a boys' team, and kind of all those hurdles that you had to overcome, but you didn't even think about it at the time. So I guess a bit of a pioneer and a bit of history that, you know, you've taken the game to the next level. Yeah, that would be how I feel about it. So the way that the women's game has developed in the last 5 years, there's so many girls playing, and it's across all different demographics now. I think before it was girls with brothers who would be playing, but now it's girls who used to play hockey who'd come into the game, state school, private school, everyone. So I think it's a lot more accessible. So Lights a Chance to Shine's probably really helped. And also along with that, I think the level of the girls coming in. So the ones who are like 17, 18 now have had really good support since they were probably 11, 12, like really good coaching. And I think that's meant that they're ready to play the professional game, the international game, a little bit younger. Yeah, it's quite scary how good the kids coming through now are. So basically, I feel like a whole new professional level of the game has been added, but the facilities and the infrastructure is still behind, still where it was. And it's amazing that we've now got however many pros across the country, but if you've got all these pros and they've got nowhere to train, it's kind of a bit conflicting. So I think there needs to be a real push and a real emphasis on facilities, coaches, physios, and it's pretty urgent. So that would be the barrier for us right now as professionals.
Hey, I'm Nat Rafe. I'm a wicketkeeper batter for Western Storm. Like, the mental side of the game, I'd say I've struggled with more than the physical side, especially after becoming pro and like feeling that pressure of like, this is my job, I want to keep my job. It's definitely got hard to deal with that sometimes. I think the progression in women's sport has been like quite evident recently. So you've had the Women's Euros. I've definitely been following that, and I've seen some quite big crowds there. And just like speaking with my friends about it, which you maybe wouldn't have seen in the last few years. And I think you can see the same in cricket. Like the World Cup in Australia was very well viewed. Oh yes, I've seen a huge change in the last 5 years in women's cricket. So like now, you have the opportunity to make it your career. And whereas before, it would probably only be the England girls that have that chance, it's now people playing at a regional level that get to do that as well, which is really good.
The one piece of advice I'd probably give to my younger self and give to younger girls coming into the game now is just remember why you play, like know why you play, because like I said, there's so many highs, so many lows, but you can always come back to why you play. So for me, it's because I love the game and I love playing with my teammates, and like I'm hungry to succeed. I've always got that drive, that ambition, and I think if you can keep coming back to those reasons, then you'll keep waking up the next day and going to the gym and putting in that hard session, turning up, doing your skills, doing everything that's required of you as a professional cricketer to keep getting better day on day. So yeah, remember why you play.
Keep doing that and you'll get a nick, alright?
Yeah. I'll keep trying to force myself wide. I was good to left. I bowled. I was a couple were good, a couple of the other side, but there's not a lot off the surface.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Session 2 of day 3 of this county championship match between Somerset and Warwickshire. And it's Warwickshire who hold the cards at the moment. 25 without loss in their second innings, having bowled Somerset out for 284. Somerset taking just one of the potential 5 batting points. And the lead on first innings was 128, and that gives you a position where Warwickshire are effectively 153 without loss. I'm Stephen Lamb, Peter Trigo with me, and some hard work in prospect run fields for the Somerset attack.
Afternoon, Lammy. Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be the case. We have Jack Leach de-hatting and taking off his jumper and giving it to Rob Bailey, who's switched ends for the second inning. So that's a bit of a sign of the session we've got ahead of us. I think Somerset will be hopeful just to contain first and foremost, pick up a couple of wickets, and I suppose really for the hope of the game in a positive sense, we're hoping that that little bit of rough has roughed up. Your brogue's taken a few little dents out of the pitch, and we can get a little bit of tweak from our man Jack Leach.
So I'll feel I've made a contribution then.
You are Somerset's 12th man today for sure. Yeah, so I think that was the interesting, it was the talking point clearly day one, wasn't it, for anyone that watched the live stream, that quite obvious sort of patch of green and then the quite abrupt end to the green and then into the brown. But like we said earlier in the pitch report, there wasn't any sign of that sort of fluffing up, roughing, giving any sort of abrasion to the ball to promote a bit of spin. We just hope over that first opening session that is the case, and we're soon to find out, because it's a nice hard cricket ball for Leachy to toil away with.
Yeah, and happily that wasn't a no ball. He did start with a no ball before lunch, which was rather unexpected.
Yeah, he's obviously extra loose, but both edges in play. He'll, like most left-arm spinners, just try and show one to turn and then attack that shin. Get one to slide onto those pads or through the gate. Al Davis is a pretty aggressive player by nature. Wouldn't surprise me to see him use his feet if he doesn't see any spin. But this is very much the session where Warwickshire will be looking to build on that lead. I don't think there's any real rush for them to do anything necessarily, just accumulate runs and keep Somerset out of the wickets column.
Well, they've certainly got plenty of time. Another day tomorrow. Somerset batting this morning a bit disappointing. Tom Abel didn't add to his overnight score. Got a good straight one from Michael Booth. Then a couple of indifferent shots.
Yeah, 284 is by no means what you'd want from your batting lineup on a pitch like this. A couple of indifferent dismissals last night and today so far, but I suppose the important thing in the grand scheme of today was getting past that follow-on total. But yeah, it's certainly going to be an attritional middle session today, one would think.
Yeah, that was the biggest moment really of the morning, when Somerset got past that follow-on figure.
That last ball there, just looking to slide onto that front pad of Al Davis. Nice piece of bowling there from Jack Leach.
So no damage done yet to the Warwickshire lineup in their second innings.
We've got the broad shoulders of Miguel Pretorius bowling from the River End, our official health insurance partner, WPA. Thanks for all your support, making it possible for me and Lammy to be here in fine fettle and good health.
Absolutely. Miguel Pretorius was blameless, I felt, for his dismissal. He just got a brilliant Yorker, didn't he, from Ollie Hannon Derby. Yeah,
I was stood up a couple of doors away, and it was it looked like it did hoop away quite late. The away swinging Yorker was a very difficult ball to face. If you ever get one, you don't really see too many away swinging Yorkers these days. It was a serious ball. Anyway, he'll be looking to return the favour.
Firm drive from Davis, won't be a run. But really, really well on the morning of day one, Pretorius. That was the standout spell of bowling for Somerset in this game. Brought him 3 wickets. Can he produce anything similar to that, approaching that?
Yeah, I have to say, when I first had a look at the scorecard and saw 4 for not many, and then later on in the day seeing the Warwickshire batters racking up that big score, you know, over 400, you wouldn't have expected that after the first session. Lovely square drive there from Yates, nicely controlled. Instant reaction from the captain to send the point fielder Andy Amid out to the point boundary. 3 slips waiting for a mistake.
It's going to be an action straight away. Got to come in for that one. They take a single. In fact, if that had gone to where Umid had been, they probably wouldn't have got a run. And then that's cricket for you.
Don't get me started, Lammy. Al Davis has a pretty reasonable track record of scoring some big runs. Started with Lancashire, moved down to Midlands, a lovely straight drive there. Leachy's going to cut that off. Good committed dive there at mid-on.
Yeah, he thought about it for a moment, realised that was really the only way to intercept it.
If I have to.
That's a wicket, I think. Or is it going to be given? No. Very confident shout.
Everyone very confident apart from the 2 that count, really, I suppose. The batter's doing a real good job of acting that one away, and umpire not interested. Looks really regulation. If there was a noise, you kind of think it could only have been the bat.
And yeah, Pretorius seemed sure, didn't he?
Yeah, very strange. Very, very positive reaction from everyone involved.
He's got to try again. Won't be a run for that, but the way his reaction was, he just carried on with his follow through, and it looked like he thought, yeah, no question, that's out. He only appealed as an afterthought.
It was a Broad-esque sell appeal, wasn't it? He was convinced. There was obviously a noise, and it could have only been the bat, but who knows? Who knows? There's one bloke out there that, you know, you'd probably have to stare him down, get your poker face on, and see if you'd call that bluff. We've got another young Somerset cricketer having a little look at the foundation games. Will Smead, I wonder if he's had a little bit of a go on the inflatable game. He's just having a nice relaxed day, getting ready for a bit of a bish bash bosh on Friday. Leach to continue.
Haven't seen any particular sign of turn since he came on just before the lunch interval. Well, he'll be a bit frustrated to have found the fielder there. Yard either side, that would have been a boundary.
Yeah, early sweep shot. I don't think Leachy will be that bothered about the sweep shot. I think maybe leaving that vacant and having the square leg up is encouraging that. You know that with there not being a huge amount of spin on offer, if you miss a sweep, chances are you'll be walking off LBW. So yeah, a little bit of a gamble there, because I know Al Davis is a good sweeper, but Leachy seems pretty happy to encourage it.
defence again from Davis.
I think I'd almost like to see that man round the corner at short leg, really. I'm not really sure what would have to happen for the ball to go there. It'd almost have to be quite a bad leg side ball. I think that last ball had a real chance of maybe inside edge onto pad. It's definitely not going to go that fine if it does go off of the back pad. Quite an unusual position.
That's a tidy over. Second maiden for Jack Leach. Well, just the 3 in all.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Warwickshire batters will be very aware of what a great opportunity they have this afternoon to pile on a sizable score for their team and individually.
Pretorius then going to go round the wicket to the left-handed Rob Yates. Nicely played, but there is that protection out there now in the form of Andy Umeed. Deep backward point, just a single. So left hand switches to right hand. Well populated, the ground here at Taunton today, boosted by those school kids in the Trade Nation stand and elsewhere. Tom Abel is at mid-wicket. But there's a pretty reasonable crowd if you take the school children out of the equation, and has been all 3 days so far. Probably the best crowd was Sunday, but pretty good all the way through.
Yeah, the sporting crowds never let you down in the southwest. As I said earlier, I think maybe a few southwest summer sport fans have just been lured down the road to see some of the golfing superstars. 36 holes in one day.
Wow.
8 hours of golf, at least. Beautiful day here at Taunton. Hardly a breath out there. Even though it's a little bit chilly when you get outside. There's a little bit of a chill in the air. It's not quite as warm as it looks through the glass. And obviously, I had a bit of a accident with the aircon machine a minute ago.
I thought you'd set us on fire.
I've accidentally, for those who obviously can't feel what we're feeling right now, you might see a bead of sweat dripping down our foreheads at some stage. I had a little bit of a little play with the aircon machine. I've turned up to about 1,000 degrees. So we're all suffering at the moment, and I do take full responsibility.
I'm quite surprised it's programmed to go up that high.
Supernova setting, I think I accidentally slipped it onto.
Actually, the sun is just about breaking through at the moment. Haven't seen all that much of it today, but it is. You can see some shadows out there. I'd say it may be about 3/4 out, the sun. It's always nice to see.
Probably a bit of a blessing in disguise. It's not a full sunny day really, with all those children in the Trade Nation stands with no covering. Pretty sure the parents will be happy that their kids aren't going to come home half baked.
Yeah. They'd have gone home pretty wet yesterday. Heavy burst of rain which went on for getting on for a couple of hours.
Apparently one of the schools that have travelled today have come all the way from Penzance.
That's a hike.
That is commitment from the teachers, that, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's got to be getting on for 3 hours, I'd have thought.
Yeah. Can you imagine that? 3 hours on a coach with a load of 6-year-olds. Good luck. Good luck. Anyway, Warwickshire 34 without loss. Yates 17. Davis 15. Both faced pretty much an equal amount of deliveries. Just looking to nullify this new ball. Looks like they're doing a pretty good job so far with Jack Leach already into the attack. He bowled an extraordinary amount of overs last week, Jack Leach. Didn't he? 68, 70 overs, somewhere around there. You'll certainly be feeling it.
Somebody other than Jimmy Anderson has taken a couple of wickets.
Boo.
Against Notts. Anderson had the first 6, and I was wondering whether he'd take all 10, but Tom Bailey has intervened. 81 for 8, Notts, in reply to Lancashire's 353.
Wouldn't that be some story if he'd have taken all 10? I wonder if there's any scenario where he does so well in this test that they... I do get the sense that it wasn't a Jimmy Anderson only decision, this, and it was kind of a semi-push.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's anything that he could do to reverse that. And
well,
because he's still... I mean, watching the footage of his 6 wickets, he was still bowling with good pace. I mean, you know, the players, you know, in particular Joe Clark, one of the best young batters in the country. I mean, he was all over him.
Well, Vic Marks was asking exactly that question, Triggs, a couple of days ago. What happens if he takes 11 at Lord's?
Well, he'll go in front of the late, great Shane Warne, who's on 708, I believe. He's on 700 at the moment, but it's just the... You know, I suppose you have to be really, really confident that the next batch of bowlers are as good, if not better, and some would say that doesn't really look to be the case right now.
I certainly had the impression that what started it was this sense that Rob Key, Brendan McCullum didn't see Anderson being effective necessarily in Australia in 18 months' time.
Well, and
they feel they need to build
towards
towards
that.
that.
18 months. There's quite a few test matches to play in between that. Leachy just getting a little bit of help outside off stump. That was that's almost landed in the heel of Stephen Lamb's brogue mark that he made earlier. So maybe a little bit of an offering there from your work this morning, Stephen.
You're going to get me into trouble.
I hope so. I'm doing my very best. Well, we have evidence that the heel of that brogue did touch the strip just fractionally. So if anything turns from sort of, you know, the edge of the strip onto the stump, so we're talking about what, 5 foot. If there's 5 foot of spin at any stage, I mean, you could be in a whole heap of trouble.
Still Pretorius in the meantime with anything but spin. This will be his 3rd over. These 2 batters were amongst the 4 top order failures for Warwickshire in the first innings, so they'll be keen to atone for that. Warwickshire, remember, 40 for 4 on day 1, and they've recovered to be in really firm control now. Yates made just 15 in the first innings and Davis 9.
Yeah, the travelling batting lineup come to Taunton, and that's not the yield they're after for a week's work here.
Yates is actually facing the man who accounted for him in the first innings. catch for Aldridge at second slip.
Well, watching the highlights yesterday, he bowled some seriously good deliveries. There was that over early on where he looked like he was going to take a wicket every ball.
Yeah, it was a great spell.
Just that little bit of juice in the grass has obviously just died away with the sunshine over 2 days. It's quite noticeably a lot lighter in colour. That dark green tinge has gone away, hasn't it now? There we go. I'm hoping what I'm seeing prepared, Stephen, could get us through 5 minutes with a bit of a chuckle. Just about to have... Oh, there it is. I've seen a highlight. Ladies and gents. Very controversial moment that we need to discuss on the live stream at the end of this over with Mr. Lamb. I hope that you will all pile onto the comments and, you know, see what you would do if you were the match referee here at Taunton this week, and what punishment you'd suggest for Stephen Lamb.
I'm just concentrating.
Lammy, can you put the live stream feed on your laptop, please? We need to keep up to date with your punishment penance you'll be serving.
Not sure where to find it.
Nice shot there from Yates through square cover. Good bit of fielding there from Andy Hamid, tidying up, not giving away that second run, and that's the end of the over. So we're gonna call this Brogue Gate.
It's fair to say, Stephen, hasn't
there we go. I'm innocently standing off the pitch, as you can see there, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Stephen Lamb's size 9 brown Grenson just on the edge of that pitch there. I think if you see where Craig Overton's walking about now, that's probably about the area. Oh no, bit foot wrong side.
I think in fairness, it's only the toe end.
Well, yeah, I've seen you walk up and down these stairs. You know, you could hear the clip-clops from 3 miles away. Well, ladies and gents, what do you think?
Jack Leach is going to continue looking to turn that one into the left-hander, but there's not much there. Single for Robbie Yates. Warwickshire press on. 41 without loss. He's dropped into a decent rhythm as Leach. Playing a miss. Something we've come to expect of him, really, with all the experience he's got now with the senior members of the Somerset side. Sharp single taken by Al Davis. The lead steadily extending.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be anything overly pulse raising this session. It's going to be a bit of an accumulation job, but a little bit of something going on outside that area of interest, we'll call it, outside the left-handers off stump. Leach throwing it out there nice and wide. You can see those footholes of Pretorius's size 13s out there, a little bit of rough. Being a hybrid wicket, you can see the material they weave into the ground, can't you? Do you remember when you saw that out there, that you could see those little sprigs of I would imagine some sort of like I don't know, nylon-y type stuff.
Twine or
yeah, I'm
string.
not really sure what it is, but yeah, you can see that they're just exposed as the ground around it's been worn away. Maybe that might help the ball do a little bit. We need something to happen, don't we? If you're a Somerset fan, of course.
Yeah,
I'm sure if you're a Warwickshire fan, you'd be more than happy to see this wicket flatten out for the rest of today.
They're sticking to it well, the Somerset attack. At the moment, what, 42... OK, they haven't taken a wicket yet, but 17 overs to make 42 runs. It's not a run fest by any standards. Steady going. But the great thing from Warwickshire's point of view is they're in such a strong position already that they don't need to do anything fancy. Just grind away.
Yeah, I think I suppose that was my off-air lack of enthusiasm for what might happen this session. I think the Somerset's goal will be to contain, which isn't always the most exciting viewing, and Warwickshire's goal is probably to accumulate, which I suppose goes hand in hand with Somerset's plan that we could see a quite turgid style of cricket the next couple of hours. Not to put you off, of course, because, you know, when you've got Pretorius and Leach and Overton in the attack, anything can happen.
And we'll do our best to keep you entertained from up here as well.
Well, yeah, you brought a nice little collection from your archives, haven't you? You've got the Somerset Almanac from the 23-24 season. We've got A History of Somerset's Cricket, Sunshine, Sixes and Cider by David Foote. And Ton Up for Somerset, Somerset's centenary year from 1975.
And so that is...
I mean, if that doesn't get the pulses raising, I don't know what will. On a Tuesday afternoon, Monday afternoon. What day are we on?
Tuesday.
Yeah, there we go.
But yeah, it's very nearly 50 years since that came out, and I found it at Lansdowne Cricket Club just last winter, actually, because there was a book sale going on there. It's a guy called Chris Williams, who has been trading cricket books for a long time, and he was getting rid of some excess stock, and I was nosing around. That's off the outside edge, but falling safe will be a single. They want two, and they get it comfortably in the end. But with preparations underway for Somerset's 150th anniversary, it was quite interesting to have a look at that. It's a very young Vic Marks, top left.
The haircuts are, you know, they say that fashions come round, but haircuts from the 70s haven't. I don't think they're ever coming back round. Must have been. It's almost like the only way I'm sure we could probably show it on the camera in here, but it's almost like the haircuts are in the shape of a deerstalker hat, aren't they?
Let's see what we can do.
It must have been in Somerset back in the 70s. It must have been really cold around the ears.
Vic Marks is top left.
That's a beauty, that Dennis Breakwell. It looks like a border collie.
Terrific. There is actually going to be a book which I think may be slightly more substantial than that one that's going to be published to celebrate the 150th anniversary. The end of the over, 44 without loss, Warwickshire. So 172 effectively without loss if you add the first innings lead. But we go back, a few of us between us. I did the era between the end of the Second World War and 1970, which was fascinating actually. There's a lot that I learned, not least about Harold Gimblett and what an important part he was. He's celebrated with Gimlett's Hill these days, and it's a fully deserved celebration for the contribution that he made awful lot depending on his batting in the immediate post-war years. And he suffered from depression a bit, and eventually it just got a bit much for him, really. Having to churn out ton after ton with not much happening at the other end. He runs here, at least 2. That's what they're going to settle for.
There's some great names from back in the day, aren't there? Some beauties. Fascinating. I'm sure we'll have to purchase that keepsake when it comes out next year, especially if you've put a bit of blood, sweat and tears into it.
It's quite funny, there's a wicketkeeper, Harold Stevenson, who statistically at least is Somerset's best. He's got great figures, played for a long time, but he was called Harold, and when he came into the dressing room, Harold Gimblett was already there, and he wasn't having it. He wasn't having another Harold, so he became Steve, and that stuck all the way through.
Well, I think my favourite name so far in the very early part of the club, Horace Hazel. What a magnificent name that is. Yeah. Horace Hazel.
Bertie Buse.
Brilliant.
Farmer Jack, he was Somerset captain. And yeah, there's a piece by Colin Atkinson in there. Come back to it. There's Leach bowls and more defence. Colin Atkinson, after whom the pavilion opposite us is named, and he was the first captain to lead Somerset in a Lord's final. And they were beaten by Kent, but it was a very good day, and it was felt to be the most entertaining final so far at the time. I think it was 1967.
Rich history for Somerset in particular, and I suppose, you know, if we've got any listeners from Warwickshire, I'm gonna go with Horace Hazel as my favourite name from the histories. Any Warwickshire fans want to pop in on the comments and see if we can get someone to a name to match that quality from the archives of the history of Warwickshire County Cricket Club.
Yeah, it was 1967 that they first got to a Lord's final. Somerset knocked out Leicestershire, Warwickshire, Northants and Lancashire. But there's some lovely pieces of writing about it. Gordon Ross, the contingent from Somerset with their pitchforks, straw and barrels of cider won the hearts of the crowd.
Well, while you were reading that, you must have needed a few beers and ciders to get yourself through that. We've got a festival coming up, over 100 beers and ciders, Friday the 2nd of August, 2 p.m. What a magnificent event that will be. Live music, and if you're into your ales and ciders from all the little farms and beer makers from the southwest, that'd be a hell of a day out. I'm not going to vouch for the following morning, but I think that you'll have a pretty good day, that's for sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend trying all 100 species. That would be quite difficult to do. Maybe stop at 10.
Halves, you have to have halves, wouldn't you? Yates on 26 off 61 balls. Similar sort of scoring rate for Al Davis. Warwickshire closing in on that 50-run partnership for this opening pair.
I'll take you back just once more to 1967, that day at Lord's. It was a sunlit September day, and David Foote wrote, Somerset supporters joyfully and noisily in evidence among the 20,000 crowd came in their farming smocks and war paint.
Brilliant. Could only imagine, couldn't you?
Their incessant banter was rustic and good-humoured, though not, one imagines, entirely to the liking of headquarters' haughtier and more traditional cricketing residents.
The West Country unleashed on St John's Wood.
There was a Somerset-Gloucestershire final, wasn't there? A bit later on. And that's the ultimate West Country derby, a final at Lord's.
Yeah, in modern times, a couple of weeks ago, the Gloucesters got over the line against Somerset in a magnificent 20-over match at Bristol. Always brilliant to play in the West Country derby. Pretorius to Davis, just trying to force it a little bit, getting the feeling like he's looking to try and score. Just a little bit on the up, that one. Lead by 176. Somerset certainly ticking the box of what they're trying to do. If they're not taking wickets, they don't want to go for too many runs, so a run rate of 2.42, very 1967-esque. Oh,
Nicely
that's a
driven.
beautiful shot. Beautiful shot, Al Davis. Over pitch slightly, drifting into middle and leg, and Davis has played a glorious on drive all the way along the carpet for 4 to end Pretorius' 5th over.
It's not what the bowler wants to see, is it? A ball driven firmly and with perfect timing straight back past you.
Yeah, it's probably going to end up on about middle stump, that I would have thought it. Al Davis striking that from off stump. Beautiful hold the pose moment there for the Warwickshire skipper.
So it took, after losing to Kent in 1967, it took 12 years, didn't it, to finally hoist the silverware at Lord's. Brown Rose did it in 1979, I think.
Yeah, the glory years, as they're known. What a magnificent group of men led by Rosie, Viv and Botham and Joel, Denning, Breakwell, Marks. I mean, what a fantastic group of cricketers.
They still played in Weston-super-Mare in those days.
Well, they did up until they only just stopped. I only just narrowly missed out on playing the Western Festival, actually, and then they put all the eggs in the Bath Festival basket once when they were trying to keep sort of festival cricket in Somerset alive. We played a number of games in Bath, but every year it was getting whittled down, and to the point where we completely stopped. And you could definitely see the economical sense, and you know, losing home ground advantage for a few games does make sense also. But I have to admit, some of those Bath Festival games, they were really quite something to be a part of. Really nice to play in that great city. Or a bit more aggression there. Yates belting an over-pitched ball from Leach back over his head, looking just to press this advantage down a little bit. 6 runs coming off the last 2 balls. As we have a look at that replay, slightly over-pitched above the eye line. And Yates takes the chance and executes beautifully.
They used to play at a lot of outgrounds, Somerset, and they're all, well, certainly most of them are named in the various suites on the floor below us. Very pleasant suites they are too.
It was my first introduction to what cricket and Somerset were all about. Weston-super-Mare Festival, played at Clarence Park Cricket Club, and all the cricketers that went to my school, I think our headmaster at the time was on the committee, and all the youngsters that played for Wyvern School's cricket team were employed to do all of the litter picking and setting up of the chairs, and as payment we got the tickets for the week's cricket. Doesn't sound like a great hourly rate, that, if I'm honest, but we enjoyed it.
Lovely cover drive from Robbie Yates, which Tom Abel, well, he dived in an attempt to stop it, just it was going too quickly.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a sense from Yates that he's done the hard yards now and is looking to maybe just kick on a little bit. Leachy persisting with throwing it out wide. Yates has been quite circumspect out there and watchful, but I think he's made a decision that if he's given width, he's going to throw his hands at it, and he's certainly picked up a nice little haul of runs. 11 coming from that Leach over. Change of bowling at the river end. Casey Aldridge into the tack. Tall man replaced by tall man.
Other outgrounds they have played on, Somerset, Glastonbury, Frome, Yeovil. Yeovil was where Brian Langford took bowled 8 overs, 8 maidens, 0 for 0 in the John Player League. And that's the only time that has been done, and it'll never be done again.
No, you can't imagine that would happen again, that's for sure.
Pretorius is going to continue. Hard work for him with the sun out again. Single off the first ball of the over. Frome was where Harold Gimblett made his legendary debut. He'd been told he wasn't good enough by the club, and then someone was injured or ill, and he was drafted into the side at very short notice. He was from Bicknoller, as you'll know, in the Quantocks, and he missed the bus, and he had to get a lift in a lorry to join another player who was going to take him from here down to Frome.
Oh no, what's happened there?
I think that was catchable. We'll have another look at it.
Is that
didn't pick it up.
Is that Lammonby? Lammonby at a sort of 4th slip. Looks like Al Davis has guided it straight to him, like they're doing a nick practice in the morning. And it looks like he's just not sitting it. He's ducked out the way of it. Let's see if we've got a view of exactly where that went. Oh yeah, I think he's just taken evasive action there.
It's catchable height.
It's gone quickly. You're not going to catch many if you're diving out the way.
You've got to call that a chance, haven't you?
Yeah, I think that's just. I suppose that's one of the challenges of being a slip fielder. 22 overs, nothing's looked like going there, and you can just have that little bit of lapse in concentration. I'd suggest that's probably what's happened there. It's certainly gone at a decent pace, no doubt about that, but you don't often see a fielder diving out of the way of the ball.
So yeah, Harold Gimblett eventually gets to Frome. Somerset collapse, and he comes in. I don't know exactly what the total was. It was something like 130 for 6 or 7. Came in. I think Arthur Wellard was at the other end, who was a famous Somerset all-rounder. And Gimblett scored 100 in double quick time on debut in a game that he hadn't been picked for originally.
And the rest is history.
Indeed.
He's scored an awful lot of runs. Still top of the tree. I think Trez went past him in terms of hundreds, but fell a few runs shy of the total amount of runs.
Yeah, he's second, isn't he, Trez, on the all-time Somerset list?
Yeah, not a bad place to be. They used to play an awful lot of first-class cricket. It wasn't like it is now, where you only play 14 games and lots of one-day cricket. 24 first-class matches a year, 3-day games. Awful lots of cricket.
I'm trying to find that match now. I don't know whether it's so long ago. It must be 90 years ago. Harold Gimblett's debut.
It'll be on there somewhere, I reckon.
I want to see the scorecard, really.
It'll even come up on your laptop in black and white, that one, I'd have thought.
It should do, shouldn't it? Try Gimblett debut, see what happens.
Over bowled there from Casey Aldridge, a chance created. 5 runs from it. Certainly Yates and Davis looking a little bit more proactive at the moment. The way that Davis is just trying to lay off or run down those balls outside off something. They've definitely switched the mindset to scoring the last 4 or 5 overs.
Yeah, I've got some
in
more.
a very relaxed manner. Very relaxed hands from Al Davis. He'll be relaxed on Friday the 9th of August if you come here. Somerset versus Worcestershire Rabbits, followed by the Bob Marley tribute act. I mean, that is going to be some chilled out affair, don't you think, Stephen?
Absolutely.
Have you got one of them Rasta hats?
I haven't. I do remember No Woman, No Cry, though, very well.
Get a couple of rum and cokes, Rasta hat with the old dreadlocks down the back. You'd look a treat, mate.
I've got some more on this Gimlet debut now, Triggs. Wisdom.
Well, you can share that with Harry Everett. He's about to replace me. And I'm going to go and swat up on my cricket history.
Couple more here as Warwickshire extend this lead. It's heading up to 200 now, and still no wickets down. But Wisden wrote about that Gimlet debut: the start of his career was so sensational that any novelist attributing it to his hero would have discredited the book. And Gimlet had indeed been told that not only that he wasn't going to make it for Somerset, but he had no future as a first-class cricketer. Jack Leach is going to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. So it was 105 for 5 at lunch in Frome in 1935.
Guess where I'm playing on Saturday, Stephen?
Frome?
Yep.
Splendid.
Never played there before.
Well, you can walk in Gimlet's footsteps.
It's funny, I just said that to Mr. Walsh and he said exactly the same thing. So I'm going to have to take a few pictures and have to tweet it out to my followers. And yeah, Wemden away at Frome on Saturday.
So the 6th wicket fell shortly after lunch. That was Dickie Burrow. Gimlet came to the wicket with Somerset 107 for 6. First run off his 3rd ball. He raced to his 50 in 28 minutes off 33 balls, reaching it with a 6. Just unbelievable. He finished with 123. Sharp single here, which they'll get comfortably. With 123 out of 175. 3 sixes, 17 fours. Somerset won the match with an innings to spare. What about that for a debut?
Not bad, eh? Not bad. Still playing the school kids in. We went a little bit quiet in that stand. If they were wandering around the ground, filling their activities books in. A couple have gone early. I've got to be back to school for 3:30, or some of them seem to finish at 3:15 now. These are part-time school kids.
Still Pretorius, and still runs. And Andy Umeed is still at deep backward point, protecting the boundary.
So this weekend, Stephen, I might get 2 new grounds in 2 days, potentially. A chap called Adam Travers, who's a Somerset fan, messaged me out of nowhere a couple of weeks ago. It's a bit of a weird one, but my brother and I are big Somerset cricket supporters, as was our dad, who was born in Taunton and followed them all his life. He died of cancer in 2001, and every year since 2012, him and his twin brother have had a fundraising match. They fundraised for St Michael's Hospice, Hereford, where he passed away. They've raised over 13 grand in 10 matches. And he's asking me to play in this game at 1 o'clock start, 30 over game on Sunday. And sadly his mum's also died and also went to the same hospice, so it's a particularly important cause for the 2 brothers.
Absolutely. Right, it was a good game.
Yeah, Barter Street CC. Never heard of it, don't know anything else. Well, it's Barter Street and Lugwadeen. How do you say that?
Talking about outgrounds, Pete mentioned Bath, which rather eclipsed Weston-super-Mare at the start of his career. There was an extraordinary Bath festival in 1953. I mentioned Brian Langford, who's a Somerset great. former captain.
Oh, that's bounced a bit. That ball there. Where's that come from, Stephen? Key Soldier's got a bit out of the pitch.
Davis, didn't it? It was a newly laid pitch anyway.
Yeah.
By the end of day 1, game against Lancashire, all 4 innings and the match were over. Somerset lost by an innings and 24 runs. So that's 40 wickets in a day. Groundsman Cecil Buttle was summoned in desperation. It's going to be another single here, down to...
A bit like the desperation of Somerset bowling short on a flat pitch, that kind of desperation.
Yeah. According to Buttle, there were panic stations because there were 2 more matches to go. There were acorns and gravel on the wicket. And we raked it all off. And he got hold of liquid marl and cow manure and used a watering can to spread it across the wicket. Here's Pretorius, another bouncer, but pretty harmless one. The problem was knowing how to camouflage what we'd done, and I hit on the use of cut grass. I sprinkled it all over the top and gave it a good roll. The weather was fine, so that helped. I worked till nearly 10 at night. I was sweating on a lot, but everything was fine. And in came Brian Langford for a lengthy Somerset career.
Talking of lengthy careers, we're going to have to keep mentioning Jimmy Anderson, aren't we? He's not going to get all 10. A couple of other bowlers have chipped in. First spell, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 19 runs, 6 wickets. He did get his 7th, as Lanks are now 95 for 9. Nathan Lyon and Jimmy Anderson. I mean, Ben Slater are getting 52 of 110 balls. Is a phenomenal effort against 2 of the greatest bowlers of all time in Test cricket. The pinnacle of the game. You don't get many better spinners than Nathan Lyon. And statistically, there's no better seamer than Jimmy Anderson. So, Southport have got a real treat there in the Lancashire lineup. Lyons bowled 4 overs, 0 for 11. Will Williams had a couple of catches in the slips off Jimmy Anderson, who's rattled through the knots, top and middle order.
Yeah, Lancashire bossing that one then.
Yeah, Dylan Pennington was the 7th. Sorry, Dylan Pennington. Yeah, he was caught by Bell. Jimmy's 7th. Lancashire's 9th. If he gets the 8th, that'll be a new career first-class best. Potentially being his last Lancashire appearance as well. Some way to do it.
Here is Jack Leach. And despite the use of the feet, he's not going to get a run for that. Rob Yates. Would only push it out to Tom Abel in the covers.
Jack Leaney got up 118. Another great knock from the former Yorkshire, now Kent man. And the former Somerset man, Nathan Gilchrist, is at the wicket with Matty Parkinson for Kent, but Hampshire still well on top there.
Could be an interesting finish at Chester Street.
Yes, indeed. Worcestershire Durham, pretty low scoring game that. Bit of rain they've had in previous days as well.
They need Worcestershire 99 to win with 7 wickets in hand.
Yeah, Adam Hose at the crease played a lovely cover drive for 4 a few overs ago.
Formerly of this parish.
Yeah, I say plenty of former Somerset men knocking around the county championship.
I remember it was, I think it was his departure which opened the way. This is about 8 years ago now. Tom Abel was captain, and along with the rest of the batters in the team, had a terrible start to the season, and had dropped himself after the game at Southampton and gone into the seconds. And Adam Hose's departure for Warwickshire resulted in an opening, a slot in the side for Tom to come back, and come back he did, and immediately got runs.
That was the end of Adam Hose.
It was the end of Adam Hose, and it was a new beginning for Tom Abel.
Yeah, I remember him coming in and opening with Trescothick at the start of his career. And you say then that that slump in form. Not many captains drop themselves.
What a career he's had since. He's been a tremendous captain. 7 seasons he did that before deciding it was enough in the winter. Still no breakthrough for Somerset, and the lead now for Warwickshire is in excess of 200. 203 to be precise, without loss effectively.
Not far off what Somerset scored in the whole first innings.
Gloucestershire have finally declared at Cheltenham. 610 for 5.
Yep, Bobby Bracey. Big score from him. Eddie Byram and Billy Root at the wicket for Glamorgan. Another man falling with his parish in Byram.
Well, if there's any ground on which you can chase 574, I suppose it would be Cheltenham. They've got a day and a half to do it. That would be some chase for Glamorgan. Still feels like there isn't anything really in this wicket for the bowlers.
When do they turn to someone different, someone a bit more rogue, someone like a Tom Lammonby or, dare I say, Andy Mead? Bob 1 over for 11 in the first innings. Probably not yet, but in the back of Craig's mind.
Jack Leach has already bowled 9, and it feels like he's going to bowl a lot more.
Feels like Alfie Ogborn's going to have to do a fair amount of fielding as well. He was bowling on the wicket lunchtime with Steve Kirby. I think he's down to play for Bridgewater against Wellington in the Major Cup tomorrow night at Bridgie as well. He'll play in the Metrobank One Day Cup next month too. Gosh, Tom Banton was walking past the wicket, taking his hat off at the same time. I thought, no, surely not yet. Not that early. Don't worry, it's not Tom Banton time yet.
He did bowl last week.
He did, exactly. That's why I'm worried. And James Reed bowled his first over in first-class cricket last week.
Yeah, but slightly different circumstances today.
Well, yes, but I do worry that it might be similar circumstances tomorrow. If Warwickshire is still batting tomorrow morning, there might be a bit of that bowling before they declare. You just don't know, it's hard to forecast yet, but is this pitch going to be a bit like the Trent Bridge pitch? Outside the line of off stump, I reckon, Stephen.
Yep.
An appeal on the shot more than anything else.
Yeah, Leach wasn't very interested. Bit of a shout from behind the stumps, but no way that was going to be given.
Quite a lot of movement around his crease, Rob Yates. And these modern players, he's not content to let the bowler bowl to him. Sweet, then try and make room to back foot punch. And there we go, talk of that. 6 runs over wide long on. Not quite into the Gimlets Hill benches, but over the advertising hoardings. Clean strike that from Yates. We've seen the sweep, we've seen the back foot punch, and now he's gone to 50 in style. 82 for none of the Bears from Warwickshire. 30 for the captain, the former Lancs wicketkeeper Bat Davis. But Rob Yates gets to 50 with a glorious shot. Timed it well, hasn't he? With the spin, I suppose. Not as risky as we maybe think it is. Jack Leach bowling into the left-handers. Wheel arc. Well batted, sir.
Has the ball gone out of shape?
Not again, Stephen. We can't have that palaver.
Jack Leach just tossed it to the umpire, but I think it was more in hope than expectation. Another single. That did have the look of, well, This isn't doing anything. The least we could do is try a different one. I think all balls come alike to this wicket. It's just that overall Warwickshire have made a better fist of batting on it than Somerset have. There'll be a couple here. No, they decide against just the single. We've lost the sun for the moment. It's quite hazy over Taunton just now. I suppose from Somerset's point of view, at least that makes the fielding slightly less arduous.
Yes.
It would be under blazing sunshine.
Fair point.
There is the haze I was telling you about above the Somerset stand. And the bowling figures.
Yeah, no one's really tied anyone down yet. No one under 2 runs per over yet. Been pretty easy scoring for the 2 openers.
Still to be, it's going to be Aldridge from the River End. Four, down to third man. Knew he was aiming for that area. Alex Davis takes him to 35, 88 without loss, Warwickshire. And the ball, I think, has disappeared into the car park. It's been retrieved.
Not just any kids trying to play some games in the car park, I hope.
Probably won't have done the ball any good, actually, rolling over that concrete. Aldridge tries again. Looked good, but all too briefly with the bat this morning, Casey Aldridge. A couple of nice strokes for boundaries. Then nicked a delivery he didn't really have to play.
Yeah, correct. But there's booming straight drives, absolutely stunning. And just nibbled at one to the slip cordon.
Hurry a bit there, Al Davis. But played it comfortably enough in the end. Oh, he's got a bit of bat on that, I think. It's going to go all the way for 4, out of James Rue's reach. He took off Rue in an attempt to take, well, it would have been, it's an impossible catch. It's too far away from him. But good effort. 100% for trying.
Yeah, good dive, good tumble.
Sharp single. Early call from the non-striker, Rob Yates. And it's Alex Davis who keeps the strike. .93 without loss at the end of the over. Oh, we're going to have a burst of the skipper.
Here we go. Good idea. If in doubt, do it yourself. This is 450 of the season, Rob Yates. 50 from 90 balls. I was a big fan of this opening partnership. I did a podcast last week, The Cider Press, with Sam Dalling and Aaron Viles, a Warwickshire fan. He does the County Cricket podcast. Very good podcast, worth listening to. And I was saying that Davis and Yates are two of the best openers in the league. I say it's one of the better opening partnerships, being right hand, left hand, both aggressive but positive players with all the shots. And I think they often seem to score runs. And he was saying, oh, he's not happy with the way they scored. So anytime I've looked, anytime I've looked, Warwickshire seem to do well. So I think they're a quality attack, and I think they've got a really good opening partnership. I think Somerset would take the solidarity they have at the top of the order. I think the amount of chop and change with Dixon, Amid, TKC, Lammonby, Abel. Think how many openers Somerset have had, whereas Warwickshire have been pretty settled with these two.
Starts with a dot, Craig Overton. 5 overs in his first spell, 0 for 12. That was from the river end. He's now at the Triscothic Pavilion end. Full, and going to be runs here for Davis, at least 2. I think they'll have time to take 3. Yeah, that's what they end up with. That ball being carefully nursed by the Somerset fielders and Craig Overton himself. It's coming up to 30 overs old now.
Well, this ball, I suppose, is technically 29 overs old, isn't it? The ridiculous changing of the ball. Do you reckon they got a brand new ball? I couldn't see. Could you see him? I tried to zoom in with binoculars.
I didn't see. If it wasn't brand new, it must have been close.
What's your thoughts on the regular ball changes? I feel like, you know, you've watched County Championship for more years than me, but did they used to try and change the ball when it stopped swinging so much as they do now?
I don't think it happened quite as often as it does now.
Is it bowlers just getting frustrated and using any excuse now?
Well,
It
I
seems
think
a bit cheeky.
It's situations like these.
Yeah.
Really.
Flat pitch, ball's not doing a lot. Oh, we'll try and get it changed.
Yeah.
Dare I say, if a ball's out of shape but they're taking wickets, they wouldn't bat an eyelid. They wouldn't say a thing.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we were talking about I was talking about this earlier on. There was that really bad year. I remember Stuart Broad was really vocal about it back in 2019, around the COVID times, just before the COVID year. They had that really bad batch of Duke's balls, and the guy from Duke's was asked so many interrogating questions about it. It's defended, but there was so much talk about it then, and then there were all sorts of excuses made, and then they seem to be okay again. But I feel like ever since that happened, it's almost like there's less trust in the Duke's ball, and bowlers are having more reason, more excuse to whine and moan or try and get it changed.
Yeah, it's a sort of habit that's developed from there, maybe.
So Kent were bowled out for 343, 7 shy of a third batting bonus point. And James Vincent forced the follow-on with 54 overs remaining today and 96 tomorrow. So without Jack leaning, Hampshire could be pretty close to winning already, but sad to see Kent struggling so much. Pretty useful white ball side over the years. There's been cracking T20 games down here and at Canterbury, but the red ball Kent side have really struggled in Division 1 in recent seasons. Lucky to stay up last year. Great bit of fielding by Tom Abel. Superb stop.
Yes, he pounced on it.
He did.
Yes, one of Somerset's 2 victories was against Kent. And the other one against Essex in 2 days here at Taunton. Low scoring game. Doesn't look like there's going to be victory number 3 here tomorrow.
There's some cracking games of cricket going on now. Trying to keep tabs on the Lancs-Notts game, trying to keep on the Worcestershire-Durham game. Worcester needing 87 more. Is really good partnership from Cash Ali and the former Somerset man Adam Hose we mentioned earlier. He's 31 not out. And a massive wicket in the Surrey-Essex top of the table clash. Jamie Smith gone for 70. Aaron Beard takes the catch off Paul Walter. A deep square leg. Look at that nonchalant, just flick down to third from Alex Davies. Guess who's the second top scorer for Notts? They're number 11. Patterson, 19 with 2 sixes and a 4. Ben Slater's there.
Casey Aldridge doing what he can to keep the shine on the ball. Couldn't hold on to it on that occasion.
Anyway. Just as I mentioned, Patterson being the second top scorer for Lancs versus Notts, he runs himself out. Ben Slater is stranded. Cracking knock. Ben Slater to dig in there while you're facing 2 of the best test bowlers of all time. Dug in there, batted superbly. The left-handed opener. 64 not out, scored all those runs. That big 100 in the second innings. Trench Bridge against Somerset last week. And he's got Notts up to 126. Still training by 227 against Lancashire at Southport.
Good looking drive, no run though. Well cut off at mid-on. Mid-off even for the left-hander.
Is it just me, or does this feel like one of the more exciting rounds of Championship cricket we've had all season? Maybe it's just the big... Part of it's the Stokes, Lyon, Anderson story. Part of it's the last Championship match before the Test summer. But also Surrey playing Essex. There's just some big games this week. All the wickets fall in Division 2.
It's always good when you've got one playing 2, isn't it? Top of the table clash.
I mean, it helps that it's a Duke's ball, not a Kookaburra ball.
Big Mark said it was a 46-pointer between Surrey and
I like
Essex.
that, yeah. It is that. That's a very good point. But I mean, Worcestershire Durham, you wouldn't think of as a screamer of a game, but it does feel that way now, as Ben Stokes has really been taken to. The last over Ben Stokes' bowl went 4-1-4, 4 no balls. 14 off it. I quite like it when you see that, you know, no offence to Ben Stokes, but I quite like it when you see the Test captain not finding it easy in county cricket. You know what I mean? Jimmy Anderson waltzes in and gets 7 for it. You think, oh, I like it when you see that, you know, county cricket's not just the B team, you know, not just a set-up for Test cricket.
It's good to have him bowling again.
Yeah.
Craig Overton then.
Can that hear us? Does that hear us?
Trying again and again to make this elusive breakthrough. 226 without loss, effectively. Warwickshire. That's a daunting lead already.
Go on, John.
One added to it by Rob Yates. Goes to 53.
Enjoying watching Tom Banton in his short leg pads at deep point. You wait and see if he can stop a 2 with his big shin pads on. Having a chat with Alfie Ogborn in front of the 1,385 school kids. Well, there's not that many left now, but I'm glad that the teacher in the Old England shirt's still there. That's one of those Harmers and Hoggard era noughties, red and blue Vodafone England shirts. One of the best kits of England white ball cricket, I would say.
Sure.
We've got 2 men out on.
There he is, Stephen. That man. Got him on the camera. I don't know him, but just enjoy a teacher from the England shirt. Give us a wave. There you go. His people's up. Great shirt. Al Davies, a little bit early on that pull shot, wasn't he? Out to that man, Tom Banton. There he is. I guess he's long barriers, confident, because he hits his shins, it's not going to hurt. Knowledgeable clapping from the school kids there. Was it just the regular members, the 100 up?
I think it was probably the regular members. The 100 has indeed come up for Warwickshire. Firm defence from Rob Yates again. It just doesn't seem to be a way through for the Somerset attack at the moment. I wonder if Jack Leach will come back on again. Looks like he's getting ready to. Maybe at the river end.
Yeah, just to change things up. Something slightly different.
He certainly switched ends that way on day 1. Jack Leach, and it looks like it could be about to happen again. Casey Aldridge, 5 overs, 0 for 20. Is he done? Yes. And an opportunity when we will get it to see how Jack Leach, whether he can find any assistance at the other end. We'll see. And Peter Trico is going to come in for me.
Another wicket in that 46-pointer Stephen was talking about. Sai Sudarsan, the IPL overseas player, caught Pepper, bowled Ethan Bosch, the South African overseas, got 12. So sorry, 127 for 6. Low scoring in the top of the table clash. Jack Leach then from the river end. This is the 4th 100-plus run opening partnership versus Somerset this year. The other 3 all greater than 150. Somerset's opening partnership only passed 25 twice, 111 and 75. So pretty damning stat on the Somerset openers, but showing how well Davies and Yates are doing here.
Is that you relying on
Lord Dusty? I was about to give credit.
Very
to
dangerous to rely on.
He's got a spanner next to him.
Stats.
He's got a spanner next to him. That means he's educated and trusted.
I've been thrown under the bus a couple of times with some non-stat stats, some faux stats. Got to be careful.
That's when they're picking on you.
They're out to get you, Harry.
I have thought it from before. You are right. Oh, paddles
Lord
outside
Dusty. He seems a reliable
stat man.
Reliable type, though. We'll trust you. We might need a few more gems from the live feed audience to keep us going, Harry.
Yeah,
it's Somerset try and work out a way of breaking this partnership.
Toiling, I think, is the word, isn't it? When you opening bat's getting right outside off stump and sort of paddle sweeping your test spinner away, you think that's probably pretty easy to bat on that wicket. We'll keep looking at the other games. Mostly following the Worcestershire Durham game, which is getting pretty close as we see another boundary off Jack Leach, this time Davies to the leg side, and he gets his 50 now. Alex Davies, 50, opening the batting, the skipper, former Lancashire wicketkeeper bat, the small man, but he packs a punch. And Jack Leach is going to have to change the field again here. Tom A was going to go out to sort of deep forward square to try and stop him getting a 4 through the leg side. Just the 87 balls, Alex Davies. Or Davis, I was told it should be earlier, despite having an E in his surname. Much quicker, he's got him! Jack Leach, what a comeback. What a brilliant, quicker arm ball. Don't often see him do that much pace. You know, to get that with the same action, really well bowled. Alex Davies has to go straight after getting to 50. Jack Leach has been working on some different deliveries, having played in the T20 Blast up at Gloucester. He's more of a red ball bowler, of course, as we know, but he's got some variations in the locker, and watch this delivery. An absolute beauty from Jack. Straight onto the off peg. Don't need a turn if you can spear it in. Alex Davies was not expecting that. Was it the leg stump, actually?
Middle stump. Just skidded a little bit low, maybe. I don't think Jack Leach has done. Maybe just pushed it through a little bit, hoping that he'll have another sweet bit of a funny, sort of a lazy shot, really.
Just the pace, isn't it? Just the massive change in pace from the previous ball.
That is one of the dangers of Taunton. It can looks like he's gone under the bat, if anything. Just skidded it through. Nice piece of bowling there. Just a reaction there from the big shot.
Didn't really go forward or back, did he?
Sort of skidded through and under the bat. Maybe just done him for lack of bounce, a fraction and a bit of extra pace. But Leach will be very, very happy with that. He's done a lot of work the last few weeks, bowled an enormous amount of overs up at Trent Bridge, and he's got a lovely little reward there. 10 overs, 1 for 40 thus far. Will Rhodes coming to the crease, another left-hander, so more rough for Jack Leach to be able to throw it out into with the left-hander being in.
Well, from a Somerset perspective, getting Stephen Lamb off comms, commentary change, might have done well to bring a wicket, but it's dangerous because Steve has just been fiddling with the, what do we call it, the extractor fan, heater, air conditioning thing at the back.
Yeah, just put it on the
sauna
supernova setting again, is he?
He could be in trouble. It's like a volcano erupting in here if you could put it on the wrong setting. We're in a few songs for the school kids.
New man in. Short leg in place. Craig Overton at first slip. Going to fire it out into those footholes and hope. The ball's just going to grip, skid on. Try and get Somerset onto a bit of a roll here.
Former skipper Will Rhodes on strike. Plays his first ball comfortably enough.
So what did happen with Stephen Lamb and Harold Gimlet's scorecard? Did he manage to find it in the end?
Oh God, do you remember that? We talked about so much on commentary, I can't remember how that conversation went. That was about an hour ago, Pete. I don't know, you have to ask Stephen when he comes back on. I feel like Harold Gimlet is one of his favourite people to mention. Stephen's got plenty of stories. Gimlet back in the day. Gimlet's Hill itself has got a fair few spectators enjoying the cricket. Still one of the best places to watch in the county game. Views of the Quantocks. You can stretch your legs out. You've not got plastic seats in front of you. Two wickets and 2 balls for Ben Code up at Chesterfield for Yorkshire. Derbyshire reeling at 131 for 8. Still 259 behind. They could still lose by an innings. You'd expect to, really. Having just got 76 in their first innings. Kushi and Compton are following on against Hampshire. None of these games probably won't go into a fourth day. Some cracking results, plenty to talk about from the other games. Cashy Valley and Adam Hose have just got 100 partnership. 101 off 134 balls, which could be absolutely pivotal in Worcestershire's chase of 231 to beat Durham. And Ben Slater is batting again, or still, you could say, unbeaten 64 in Notts 126 at the hands of Jimmy Anderson. Nathan Lyon not picking up a wicket, but did get the run out. The direct hit of Patterson for the last wicket. Well, Slater's got a bat again. Him and Hamid straight back out to the middle at Southport. And Jimmy Anderson has got ball in hand again.
Ben Slater's in some great form, isn't he?
Yeah.
Big 100 the other week against Somerset. 64 not out. He's obviously scrapped hard there. Very, very fine batter, Ben Slater. Enjoyed time in the same team as him.
Does he always bat like that in the nets? Would he be pretty stoic and solid, or does he occasionally just unleash?
I actually found him quite an awkward bowler to find your line at. He has a good knack, you know, obviously being left-handed. He stands in a position where he's very good at letting the ball go outside off stump, but because and it's based on the principle that when you do try and swing it back into him, he's very, very comfortable. Keeps his head nice and in line. So when as a right-hander you go greedy trying to get him LB, he just picks you off on the leg side or straight down the ground. And then as soon as you adjust your line, he'll just leave it. So he's very good at nullifying good bowling and sort of getting through the new ball. That's
so he makes you bowl to him, I guess, bowl in the area he wants.
I've always found him quite challenging to get out in the nets. And I know nets aren't definitive of how you play to a guy, but you know, when you spend a lot of time bowling in nets at your teammates, and I've had a fair few teammates in my time, he was one that really stands out. It was a real pain in the backside when you were trying to, you know, get in the old coach's eye to try and get the new ball or get in the team or whatever it is.
Yes, I like little anecdotes like that. I love, because you probably wouldn't think of all the talented Notts batters you bowled at. Love that Ben Slater's the name that stands out there.
Yeah, the other lads, you know, they play dangerous shots and they can take you down, but you always kind of, you know, you get your fair share of wickets against them.
Yeah.
Not that you necessarily get wickets in the nets, but you know what I mean. You feel like you've always got a chance, whereas Slater was just, yeah, never really felt like you got on top of him.
A lot of ambling from over to over here. Curly Cadmore's just having a breeze, just walking out to, where's he going? Deep backward square, sort of 15 yards off the boundary though. Maybe the top edge sweep is thinking here. Try and stop two out there. No one out the boundary on the offside, but now Craig Overton's also going to go 10 yards from the boundary. Out at long on. Was that Casey Aldridge? No, Casey Aldridge, I think. Quicker ball from Jack Leach again. Big appeal. I think it's going down the leg side. But the two quicker balls he's bowled have caused problems for the Warwickshire batters. First Davies, the ball after he got 50 in this. Not the quicker one into Rhodes, yeah, clearly down the leg side, but not clearly actually. When you watch that replay again, you think, well, could that have clipped leg stump? Whipped straight through short leg. Tom Banton's nutmeg.
That looks pretty straight, that. Andy Caddick's in the house and he's just given that one out, so it's good. That's good enough for me.
Off the replay screen.
Oh, that's dead if he hasn't hit that. Oh, wow.
Compared to Tom Abel's one yesterday, they didn't give there. You could argue that he's consistent.
Yeah, that's quite close, that.
Playing around his front pad a little bit. Will Rose yet to get off the mark. Who are you? We can hear through the effects mic, the cricket/football fans, school kids enjoying themselves. There he is. Tucked into leg side for 1 run as Kayla Cabot fumbles the fielding. But still 1 run. Your man Ben Slater's just stroked Tom Bailey through the offside for 4. Lovely shot. Not sure what he'll be thinking, having done all that.
I feel like I'm getting insight into your spare time here, Harry, that you're watching cricket while watching cricket while watching cricket. You've got 3 screens and a live game in front of you. Is this about right?
Oh yeah, gotta out myself, haven't I? Well, it's not been the most thrilling day of Somerset Warwickshire, for being brutally honest, is it? So, keeping up with the other games.
I think the game. I think the game is shaping up to be to have some kind of crescendo that looks like it's going to be heavily weighted on the Bears side of things. The way that they're accumulating runs with ease, they're going to have lots of time left to have a real good go at the Somerset pair. No doubt there's going to be some, some relatively cynical running down the middle of the wicket, some tapping of a length outside off stump for the spinners, for Jacob Bethel
with Stephen Lambsbrough.
So there's a lot of time. I think we are going to go through a bit of a building phase, but Warwickshire are very much in control of this game. They'll be pretty confident of, come this time tomorrow, Somerset are going to be under a whole heap of pressure, having to try and survive the day, and that mentality itself can be a bit of a challenge sometimes. Whereas Warwickshire aren't really in a rush to do anything, but they've got that in the back of their minds that they are building a lead with a win in mind. When you're just batting with the sole purpose of surviving, it really can be quite a negative mindset.
Aggressive shot. Is he going to go? Yes, straight to fine leg. He's gone. Craig Overton's got the wicket. What a bizarre dismissal. We did not expect Rob Yates to give it away on 57. Pulled it straight down the throat of Josh Davey, a fine leg. That is a giveaway.
It's a very strange dismissal. Into leg, pretty average ball. Very sort of T20-esque shot.
That's as soft as it gets.
Flipping that round the corner and straight down Josh Davey's throat. The bowler will not complain at all, but a well-made 57 from Yates. But he's back now. So that will bring Sam Hain.
Yeah, another man who likes scoring runs against Somerset. But
he's definitely owed a few this week. He got a 0 in the first innings, so he will be hungry for a score.
Yeah, he scored many a run against Somerset over the years, though. Big 100 last week. Really important, really crucial. Him and the lower order stuck together against Hampshire. Hampshire on top in that game, but Burgess dug in, and then Hain really dug in to bat through that 4th day. So Overton with a bonus wicket, really. Both opening batters get to 50 and then give it away. Saying to Stephen, I was chatting to one of the Warwickshire fans who does some of the commentary on the T20 Blast, Darren Vars, and he was saying how he gets frustrated with this opening partnership, but Somerset fans get frustrated with them being 20 for 1 or 30 for 3, whereas Warwickshire fans are getting frustrated with them being 100 for none. Then it's a slightly different kettle of fish. 106 they put on for the first wicket, but 2 fallen in the space of 4 runs. To Sam Hain, right-hander, with Will Rose, a left-hander. This is your James Hildreth equivalent for Warwickshire. Man who churned out run after run after run for Warwickshire. Played all 3 formats for Warwickshire. Played a few England Lions games. One point, didn't he have the best 50 over average, best list day average in the world, I think. Was ahead of Coley at one point. I might have gone down slightly now with the Metrobank One Day Cup changing shape each year. But Sam Hain has one slip and a Lammonby at gully.
Yeah, he's got a fine record in all formats, averaging just shy of 40, nearly 7,000 runs. Averaging 57 in list day cricket.
That's the one.
3,000 runs. Got to be some player to score 10 one-day hundreds.
I don't think you're allowed to mention Sam Hain without bringing up his list day record. It's commentary obligation. 2 mid-wickets in, Jack Leach and Tom Abel catching there. I think that's a weakness. I think he leaves well, leaves very confidently and assuredly. He knows he's going to get his bat right out of the way. I did the opposite on Sunday, blinking left one and then it still flicked the glove and caught behind. And I think should take a leaf out of Sam Hain's books. Get your bat right out of the way.
Normally he batted, almost mimicked to a point, the way that Jonathan Trott used to play. He used to bat very much onto off stump. Looks like he's gone a little bit more orthodox. I don't know if he does a pre-shot movement that takes him onto off, but yeah, you see him very much covering all of those stumps. He's not, it's nowhere near as pronounced as it was early on in his career, so he's obviously made a bit of a adjustment there.
Yeah, you make a good point with Jonathan Trott. After years of Trott and Bell in that 3-4 axis for Warwickshire in England, Sam Hain coming up through after Tim Ambrose. And
2 reasonably decent players to learn your game from, though, in fairness, and mimic. If you're going to mimic a couple of players, Bell and Trott certainly were 2 that you would well, I suppose if you were put in the same sentence as either of those 2, you're doing pretty well.
I can't think of a county side in, I don't know how many decades, where it would have a better 3 and 4. I know Ian Bell batted anywhere in the top 5 really, but Trott was definitely a 3. To have 2, I know he didn't play much for Warwickshire either because they were so busy with England, but absolute quality between those 2. Could watch those 2 bat for hours and hours. Well, you could also watch some Freddie Mercury impersonations.
Mate, that's not how you deliver a segue, Harry. Come on, mate, you can do better than that.
Magic Queen, their best performance ever. Absolutely brilliant. Don't think we flogged this to you. This Friday, we've not flogged this advert to you enough, this county championship match. So just please buy some tickets. Come and watch Queen wannabes at Somerset this Friday. The Cooper Associates County Ground.
I think we need to work on your segues, Harry. We'll have at tea, we'll have a little chat. Oh, that'd be good. Lots of events going on here at the Cooper Associates. You've got the Beer and Cider Festival, Queen, all sorts of stuff. Is the Craig Charles DJ set, has that been and gone?
Been and gone, did you miss it?
No, yeah, I opened my bedroom window a few weeks back. I thought I could hear it from Weston-super-Mare. Not my seeing the old DJ in.
You sure that wasn't your son just playing some music downstairs?
Could well have been. Did you come in for that?
No, I'm afraid I didn't actually. I did come to Tina Turner. Was that last year? Tina Turner impersonation. Rolling on a River and all that. Did do one. Too much cricket going on for me to be counting live music.
I imagine most people in the southwest have had their fill of music festivals of late, with Glastonbury just finishing.
Did enjoy Coldplay. I watched Coldplay on telly Saturday night. That was good.
All the hippies going back home this Sunday, Monday.
M5's a nightmare, isn't it? Sunday, Monday after
Absolute chaos.
Leaving a trail of mud everywhere they go normally, though it was pretty dry this year, so it wasn't quite as bad if you go to some of the train stations near Glastonbury after the festival is. Yeah, you won't want to be the cleaner.
Load of people from London buying tie-dye t-shirts and pretending they're druids. Not my scene, Harry. It's just not my scene.
I can't say I've ever been to a music festival. Not my scene either. was asked to help in an ice cream van a few years ago, but I said no, can't, I'm playing cricket. Summer weekend, can't be bunking off to go and watch music. You don't want to play Frome or Glastonbury away on the Glastonbury weekend, really. Allow yourself an extra hour to drive to those fixtures. I got Frome away this Saturday, but hopefully they're all cleared up by then. Should be alright.
There's still a number of dredges playing for Frome these days?
I don't know, good question actually. I'm not. We played them at home around the year, I don't remember seeing. Would they be a son of Colin?
Towards the back end of Colin still playing for Frome, when I was a wee lad, I can remember, I think it was six of the team were dredges, which was quite remarkable. Obviously very good at
the Demon of Frome
taking wickets and making children.
Yes, the Demon of Frome. So we had 7 brothers.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'd fill a cricket team.
That would fill a cricket team. Can I find a name? Is there a Jonathan Dredge?
Judge Dredd? No, it's not the same thing. Anyway, Craig Overton, continuing from the Scottish stand end, he's picked his heels up. That little bit of a fortuitous wicket he got there, caught fine leg Josh Davies, just reinvigorated the big man. He's running in, giving it his all as he always does. Hayne and Rhodes, and I suppose if you're a Somerset player, fan, spectator, this probably is the slightly open door that you were looking for. 2 quick wickets, Nelson on the board. Is there a little bit of a glimmer of hope that Somerset could take a handful of wickets here and make their tomorrow just look a little bit easier?
So Frome did my Wemden side a favour. They beat Bridgie on Saturday by 16 runs to allow us to go back to top position in the Weffel Somerset. And Jonathan Dredge opened the batting. You got a duck. The only dredge in the side.
That's why it's going wrong.
So they'll bring out all the dredges this Saturday and then they'll beat us, I'm sure. Not starting any earlier for the England football game. Weffel have said normal cricket cracks on, whereas the Devon League have said do what you want. If you want to start earlier, you can.
What time is the football on Saturday?
5 o'clock.
With any luck.
Well, we played Frome at home. We were done by R4.
There'll be some positive cricket being played on Saturday. This coming Saturday, all over the country.
Yeah, first game of the season, Saturday 4th of May, we bowled Frome out for 55. Well, maybe we could have swapped that around and then we'd have been done by 5 o'clock comfortably. And there were no dredges that day. Didn't realise that. Didn't play against a single dredge. That's a better ball. Craig getting his teammates up and about, excited.
That's a slightly worrying sign. The ball being delivered from someone that's 6'6" and still not carrying through to James Rue, the wicketkeeper. Pitch looks to have lost a bit of pace. Looks very brown. Even throughout today, it just looks like it's dying before our very eyes. Nice over there from Craig Overton, well watched by Will Rhodes.
So I'm making another 25 minutes of us waffling before tea time. And then we'll have a 20-minute interval. 104 overs to be bowled today, you see, so slightly different timings. Josh Davies having loosen up. Will he have a bowl before tea? We shall see. Worcestershire need 40 now. Kashif Ali and Adam Ho's still there, both past 50 now. Ben Rain and Ben Stokes doing all they can. Funky fields, but they cannot get these two middle order batters for the pairs out. And Knotts have put on 12 for the first wicket. Wow, Jimmy Anderson 3 overs without a wicket. Different second innings there, but Knotts are still trailing by 215. So Lanks with Jimmy and Nathan Gary Lyon could all have that wrapped up today anyway. And Kent lost an early wicket too. Feroz Kushi out to Keith Barker for 4. I mentioned earlier Sussex beat Northants by 64 runs. Well, another result in Division 2. Yorkshire beat Derbyshire by an innings and 204 runs. Absolutely mammoth victory there. They lasted just 28 overs the first time. And they only put on, they scored 76, well, 171 that Derbyshire got in the second innings. Yorkshire in the promotion race now. Ben Code 6 for 30, Vishwar Fernando 4 for 58. The two main men, opening bowlers, getting Yorkshire their second win of the Division 2 season. Just as I say how well former Somerset man Adam Hose is batting, he gets out. Ben Rain takes the wicket. Durham need a few more of them quickly, or Worcestershire will beat them in the sort of middle of the Division 1 table battle there.
Jack Leach trying to find his way through to that pad.
If you're running the drinks out again, there's a sweater change. Warwickshire batter losing a jumper. Craig Overton wants his jumper. It's one of those in-between jumper days today. Bit sad, really. I had to get my jumpers out again last night. I think, flipping heck, it's the 1st of July. Shouldn't be needing jumpers, but after a hot weekend, it's got a bit chilly again this week. So what can Somerset do differently here? What, bringing Josh Davey on now from just off the pavilion end is of course something different, but Pete, if you're captain now, you wouldn't be going to the short ball tactic yet, would you?
Well, we're talking about this next door with Andy Caddick, and he was talking about using your bouncers. Leachy, I think, has bowled really well. I mean, unfortunately, when you get a pitch of this nature, it does become a bit of a war of attrition, really. It's about being patient. I mean, one of the tactics you can use, probably not relevant at the moment because there are left-handers in, but if you had right-handers in, you could have, catcher on both sides of the wicket, which they kind of have, but maybe a bit straighter. Bowl wicket to wicket, trying to find the front pad with the occasional bouncer so the batsmen aren't lunging at you. You are slightly limited. There's no spin, there's no seam, and there's no pace in the wicket. That's the reality of the pitch. So it becomes, a case of, the captain motivating your bowlers to bowl in relatively short spells, but give it your all. You're going to bowl 4 or 5 overs a session each. Put in, run in, do your best. If you want to try anything, let me know. That would be the message from me if I was captain. But you don't have huge amounts going for you. I mean, that is why, in a flat Taunton pitch is as flat as they come, because it's a triple threat, really. No seam and no pace. If you noticed, that previous over from Craig Overton, he's 6'6", he bowls 85 mile an hour, and it still doesn't bounce through to the keeper. So that suggests there's no pace in the wicket to beat the batter either. So it does become really challenging. And that was ultimately what led to, the club, investing time into Leach and Bess and preparing wickets that were over-prepared, however which way you look at it, really. Over-prepared or under-prepared, knowing that they would spin, because, this wicket on day one was the colour of the wicket next to it. It was bright green, and even then it doesn't produce that flurry of wickets that you need to bowl sides out. Did Somerset bowl great? 40 for 4, you think there's a good chance you could bowl a team out for 150. That was probably the opportunity in the game. Warwickshire ended up getting 412. Somerset have batted poorly, but they've still got nearly 300 batting poorly.
Yeah.
And that is, unfortunately, the facts that you can't get away from.
So Josh Davey into his 5th over. Been underused, you could say. 38 overs bowled, and your frontline opening bowler. Just a 4 over spell earlier on. Often opens up with Craig Overton, but one of those teams where you could have... Case Aldridge probably wouldn't take the new ball, but any of Davey, Pretorius and Overton have recently shared the new ball. No Lewis Gregory in this fixture, of course. No Jake Ball either.
I mean, that's where, you know, guys that don't or can't bowl anymore, like Tom Abel, so useful.
Yeah.
Lammonby.
How many times has Tom Abel picked up a 2 or a 3 for in this situation? Remember Lancs away last year, I think it was the year before. Just crucial little spells like this.
Just something different. And often when the all-rounder comes on or the lesser-known bowler comes on, the batter just switches off a little bit or takes liberties, thinks, oh, here's a free 20 runs, you know, for the next few overs, and they make a mistake, and yeah, it can just change the momentum of the game, and that's why sort of part-time bowlers / all-rounders are pretty useful, because it gives the big guys a bit of a break. And yeah, I mean, it's remarkable. You know, you look at even like slightly different, but your Darren Stevens, Dimitri Mascarenhas types, and maybe Oliver Hannon-Dolby fits into that category a little bit.
I said Onions and Rushworth.
Someone with slightly different trajectory. Sometimes being slightly slower, the ball will behave a little bit different off the pitch. I could never wrap my head around it. You know, there was, you know, probably 10 seam bowlers on the pitch at Taunton, you know, that were struggling to get any movement, and Darren Stevens just somehow managed to get the ball to nip. Jim Allenby was the same when he played for us for that short time. He managed to get the ball to seam somehow, and you could only put it down to the fact that they were slightly lesser pace than the rest of us, and we're you know, brilliant exponents of getting a little bit of seam movement. There's no, you know, it's pretty hard to find the science to back that up, but it happened.
So you weren't in that category then? You were too quick for that?
Well, I think I was a little bit faster than those guys, but I think every wicket there is a speed, a trajectory that works on each pitch. Like, I know, you know, some of the guys that are a couple of doors away at the moment, they watch a lot of cricket and they feel like Leachy's bowling too flat, too quick. And to some point, I can see what they're saying, because I remember, you know, when Leachy when I used to field at point quite often when Leachy was bowling, I always used to give him the feedback that when I felt like the ball was dropping onto the pitch, that was when he would get that little bit of turn. So fractionally slower than he's bowling today.
The flight changed, bit more loop.
A little bit more loop, drop the ball onto the pitch. So if there is a bit of undulation or a bit of spin to be had, it will sort of happen. Some pitches you can bowl this pace and get spin. I'm not seeing that today. So maybe, you know, can he push mid on, mid off back 10 yards and look to use a bit more flight, because that's a very flat trajectory.
And tempt them to maybe come down and use their feet or do something different, and then you might get that chip up.
Risk the odd hit, shot over the top.
Yeah, I like that. And I think that ball he got Alex Davies with then comes into play more if it's more different, quicker, skiddy ball than.
Well, I would say, look, you know, if I was batting against Leachy now, I'm thinking that I would be playing every ball as a quicker ball.
Yeah.
Whereas quicker balls, you know, this isn't an exact science. Maybe the quicker ball would be more effective if he bowled it once every 2 or 3 overs. If there was more flight, you know, yes, he might go for a few more runs, but you know, you can protect that with the straight fielders back. Toss the ball up a little bit more, and then the occasional delivery zipped in, or an arm ball, something a bit different.
I think maybe he's got carried away. He didn't bowl many quicker balls at the start of his spell. Then he got the wicket with Davies, and now he's overusing it because it's worked once. I think he's.
Yeah, it's difficult to see because we're so high up. It's difficult to see the trajectory. So you know,
because you at point, you're.
I'm only just, you know, from what I can see from up here, it looks like it's very one-paced, and it's on the quicker scale, I would say. So that would be something to change. Can I bowl slower for 2 or 3 overs, risk getting bopped for a couple of sixes by just getting above the eye line a little bit.
No, I like that. Good philosophy. Good tactical chat, good analysis there. So Jack Leach will probably continue. Also bowled 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 44. Would he listen to you when you're at point? Would you say, look, Jack, try and toss it up a little bit more?
At the stage when we did speak a lot, yes, but that was Jack Leach pre-500 wickets and lots of test appearances, so maybe not now. And it's not about, you know, it's never about, you know, when you're out there as a teammate, it's not about you should do this. You're just trying to coax a little bit of thought sometimes. And I think good players, good teammates, they might see something, you know, like I would happily say it to like a Lewis Gregory or a Craig Overton when they're like, look mate, you're steaming in, you're running in too fast, you know, take a chill pill, just get into your rhythm and then build it up from there. I would say that quite often to seam bowlers, especially young guys who are trying to run in and hit people in the head all the time. You know, sometimes you have to, you know, say what you see and give a little bit of advice. They don't, you know, no one has to take advice, but I think a good team, you always know that, you know, your teammate's only trying to help you out at the end of the day. So just by saying slow it down, toss it up a little bit, don't run in so hard, you know, they're only suggestions, aren't they?
So I guess you were the senior player with young lads coming in and they'd look up to you, and they probably wouldn't go to a Trez or a Hildy because you're a bowler. I guess you might not have been captain or vice captain, but you had the bowling knowledge, right? Yeah,
well, I think if you think about the way the team shapes up, and you can imagine that team, where would Trez and Hildy be stood on the field?
Slips.
The opposite end of the field to the bowlers. I would normally be mid-off, mid-on, mid-off. And I think that was by design, that you'd always have a senior bowler at mid-on or mid-off, you know, just to give a bit of advice.
So is something wrong now then? Well, Josh Davies, senior himself, but he's got Hamid and Banton at mid-on, mid-off. He's got no bowler to talk to.
That is probably not optimum, to be honest, even if it's just about bouncing ideas off each other. And I think...
But Craig and Casey are brilliant slip fielders, so they want to be in there, I guess.
Yeah, of course. But, you know, that's...
Pretorius could
that would be an obvious change, because I think, you know, where they might be tactically brilliant, Bants and Hamid, will they be able to sort of empathise with the bowler, what it's like to bowl here at Taunton when it's gone flat? You know, keeping him emotionally buoyant as well as anything else. You know, I think if you hear a batter go in, oh, Josh, I know it's difficult, but keep running in, mate. He's going to be like, well, hang on, mate, you're a batter. How do you know what this feels like? Whereas if it was Pretorius giving him that same message, it might just carry a bit more weight. Psychology game, I guess.
But is there a bit of Hamid or Banton could say, I'm a batter, I know I hate it when?
Potentially.
I do like it when you see Craig and Lewis. I see quite a lot chatting to each other mid-on, mid-off. I guess they've played together for years. They're similar bowling all-rounders. Maybe it's an underused coaching thing in club cricket as well. Get a bowler mid-on, mid-off just to chat. As we see another mid-wicket come in. 2 quite square mid-wickets. We've seen this to Hayne already, a bit straighter earlier. Now Case Rogers all square leg side of mid-wicket with Tom Abel.
That's definitely a thing, though. I mean, bowling, you know, bowling on a flat pitch is, you know, you bowl 6. I mean, you don't, you know, just saying this at me sounds like, oh, that's not a long period of time. But if you bowl 6 balls where you feel like you've nailed your area, back of a length, top of off, nothing happens.
Yeah.
Within 6 balls, that can really deflate you when you're not seeing any movement. The bowler wants to see the ball, you know, nipping off the seam or swinging towards the slips or the occasional play and miss. If you're getting none of those things, you very, very quickly get into quite a negative space.
So do you have these long chats with the Western Storm? Is that your role in there, or are you talking to senior players? Is it a post-match discussion?
Well, the women only play limited overs cricket, so it's not that same. It's not really the same challenge, even though the principles are still the same. To be professional in the areas that you bowl, and you try and talk about the little idiosyncrasies of the game, but as you might be finding now, it's quite a dry subject at times. Unless you're really into cricket, they're not inspiring conversations to be had sometimes.
Nice sweep shot for 4 by Will Rhodes. Placed that well behind Tom Killicamore at square, behind backward square for 4. But I really like the analysis side. I think a lot of people have said on the comments on, they've tweeted us before and put the YouTube message in there. They love it when we go into that analysis. What can Somerset do differently? It's all well and good people saying, oh, it's a flat pitch, they're batting well, we can't get them out. But you can't just give up in these stages. So just thinking through what you can do differently.
No, I mean, it like, for instance, like if you had a Steve Kirby character, and this is where I don't know a couple of the guys that well, like in Pretorius, I'm not familiar with him. But like you have a Steve Kirby kind of guy who's always quite fiery.
Yeah.
And you'd have a situation like this, and you go and you go Curbs, and he'd be like, "What's he?" And he went, 5 overs a mad dog, and that to us would be me and him. We get together, and even though I didn't have the pace to do it, I'd just run in. I'd bowl as many bounces as I was allowed. I'd get into the batter. I'd try and change the atmosphere that's out there at the moment. And Curbs was brilliant, being a redhead as well and having some pace.
In Yorkshire.
All the nonsense, he'd be spraying the batter, all sorts of crazy things. And we'd have this like 5 over spell between us of what we'd call mad dog, just to try and change the atmosphere of the ground.
And that was nearly always you two, was it?
Well, whoever, if you had a character that could, you probably couldn't. I don't think that you could say that's a Josh Davey type. I don't think he's got the persona.
Craig Overton probably could.
Craig Overton definitely could. Lewis, I think, he could be quite subtle with the way that he would go about it. So he would be one that you could bring along for that ride. And it's just about changing the atmosphere, because if nothing's going on, no one's having any input, and the bowlers keep just bowling, it's a very nice, comfortable place to be as a batter. What you need to do sometime as a cricketer, as a captain, is make it uncomfortable for the batter. And yes, you sometimes have to get stuck into them a little bit, try and break them down, mentally. Talk about their technique or their run of form that they're in, or the terrible car they've just bought. It could be anything really, just to change the atmosphere of the what the middle feels like. And I know back in the day, I mean, some of the umpires used to love it and almost get involved sometimes, whereas I know some of the newer umpires, like if you did that kind of thing with Rob Bailey, he'd probably be chuckling along to himself, whereas some of the newer guys on the block are, oh, you can't say that, and you can't do this, and you can't do that. But it's very much a part of the game. It should never be abusive.
No.
And it never was in professional cricket, in fairness, but you're just trying to get into a scrap. Light the fire in the belly, give yourself an extra yard, pick a fight with someone.
Yeah, I like that. I think so many club games where it just goes flat and you're just waiting for something to happen. You're waiting for a bowler to produce a bit of magic. Nothing happens, and actually, what can you do just to change things, change the environment, change the atmosphere? Martin Paul's put a slightly odd message in the chat about Ogborn bowling to right-handers. Alfie Ogborn definitely bowls over and around the wicket, so I'm not sure what clips.
Is that from a second 11 game?
Maybe the second 11 game of the day.
Beauties the other week I saw.
He got a 5 for recently. Yeah, he's been bowling with curves in the lunch interval. No, he definitely does bowl over and around the wicket. We'll change it up. But there he is. Alfie's on the bench. He's been on 12 duty. Not far away from getting into this side. That beauty of his delivery to get James Vince out, his first class wicket last year. Vince, who got a mammoth score again in this round and in the last game. Yeah, there's been a bit of talk about whether Ogborn and Baker should get more goes in the side. They're not far away. Baker's had his injury worries. Ned Leonard's there, not in his whites, but in his tracky top. Alfie's fed up with the camera bit on him. What's he on about here? He was dodging the school kids as he was trying to have a bowl with Curbs at lunchtime. Right, well, this could be the last over before tea. Davey into Hayne.
I'd love it now if Josh Davey stayed down there and gave the batsman a massive load of verbals and
Steve Kirby, yes. Yeah, you're right though. I don't see it coming from Josh Davey from the players. Curbs can do what he wants coaching him, but he's not going to coach him the the Yorkshire ginger grit, is he? He's having a laugh with the batter.
He's too nice. He's having a nice. He's having a good chat with him. They're both smiling.
Curbs wouldn't smile with the batters, would he?
No, definitely not. He's more likely to spit at them.
Never really got in much trouble though, did he? He didn't sort of cross the line too much, did he? He'd probably get close and push their buttons.
Yeah, he got close to the line a few times, but yeah, because of the nonsense that would come out of his mouth, it was probably too difficult to write it into a report.
You just laugh it off.
You'd get criticised for your grammar if you tried to copy down what used to come out of Steve's mouth. So what did he say? It's really hard to explain, but
interesting one. Jim Hode on the YouTube comments. Standing at slip, I used to start telling the keeper a long, quite filthy joke which was long enough to last the over, but the batsman didn't hear the punchline. Keeper laughed hard and it wound the batter up. I've not heard that before. Probably going to be 4 runs. Will Road with a late cut. Yep.
Yeah. Paul Nixon was good at that one. He would tell quite, not necessarily jokes, but he would be always telling stories and almost get you engrossed into the outcome of it. But they would often be stories that wouldn't ever go anywhere, but just to distract you in some way, shape or form. Yeah, there's a lot of little mind games you can play, definitely. I mean, from what I can imagine, I know you don't necessarily, it doesn't, you can't see it, I suppose, through the screen, but by all accounts, in the professional dart scene, there's loads of little bits of skullduggery that goes on, like stamping your foot just as they're about to throw the dart, or breathing funny, or like twizzling something in your pocket, or picking the darts out the board slow. It's just stuff to get under the skin of your opponent.
Yeah, not quite what they do before a boxing bout, but I know what you mean.
You don't need to. When you have the opportunity to lump someone in the head, you don't really. There's not really any point in doing anything else, is there?
Down the leg side from Josh Davey. We might actually get one more Jack Leach over in, depending on whether Josh Davey decides to do his shoelace before the
scrum, pinching people under the armpit.
Remember at football they used to say at a corner, stamp on the toes.
Yeah,
stamp on the toes. Or Vinnie Jones would grab your balls, wouldn't he?
All sorts of terrible things.
Cricket's too nice a sport for too many of those things. Yeah, but little wind-up things like trying to bowl when the batter's not ready. Jadeja trying to get for his over rapidly and don't let the batter settle, or tying your shoelace to change your momentum, or calling for a drink just to wind the team up.
Yeah, I don't really know if it's a thing anymore, but I know that certain players from maybe the generation before me, they were always trying to ask who's, personal details of, who's this lad? Has he got a girlfriend? Is he married? Has he got a kid? Trying to collate as much information as possible so you could maybe break him down if you needed to. But I don't necessarily think that's much of a thing anymore, because most of the lads now, let's face it, in the winter they're probably teammates.
Yeah.
Our boys are probably going to be teammates with a lot of these lads in the 100 in a few weeks' time. So over a number of years, you're going to get stuck into someone who's you'll
be batting together to win a game.
Manchester Originals teammate in a month's time. It'd be a bit embarrassing, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It's weird seeing Anderson and Lyon playing together at Southport. And right now, as we speak, Lancs Notts, it's massive Ashes rivalry, and then the teammates.
That must be awkward.
Yeah, really weird, especially when these things happen. Jimmy can be an angry, grumpy fast bowler, bowling at Gary Lyon when he's on one leg. I remember that when he went down his hamstring and hobbled out to bat, didn't he? It's a funny one.
Leachy toiling away, 1 for 49 so far. That quicker ball skidded through the defence of Al Davis after he just got to his 50.
I like this, proper umbrella field. That one stayed a bit low, skidded onto the leg stump-ish. He's just got his bat down. But look at the field, hunting, ready for tea. You think, solid, I don't mind if he hits a 4. Last over 4 tees, probably just going to block out hanging there. Good
3
attacking
runs
placement.
Off 30 balls so far, Sam Hain. Batting a glass eye to sleep at the moment.
It's funny because I've seen him score T20 hundreds. He's got all the shots in the book, Sam Hain. Whacks it everywhere when he wants to, but Just feels like this is an appropriate time to batten down the hatches, drop anchor, keep Somerset out there as long as they can today, and then finish him off tomorrow is his plan. There we go. That's tea. 125 for 2 Warwickshire. Sam Hain on 3, Will Rose on 12. And Somerset toiling really on day 3. Warwickshire got a pretty healthy lead, but they're going to keep batting. I wouldn't have thought there'll be any declaration until at least tomorrow morning, and then they'll try and get 10 wickets of Somerset before close of play on Wednesday. Well, thanks to that's Harry Everett and Pete Trigo. Well, Stephen Lamb will be back for the start of the evening session in about 19 minutes' time.
It's the tea interval at various grounds on the county circuit. So let's bring you up to date with scores from the other matches on day 3, starting in Vitality County Championship Division 1. Up at Chester Street, Durham hosting Worcestershire. Durham were bowled out for 152 in their second innings, setting Worcestershire a victory target of 231. Worcestershire achieved 208 for 4. They require just a further 23 runs to win, with 6 second innings wickets intact. At Southampton, Hampshire made 505 for 8 declared in their first innings. Kent were bowled out for 343 in their first innings. Hampshire in first to follow on, second time around. Kent are 30 for 1 after 15 overs, still trailing by 132 runs. At Southport, Lancashire declared their first innings on 353 for 9. Nottinghamshire were bowled out for just 126, with James Anderson They lead by 234 runs with 4 second innings wickets remaining. Moving into Division 2 and the results at Chesterfield. Derbyshire bowled out for 76 in their first innings. Yorkshire made 451 for 9 declared. Derbyshire in their second innings bowled out for 171. Yorkshire won by an innings and 204 runs. At the Cheltenham Cricket Festival, Gloucestershire made 610 for 5 declared in their second innings. Centuries for Miles Hammond, Cameron Bancroft and a double 100 from James Bracey. Setting the Morgan a victory target of 593, the Morgan are 81 for 1, needing a further 512 runs to win. It's 2 at Leicester, Leicestershire against Middlesex. Leicestershire bowled for 372 in their second innings, setting Middlesex a victory target of 466. Middlesex are 167 for 3 in their second innings. Ben Green with 1 wicket, having earlier made 77 with the bat. Middlesex required 299 runs to win that game. And finally, a result from earlier at Northampton. Northamptonshire bowled out for 220 in their second innings after being set a victory target of 284 by Sussex, so Sussex claimed victory by 63 runs. And you are up to date from scores from around the country.
Monday. It's actually amazing, and their first time to break.
Please welcome back match umpires Rick Elliott and Mark Newell.
In his bag, there's some brackets for his leg. Barry.
Alright, override.
Captain Craig Overton, please welcome back Somerset.
Let's get off it quickly, lads.
The Warwickshire knockout batters, number 35, Will Rhodes, and number 16, Sam Hayne.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, final session of day 3 in this county championship match between Somerset and Warwickshire, and Warwickshire very much have the game under control at the moment. They've got an overall lead of 253 with just the 2 second innings wickets down. Sam Hayne is on 3, Will Rhodes is on 12 as the umpires and players troop back out after tea. The dismissals were in fairly quick succession. In fact, Alex Davis was bowled by Jack Leach just after reaching his 50. That was from 88 balls, 6 fours in it. And then Rob Yates was caught in the deep by Josh Davey, hooking at Craig Overton for 57. And that came in 114 deliveries. 1 6 and 5 fours in that. So both openers have gone. And it's Will Rhodes who made a half century in the first innings, and Sam Hayne who didn't, who are the not out batters. Be Rhodes on strike initially, and Miguel Pretorius is going to be taking up the Somerset attack. So the initial first innings lead of 128 substantially extended already. We've still got 40 overs of the day remaining. So that's the first ball of the final session, defended by Rhodes. Fairly consistent cloud cover at the moment, quite high cloud over Taunton, so not much in the way of sunshine to see. But I suspect this could be a hard session for Somerset unless they can make a breakthrough, which Pretorius wasn't far off doing there. It's a bit of a waft outside the off stump from Rhodes. Might have nicked that through to James Rue, but didn't. Not far away from it. Solid defence this time from the left-hander. Pretorius, who bowled arguably the spell of the match on day 1, 3 wickets. He was instrumental in reducing Warwickshire to that 40 for 4, which was probably their low point of the match. But they've come back very well from that, taking 40 for 4 to 412, and they're extending that at the moment. Good afternoon, Peter Trigo.
Hi, Lammy. We're resuming a similar sort of predicament. I think there's I think at the start of a session, I think the Warwickshire batters will just look to get themselves back in. I I think it was quite clear that Yates and Davis, they had a bit of a tempo spurt, didn't they? Just to pile on a few runs and, you know, push that rate up. You know, the run rate, I suppose, you know, when you're trying to set up a game to win, going at 2.79 runs and over, does suggest that, you know, Warwickshire are on the conservative side of things, but there's no doubt that there will be an upsurge in tempo at some point, and I suppose that's where Somerset will have an opportunity to potentially take a few wickets and get back into the game, but it's going to be tough, that's for sure.
Yeah, I wonder what the strategy is on that. I'm sure they've got one. As things stand, if they carry on at this rate, this is going to be 4 out to deep mid-wicket, then they're going to have to bat into tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I know, I was just speaking to CEO Jamie Cox actually about, you know, the game and the game situation. I know that playing, you know, quite a lot of county cricket, I know Warwickshire and in particular Lancashire, they play the very long game. They visualise winning games in the, you know, the dying breath of the third session on the fourth day. They like to grind teams into the ground. They like to accumulate big scores, and really sort of play that sort of game of attrition, which, you know, you have to say is difficult to play against. I mean, this is the perfect storm for them, really. You know, a docile pitch, a tiring attack, and I would imagine the message from the dressing room is to do exactly that: accumulate runs and maybe look just to, you know, pick up tempo an hour before we're planning on declaring. My gut feeling says that we'll get some sort of a nasty session before lunch tomorrow. I can't imagine there's a plan to even consider pulling out tonight.
Not unless there's a dramatic acceleration in run scoring.
I just don't see it.
I don't see any sign of it.
No, don't.
We've got seam at both ends.
Well, it's 257. They'll want a minimum of 450. Minimum of 450. So what's that? Another couple of hundred runs in 39 overs. I mean, it would have to go to 4 and over from 2.8 to make that achievable. So no, I don't see there being a declaration tonight. You know, historically, we have probably, as a club, scared opposition off about, you know, generous 350 declarations here, because they often pan out quite poor for the visiting team. And you look at the lineups, you know, Cola Cadmore, Tom Abel, you know, incredibly explosive players that can come in and, you know, score 160 balls, and that will definitely mean that Warwickshire will be trying to get a bit of a shorter bowling spell at them. I always do think here at Taunton, if you're going to bowl a team out, 65 overs is probably there or thereabouts enough anyway. You kind of need a collapse really to win a game from here, from one of the teams.
And this wicket hasn't really changed in nature very much. Certainly yesterday or today it's been very similar.
I think the only thing that's going to change over the course of the next, well, let's say 130 overs is going to be external pressure. That's going to be the challenge that they're going to face Somerset at some stage. Is can they play the ball for the ball, not play in the situation? Because there's no doubt they're going to have to bat for maybe 60, 65 overs tomorrow to save the game. Can they strip away all the pressure of the game situation and just bat? And if they can do that, I'm sure they'll be absolutely fine. But Warwickshire won't make it easy, and you'll have a well-rested Oliver Hand-Dolby who has a knack of taking wickets here, and you've got a high-quality bowler in Chris Wokes who hasn't taken any wickets yet in the game.
Yeah, and will be hungry to do so.
He will be starving. He's seeing his 41-year-old international mate that he's going to be playing with next week up the road taking 7 for. So he's going to want a piece of that action.
Yeah, he got the last one, didn't he, Jimmy Anderson? Having got the first 6, there was then an intervention from Tom Bailey. Very rudely took a couple. And then Jimmy had the last one. Looks like Worcestershire are going to beat Durham at Chester Street. Just needs 17 runs and they've got 6 wickets in hand. So that one's going to end very shortly. One feels. Kent have followed on against Hampshire. 38 for 1, stood 124 behind. And Notts, that game we were talking about, have followed on against Lancashire. 40 for 1 and 187 behind. Here's Pretorius. The other first division match, Surrey-Essex, that's the big one really, first playing second. Surrey 174 for 6 in their second innings. They lead by 256. So if that innings folds away, then that could be a gettable target for Essex. But they need to take 4 more wickets.
Yeah, nothing's out of the realms of possibility in today's game. No doubt about that, but yeah, this game is meandering along.
Two second division games complete. Yorkshire beat Derbyshire by an innings and 204. Sussex beat Northants by 63. Glamorgan still need another 508 runs to beat Gloucestershire. Good luck with that if they do it.
Yeah, they'll deserve the points.
85 for 1 they are. And Middlesex need 292 to beat Leicestershire, and they have 7 wickets in hand. That's the roundup around the country. Championship cricket makes way again after tomorrow. T20 coming back, and then the 50 over competition, which runs alongside the 100. And then the championship run in September.
Yeah, saw a few of the in inverted commas white ball players cruising around earlier, doing a bit of training, hitting a few balls in the nets, going for a bit of lunch, getting ready for the next NatWest Blast game. I believe that's on Friday. And there's a Sunday here against Gloucestershire. Can Somerset get one back on them? It was a magnificent game at Bristol a few weeks ago. Gloucester taking the spoils, and I'm sure Somerset players will be looking for a little bit of revenge in front of, I'm sure, a full house here on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, that'll be a good sight. Three defeats so far in their group, all of them away from home. Bristol, Canterbury and the Oval. End of Pretorius is over. 7 altogether. And he's yet to take a wicket. Craig Overton and Jack Leach are the two who managed to do that. Did have 4 in the first innings though, Pretorius. 130 for 2, Warwickshire. But it's been a pretty sedate start to the final session.
Yeah, I just think they'll look to re-establish this little bit of a partnership here. Well, I hope that's the case, because it has been a very turgid start. In particular, Sam Haney hasn't really looked to do anything but dead bat the ball so far. 3 runs off of 40 balls, but he's a very talented ball striker. You know, he could easily catch that up to a runner ball if he really, really wanted to. He is a very talented batter. So it does really lend for that kind of get yourself back in, establish yourself, a little bit of a mad hour, and see what you can do. But I can't see any other scenario than Warwickshire batting first thing, you know, first session tomorrow, at least for probably an hour session at Somerset. Try and do a bit of damage before lunch, and then see what you can do. But yeah, I really don't foresee any interest from the Warwickshire camp to pull out anywhere under 400. Certainly not 400. I would say 450 would probably be more of a target for them.
Now, Will Rhodes has got a strike rate of 45 in his 19. Sam Hain, just 7.5 for his 3. 40 deliveries he's faced. But you've got to sort of get yourself in again after an interval, which he's in the process of doing. In the 4th over after tea. There's a slightly watery sun emerges, or a hazy sun. Now that is a fine piece of fielding.
Yeah, he's done well there, the big man. I think that's is that Pretorius? Yeah, Overton. They look very similar on the ground, don't they? Pretorius and Overton, very similar frames.
I think it was Pretorius. I think Overton's at first slip.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, nice piece of bowling that from Casey Aldridge, bending his back. Rhodes is trying to run that over. Said first slip, Overton. Nearly managed to find his way all the way through to the keeper.
So is Jamie Cox settling in, as far as you could gather?
Well, he looks very comfortable here, but then again, he was a very familiar face for me years and years ago. He was club captain when I first burst onto the scene. So. Yeah, so I suppose, you know, you have those people that played some sort of a part in your career, and you kind of, you know, when you see them again, it's almost like they've never been away. So he's got brilliant experience in his cricketing career, his sports career as a CEO, doing a bit of work in AFL football, and then working for the MCC. Then into this great job. I mean, he's doing well. So I sure hope he's enjoying his time here in the West Country. He's definitely got some friends in the local area.
Yeah, it's a rather nice link between this ground and Lord's. A couple of chief executives from here who've gone up there. Richard Gould, of course, chief exec now at the ECB in one part of Lord's, and Guy Lavender, chief executive of MCC in another.
Well, lots of opportunities here as a county club, you know, a well-run club that turn a profit, which is a rarity in the modern game. So, a real good base for any aspiring CEO in a bigger environment to come and make your name. And if you think how far the club's come over the last 15 years with the infrastructure, the buildings, the one we're sat in here now, the floodlights, the team, you know, winning trophies from time to time. I mean, it's a real success story down here in the southwest.
Absolutely, and it's also an extremely attractive ground, which it's a great pleasure to look out on from here.
And almost it's nice as well, isn't it? I think, you know, in terms of the journey that, you know, not that I know all the details of it that Jamie Cox has been on. You know, you think in 2001 2001 he was holding that one-day trophy at Lords as captain of the club, and 23 years later he's the CEO. It's quite an amazing story, that, really.
Yeah, that's pretty special, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah. And you've had that experience at Lords, Triggs, I remember.
One thing I can guarantee, Stephen, is yes, I have lifted a trophy at this club, but I guarantee you I will not be CEO ever, ever, ever.
I was lining you up for it nicely.
I would sack myself, I promise you.
Yeah. I remember that day at Lords, was it 2019?
Yeah, it was a very special day. We had a magnificent era of success in terms of how many games we won, but we lost so many finals together and finals day disappointments, and that really was for some of us, in particular, I suppose James Hildreth, that was our, we really did sense that this was going to be one of the last times we're going to get a chance to win a trophy. So that meant an awful lot to us that day at Lords, no doubt about that. That was it was a great day.
Yes, there was that horrible unwanted bridesmaids tag, wasn't there?
Yeah, and we earned it. I mean, when there's 18 teams in the country and you keep on finishing second, that's, I suppose, an achievement somewhat.
Well,
but
it is. It makes you the envy of many teams, I'm
yeah,
sure.
well, there's 16 other teams that would rather be in our position, but it was great to get over the line. Having a look at the toilers at the moment: Davey, Overton, Leach, Pretorius, Aldridge. The wickets for Overton and Leach so far, all going relatively well in terms of runs per over. Aldridge a little bit more expensive, but in fairness, he's really trying to mix it up, bowling his fair share of short deliveries, trying to make something happen.
There are various things I remember about that day at Lords. I was watching, I was commentating with Anthony that day, and I do remember Hildy. He dropped a simple chance, didn't he, at slip?
Riley Rousseau.
Was it
Rousseau?
I can't remember, but I'll check it in a minute. But the next ball, the very next ball.
It was someone good.
I think it may have been Tom Alsop.
Alsop, yeah, who was quite dangerous that year, wasn't he? And it was. Oh no! Can't believe you dropped that. And then carbon copy a couple of balls later.
I think it was the very next
ball.
The
next ball, yeah. Magnificent.
Yeah. I remember interviewing Jamie Overton afterwards. He had a good game that day, and chatting to him over.
Yeah, it was nice. I mean, Tom Abel, got some really key wickets. So a lot of it was a real sort of team performance. I suppose led with the ball with Jamie. I think he got 4 wickets, and Hildy got 60 odd not out. But there was contributions all round, and Banton played beautifully. It was a great day. I mean, remarkably, I suppose my lasting memory was how quickly I managed to polish off one of those bottles of champagne, which I have to admit was like the beer and cider festival in a few days' time. It was a great day, but I did not enjoy the following day.
Well, you had every reason.
And there's Hayne just showing that little touch of quality. He's played probably one of the more sort of, I suppose, what's the polite word of saying, really, really boring knock so far. 3 off of 41 balls, and then he dances down the wicket to Casey Aldridge and smears him through the covers. He really is the sort of guy that could be 3 off of 41 balls, and he could genuinely catch this up by the end of the day. He's such a talented ball striker. Looks like he's made the decision just to start trying to score here. Maybe he's read the live feed. I think there's even a few Warwickshire fans that have piled in on his style of batting.
Did look to be upping the tempo slightly there. He's at the non-striker's end now. He's moved on to 8. So he's more than doubled his score. Good pull there, out to deep mid-wicket, and it's going to go all the way. It is becoming an expensive over. That's the second boundary off it. Well out of reach of any of the fielders. .148 for 2 now. So the lead is 266
Front, small pocket.
for Warwickshire. And another one. That's boundary number 3 off Aldridge.
Yeah, in the context of the game, this is a big over. It's not an Ollie Robinson-sized over of 42, but it's sizable.
Yep. It's
Did
done
you see
now,
that the other
but-
week? Was it? See that over down at Hove? Where he, was it Kimber who?
No, I missed that.
Was it Kimber who belted him for 42 off the over?
Really?
It's absolutely.
I heard about the innings. So no, not quite like that, but expensive nonetheless.
Hayne racing away at the moment. He's managed to get to 8 off of 43 balls. Pretorius just tying himself up and getting ready for a spell. Change of ends for Pretorius. He's coming on at the Trescothick stand end. Warwickshire 152 for 3. That run rate's just crept up above 3 runs and over. So certainly a little bit of intent shown by the Bears at the moment. 30 odd overs to go. At that rate, another 90 is probably still not enough. They'll want at least 4 or 5 and over. And a little bit of a mad dash in the morning. Pretorius to Hayne.
In fact, it was 16 off that over altogether. One of the deliveries was a no ball. One of the boundary deliveries. So that was expensive.
Sorry, yeah, yes. Sorry.
Yes, that's going to be 4 more. The accelerator is being pressed here.
Yeah, definitely. He's gone from stalled to 5th. It's quite a shift through the gearbox, that, isn't it?
And in the process, into double figures. Sam Hayne.
Yeah, he's a very confident lad, Sam Hayne, and rightly so. He could, like I said, he could easily change this around pretty rapidly.
Wants 2. Will he? Could be trouble here. No, he's safely home. Good running in the end. Had his eye on 2 from the word go. Sam Hayne. Hot work now for Pretorius and Aldridge with the sun shining brightly. The wind's dropped as well. The Somerset flag is hanging limp at the moment, so it's going to make it harder work in the field. The Warwickshire flag seems to have been taken down rather bizarrely. Unless it's just so limp that I can't see it.
No, the flagpole is bare. There is no bear.
Certainly been up there for days 1 and 2, and I think for part of today. So I don't know what's happened there. There they are. You just gone out of picture, the handsome, large Somerset one. And there is the flagless pole. Single out to deep square this time. Slightly longer sessions today, making up some of the lost overs from the morning session yesterday. 104 in all.
Plenty of overs left in the game, 120 or so, give or take.
So Aldridge, who took some tap in his previous over, is going to stay on. Slight misfeel. I wonder if that was intentional to encourage him to take the single.
Yeah, I definitely see the gears being shifted up by the pair of bears out there at the moment. They've done the hard work. They've kind of, I suppose, put the game safe, give or take a few runs. They've got 8 runs, 8 wickets in the shed.
Oh, he wanted a single there, Sam Hain, but was sent back loudly and sharply by Will Rhodes, shy at the stumps. I think he was home. Okay, but he was pretty heavily committed to that single.
Pretorius is, I think someone on the balcony is a bit disgruntled at Pretorius trying to throw the stumps down, and Sam Hain has taken a little knock on the back of his leg. He doesn't seem that fussed about it though.
Yorker, which he kept out well in the end.
It's interesting how people see the game, isn't it? I'm just having a look at some of the comments on the live stream. You've got a couple of what I assume Bears fans. They're not happy and about the way their team are going about it, and someone else is. I think I'm more of the on the side of I think the Bears are playing a pretty shrewd game here. They've put the game safe by batting well for 50 overs. They've now got the perfect platform to have a little bit of a dip. They don't have to do anything crazy. There's still 120 overs left. Yeah, in my mind, I think all the pressure is going to be very, very firmly on the Somerset side of the balcony in the Andy Caddick Pavilion, I think. Led by Oliver Hannon-Dolby. Warwickshire have been exceptional these first 2.5 days. You know, bar the start that they had where they were 4 for 40, where Somerset had a real opportunity to, you know, look to bowl them out at 150, 180. They've absolutely dominated the game, really.
Yeah, well, by and large, they've made better use of the batting conditions than Somerset have. One or two soft dismissals in the Somerset first innings. Clipped away, but will just be a single. Protection done at long leg. That's a more economical over from Aldridge than its predecessor. 0 for 42 is figures overall.
Bit of a mothers' meeting. Mabel, the bowler, Overton, captain in charge. discussing some plans. I think they're pretty aware that Hayne and Rhodes are going to start to take a few chances. Chances could bring some wickets. Certainly needs something to happen from a Somerset perspective. Otherwise, they're a little bit like sitting ducks really in this game. Those opening batters will just be starting to think about not if, just when. When am I going to be out there trying to save this game? How am I going to do it? One of the real, I suppose, looking at the first innings performance as well, they could be going about saving a game of cricket in a very unique way. Andy Hamid, who dancing down the wicket, and I know Kola Cadmore's not shy of using his feet to the opening bowlers as well. I wonder if they will go with that ploy. That'll raise some pulses in with the journalists next door. I know if any of our openers get out running down the wicket to Oliver Hannon-Dolby, I'm pretty sure Richard Latham is going to need the defibrillator.
Yes, I think that will certainly be so. There'll be steam coming out of his ears.
That's you. That's Alfie. That's him.
Well, the Trade Nation win predictor reckons the draw is the hot bet, over 80%. There could be some drama to come though in this game. We've got plenty of time left in it.
Yeah, so the wins for either team are in the teens and the draw's 80%. 18% Warwickshire, 1% Somerset. Yeah, okay.
It's very hard to see Somerset winning from this position.
I see, positive positive Warwickshire result, a little bit stronger than 18% at this stage, if I'm honest.
Yeah, maybe take 10% off the draw and put it onto Warwickshire.
Yeah, I think that's. Yeah, I'd go 29-71. I think that would probably be my split. Okay, so yeah, I think that's. Let's jot that down on Harry's homework. So what do we get? So 187 for 2 in the second innings, Warwickshire. The TWP, the Trigo win predictor, says 29 Warwickshire, 1% Somerset, 70% Warwickshire win. Okay.
Have another look
we'll
at that.
We'll revisit that tomorrow, Stephen.
Absolutely.
Harry's fuming. I've ruined his scorecard.
The sweat is being wiped from the brow of Miguel Pretorius, understandably.
Oh, Derek on the live stream, he agrees with my my prediction at the moment. Assuming you're a bear, Derek.
Yeah, that flag is unfurled again, indicating that we've got a bit more reprise out there than we've had recently.
Yeah, and I'm sensing there's a little bit of hot air coming at me at the moment, Stephen. So I'm going to take a little break, and Harry's going to step in for me. So I'll see you again maybe in 20 minutes or so.
Excellent. Going to have spin in the form of Jack Leach. He's already bowled 17 overs in this innings. Has a wicket. That of Alex Davis. Just sorting out his field. He's going to have a slip initially. It's a rather cheerfully coloured train moving out of Taunton Station. It's not a livery I know very much about. I can recognise the GWR one, or the cross-country one.
I thought you were an expert train spotter. Trinks was calling me a train spotter earlier.
I gave you that opening, didn't I?
You did.
That was a sort of rather bright blue, that train that just left. Rush hour, of course, being a weekday.
Oh yeah, do we get? I suppose do you get a train rush hour in the West Country?
I think you get more of them.
Yeah, yeah, fair comment.
At busy times.
People commute from Taunton to Bristol or vice versa.
No rush for Jack Leach, who's having his first ball of a new spell now. Rhodes has contributed usefully in both innings, helped to rebuild the Warwickshire batting after that early fall of the 4 wickets. And now on 35 not out. Makes 98 in the match so far.
Oh, going back there, nearly went underground, nearly in a bit of trouble there.
Leach, clearly the Somerset #1 spinner. Back into the attack. Oh, and edged, short, falling short of Craig Overton, but some encouragement there for Jack Leach.
Too low a release point for England, isn't he? Isn't that the issue? Hasn't England cricket selection gone a bit heightist? All about release point? You're not allowed to be racist or sexist, but you can be heightist. I don't quite understand.
But it was a bizarre thing, wasn't it, on day 1, because that was when the England squad was announced as well. Shoaib Bashir included in it, and not picked here. Although the original intention had been to pick him, they were planning originally to play 2 spinners. But when it came to making a choice, Jack got the nod.
So I wonder who's Taunton Dean's #1 if those two ever play for Taunton Dean again. Pretty rare, isn't it? The same country, the same county, the same club have technically 2 spinners on their books.
It is extraordinary.
Ridiculous, yeah. I've had a message request on Facebook and Instagram, actually, very keen. Chris Brewer, he's called. Harry, excuse me messaging me. Any chance of a shout out, please? North Curry are holding an inter-club charity match on Sunday the 14th of July at 1:30, with all proceeds going to our nominated charity, the Taunton Food Bank. Please come along to enjoy an afternoon's cricket at our picturesque ground with barbecue, bar and grand raffle on the day. Keep up the great work on the live stream. Many thanks in advance.
Excellent.
There you go, very nice message. So North Curry, Sunday the 14th of July, 1:30. Bit of money for the Taunton Food Bank. There you go. Cheers, Chris. I think I might have played against North Curry the other day, actually. Yes, the last round of the Terry Monkridge Shield. So.
Has Lewis Gregory come onto the field?
Yeah, why not?
I think he has.
He's at mid-on.
He's right in front of us.
Yeah. Well, I think he wasn't far away from being fit for this game, you see. So he's nearly fit to play, but he probably wasn't fit enough to play on day 1, but it's day 3 now, and he's not going to be bowling or batting. So he's fit enough to field at mid-on. Ameed, great work from Ameed at fine leg to keep that to 1 run.
Terrific.
Lewis Gregory's just, he's not quite ADHD like me who gets bored very easily, but he probably wants to be in the action. He's there carrying the drinks.
We've also had a bowling change in that Pretorius has made way for Overton.
I like Gregory being at mid-on for Overton, you see. I was talking about this with Triggs earlier, fascinating little piece. Rewind to 40 to 42 overs on the Warwickshire innings in the stream and listen to cracking 10 minutes of Pete talking to me about fielding at mid-on having a bowler there to talk through bowling plans, which might seem a basic thing, but then even telling me about fielding at point to Jack Leach and telling him where to bowl and how much flight he's got to give the ball, little tips like that.
I presume that, given that Gregory's come on, that he would be the captain now. Would that be right?
Oh, I don't know, actually.
Well,
no.
he is the club captain.
He is, but I think Craig's captain for this match, isn't he? Craig's bowling. Oh, playing a miss.
That's a no, he's out. He's gone. He's nicked
Under
it.
edge. Yeah, okay, he's given it. You're right. Big wicket. There you go. Lewis Gregory walks on the field, Stephen. The first over that the Somerset club captain's on the field for. Craig Overton, the stand-in captain, the vice-captain, now the captain for this match, gets the wicket. 171 for 3. I thought he'd missed it, but no. Craig Overton's celebrate appeal was valid and under edge. And James Rew's done well. I spent the tea time interval having a chat with James Rew's mother. Yeah, and a chat with James's mum, and it was interesting to hear all of what Thomas is up to, all his travelling. Oh, yes. It's a big deflection. That's a good catch.
He knew straight away, didn't he?
Yeah.
Rhodes just walked straight off.
Now, James Rew's dad might have missed that catch because he's been up at Burnham and Barrow Golf Course watching Justin Rose in the Golf Championship, so normally very good watcher.
That was nicely judged.
No, look at the way he tumbles over the inside edge. Not an easy catch. He made it look easy, really. The tumble was probably
got
unnecessary.
both hands to it, which is always useful.
Kept watching the ball late as possible. Dan Mosley is going to come in at number 5 for Warwickshire again.
So, encouragement for Somerset and for Craig Overton in particular, and for Lewis Gregory, who's in the melee of fielders that have been celebrating that dismissal. I don't know, perhaps we'll find out more about this later on, but if you're the club captain and you come on and you're fit enough to field, then there seems to me to be a pretty strong argument. He's probably come to an agreement with Craig.
Okay, but do you make him captain for 3 balls? Look, he's off again now.
Oh, well.
You can't captain for 3 balls.
He was looking quite captain-like for 3 balls.
What's he going to do for 3 balls? Rip up the field, be like, no slips, no go.
Well, he obviously had a positive effect because it's led to a wicket. Well, maybe not led to it, but...
I mean, our director isn't... I don't think we should be announcing that. Our director's not happy. Lewis Gregory came onto the field with the wrong shirt sponsor. Very good spot. Right on the money is Craig Overton.
So now he's gone
Gregory on the
off again. Perhaps we can safely assume that he came on, had some thoughts of his own, gave the team a bit of a lift, enough of a lift for Craig Overton to strike. So it's worked well in Somerset's favour. Rhodes has gone. Defensive push from Mosley. So Will Rhodes didn't quite manage 100 in the match, made 99 altogether.
You were keeping an eye on that, weren't you?
Well, not really. I just noticed it in passing. But that was the last single that he scored. Applause for Craig Overton. Well deserved. 2 for 19, his figures, from 11 overs. So he's kept things tight as well as striking twice. 171 for 3. Spotlight will move on to Sam Hain. And he's going to be facing Jack Leach. The lead is approaching 300 for Warwickshire. In fact, it's 299.
Quite a spread out field, isn't it, Stephen? Long on, long off. Deep square, deep backward square. Well, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, and deep cover. You think Sam Hain was 150 not out, not 23 not out.
So he has upped the tempo in the past 15 minutes or so. Pick up a single here to Tom Abel at mid-wicket. Has to move to his right to make the stop. So Dan Mosley on strike to Leach for the first time. No slip. It's a little bit surprising maybe with a new batsman. Dan Mosley made just 2 in the first innings. He was one of the 4 wickets to fall early on the first day. Attempted sweep. Was there any bat on that? It wasn't taken cleanly by James Rue. There were some oohs and ahs. We'll have another look at it. Just see whether there was anything on this. Attempted sweep. Oh, it's very difficult to tell.
It is hard to tell, I agree.
Single to follow. Have another look. And we're on.
You're the umpire, Stephen. You're the umpire.
Well, it doesn't matter actually because it wasn't taken cleanly anyway.
No, you're right.
And there was no run, so we couldn't wait for a signal to see whether it was a run or an extra. Anyway, it's gone now.
Here we go. Here's
Try
a
this one.
different angle. What do we think of this one? I'm very grateful for the multiple cameras we have here. Wow, he didn't take it. We'll stop talking about it, shall we?
Just from his reaction, James Rue felt there might have been something on it. Who knows, up here. Craig Overton to continue.
What can Craig Overton do here to Sam Hain then with 2 deep on each side of the wicket? Equally defensive, really. Watchful, Sam Hain. Lewis always makes things happen. Gregory has the Midas effect. I like these comments. Well, the North Curry you mentioned spiced the bowling up. Well done, Gregory. Some of the comments are brilliant. The train was probably the Midland Pullman doing a tour of the Exmoor coast today.
Okay. I'm enlightened.
We're getting,
Thanks
I think, our afternoon banter stage of comments, I think, Stephen.
Wasn't quite in the class of the Kingswear. I think it may be the Totnester Kingswear line, which is one of those old-fashioned steam engine pulled with nice old chocolate brown and yellow carriages, which steams along the Dart Valley, which is a very beautiful part of England. innings we're opposite Dartmouth, the mouth of the River Dart, as its name would imply. Single down to long leg. Don't know how Kingswear got its name though. Can't advise on that. We've got a Devon-born bowler, not that part of Devon.
No.
Barnstaple.
Oh, use of the feet straight to mid-on.
He's got him.
Straight to Tom Banton. What a
Wicket
bizarre
number 3,
dismissal.
4.
I mean, I don't quite understand what is. I said yesterday, didn't I? I said again this morning, I think. The inexperienced middle order, Ed Barnard is a quality player, but Dan Mosley seems to me not really number 5. Him and Jacob Bethel at 5 and 7. I personally would have probably had Barnard and Burgess in at 5 and 6. And even Warwickshire at 7. You have the younger lads further down the order. If they want to play like that.
That's a bit of a soft dismissal, isn't it? He was walking off, I think, before the catch had even been taken.
Tom Banton's not going to drop that. I'll back you to catch that, Stephen Lamb.
Thank you, Harry. Everett.
You would never drop that. What a bizarre. I just don't understand it. I do not understand it.
I think I'd have caught it in my prime.
So Rhodes was caught through Paul Overton, 36. Yates was caught Davey at fine leg, that weird pull shot, bowled Overton for 57. And now the third wicket to Craig Overton, the captain in this innings, has just gone. 175 now for 4.
Yeah, just 4 runs added since the previous dismissal.
Yeah, and just 1 to Dan Mosley. Caught Banton at mid-on. What a bizarre way to go. I cannot get my head around that. Shimmy down, chip it straight to him. So Ed Barnard is a quality player. Yeah, if I was the Warwickshire coach, personally, I'd have Barnard at 5, I'd have Burgess at 6, I'd have Wokes at 7, then I'd have Mosley and Bethel at 8 and 9. They can both bowl, they can both bat, and they're both good fielders, young lads, talents, but do you think if they're going to play like this, that aggressively, have them when the ball's a bit older and softer, and let the more experienced, more typical traditional players play their shots earlier on?
Well, Ed Barnard's been having a very good match. Got 92 in the first innings. 1 for 56 with the ball. And now he's got the chance to build on that further. Overton has 3 for 20. And this is the last ball of his 12th over. Nicely, stylishly played. We saw that in the first innings. Immediately looking the part, Ed Barnard.
He does look classy, class act. With bat in hand, and with ball in hand, really.
So, chat with his fellow batter, Sam Hain, who's been there since before tea. On 26 not out. Watching brief at the moment because of that single. Barnard will face Leach. Nice little dab. Nice stop as well. Time to take the single, so Hain back on strike. Shy at the stumps at the batter end. Is that out? It is! It was a sharp single. It looked risky, and presence of mind shown to hurl that ball at the wicketkeeper's end. Good fielding.
What
good
a turnaround.
Anticipation.
Out of nowhere, Warwickshire just giving Somerset a chance. Give them a sniff back in this game. They were going nowhere here. There's no need for that silly shot. We're seeing a replay of the previous wicket there, and Dan Mosley chipped Craig Overton straight to mid-on. And then I just don't understand where they're going here. Warwickshire lead by 3 or 5. Are they trying to up the ante too quickly? It's a funny one here. I just don't understand.
Well, it was certainly a strange shot by Dan Mosley.
Yeah.
But that was a misjudgment, really, of a run. It was always going to be tight. Look, we can.
Is it a misjudgment
because now,
is it panic stations? Is it?
And Barnard was ball watching.
Yeah, he's not miles away from getting in the end. He almost turns to look, doesn't he, at the wrong time?
Yeah, I think if he hadn't looked back, he may have gained a few extra inches.
We'll show you a few more replays to this. It's an interesting one. Watch closely. So Ed Barnard here. Hayne hits the ball, calls. He does turn and look. It's gone straight to the fielder. I think that's a poor call from Hayne. It's a direct hit, which makes a big difference. And I mean, you don't take on Casey Aldridge. You see his catch in the T20 Blast final when he took Adam Rossington. You see any clips of him fielding, you know he's a blooming good fielder. I think that's poor from Sam Hayne. Do you think Barnard should have run? Should he have sent him back, or just Sam Hayne?
Well, he could have sent him back, but the fact that he was looking over his shoulder indicated that he wasn't confident that there was a run there. Maybe he was expecting Aldridge to throw at the bowler's end. Anyway.
Go on. Talking of Casey Aldridge, brilliant fielder. Here we go.
Dropped. Oh, could have been cracking start.
Just for a lap position. Well, director's winding me up here. He's just showing any Blast final clips. We might show you that Aldridge catch at some point.
Leach's first ball to Bethel, who's probably would have been thinking about 10 minutes or so ago, wondering whether he was going to bat today. And now he's out there after a flurry of wickets. That's nicely sliced away. But at least 2.
Good work, Tom Banton. Great chase. Brilliant fielding down there to haul that in for 2. Could be an extra run for the overthrow, but no.
So 171 for 3, 175 for 4, 177 for 5.
Somerset suddenly. Well, the tides have changed, haven't they? There's that Ollie Hannon-Dolby spell last night, wasn't it, that changed the game? Now there's this recent little cluster of wickets. It's been a match for clusters. Brain fades, giveaways out of nowhere. See, I'd back Somerset to chase 310, but there are still 5 wickets in hand. They shouldn't get too carried away. Sam Hayne can bat, and we know there's still Michael Burgess to come.
First ball of the final for 2023. Last. Advancing again, finds the gap leg side. Henry went short. Down the wicket again, and gone. Is it gone? Oh my goodness. What a catch that is. He's absolutely crunched it. It's the new man, Casey Aldridge.
One more time. Down the line. Bang. No. We could watch highlights of that blast win.
Back with Craig Overton. It's amazing, isn't it, how quickly the game can change. It happened yesterday evening with that Banton dismissal. They have got a lead of 300, Warwickshire, but that flurry of wickets will concentrate the minds. We saw acceleration from Sam Hayne. I just wonder whether that is going to be maintained now after the triple reversal. some encouragement to the Somerset faithful around the ground as well, who are still here in number.
Yeah, I think it's been a good crowd this week. When it is June, July, height of summer, making the most of the county championship before it goes into hibernation for another few weeks. I mean, you know, even ignoring the school kids who have all gone home now. None staying late today.
Yes, that Trade Nation stand will be packed again this weekend. The Gloucester's coming down. Didn't quite get hold of that drive. Wonder what the wind predictor's saying now, what those 3 wickets would have done to the wind predictor. Must have swung a little bit. Somerset were just 1% when we last heard. Maybe that will have gone up slightly. 2%. And Warwickshire have gone up to 32%, so the draw presumably has gone down a little, although it's still the favourite.
The Bears fans aren't positive on the YouTube comments. Why did we spend 10 overs barely going at 1 and over before tea? Could have batted normally, gone at 3 and over, and not done anything stupid. Well, doing anything stupid is the problem. Yeah, there's a bit of a confusion as to what the plan was from the away side here. Oh, Derek Darby's very strong. Our coach Robinson is not for me. His overseas choices are horrendous. Well, Hassan Ali's done pretty well. Giant Yadav wasn't a bad off-spinning Indian bowler signing last year. There's not many available when there's World Cups or so many other franchises on. I don't think it's not a case of just choosing your overseas. Somerset have done very well with Riley Meredith, Matt Henry and Mickey Pretorius, we must say. Even Riley Rousseau, you think of the recent ones. After the stint of Murali Vijay not doing particularly well, they've done pretty well recently. I don't like this giving 1 to point though. Trying to bowl at Bethel maybe? Not quite sure why he's having a free punch to point for 1.
I'm with you on that, Harry. So is Triggs.
Yeah, is it a commentary team decision that we just don't like
No
it?
support to be found for it up here.
It's just, look, they're doing it again to the left-hander. They're giving it to Bethel and to Hayne. A deep cover is different to a deep point, but I wouldn't have either to a new batter, or even Haynes going fairly slowly generally. There you go. That shouldn't be a single. Abel could be at cover, Mickey Pretorius could be at point, but because Abel's at cover and there's a deep point, there's a run.
So Bethel moves to 2. Or even 3. Scoreboard just catching up. And Hayne back on strike. I think that gap is going to be plugged. I think they've heard us. There we go. We've got a man in at.
They have. Good on him.
Cover point.
I know. Well, yeah, but there's still a man at deep point though. They're not really acted on our wants. They've still got a deep square leg and a deep point. They just got an extra man in the covers. Alex Ray, the other Warwickshire signing, did okay. Wasn't there for long. Less heard of Seamer. Talking of Warwickshire overseas.
Another single this will be, but it's pretty clear that if the tempo had been raised, which it had been a bit, then the 3 wickets have brought it back down again. They're going cautiously along again, Warwickshire now.
Now, my colleagues at the BBC on the BBC Live text are baffling me. I'm scrolling back through some messages, and there's talk of a Lewis Goldsworthy bouncer. Could whoever my colleagues on the BBC Live text please tell me how Lewis Goldsworthy bowled a bouncer, and if so, please send us a video of this. We'd love to see. It says deploy, put up the landmark of a patient 111 balls after being struck on helmet by a Goldsworthy bouncer. So that does intrigue me.
Sounds rather unlikely.
Yeah. Haynes good on the pull. I don't think he's going to get out top edging or misjudging a pull shot.
No, he paddled that one nicely away. Everything behind that. 78 balls for his 30. Sam Hain. Started very quietly indeed. Accelerated, and now he's got his eye on steadying the ship.
Yeah, no Ben Cox to steer this ship. There's no. That was my favourite line when Worcestershire won the T20 Blast. That was my headline as a budding sports journalist. Cox steers, the Rapids they were called by then, weren't they? Steers them home. You've got to be short to be a Cox on a rowing boat, don't you? A small, short person.
Yeah,
front
small
of the boat.
and light.
Yes, that's it. Light is probably even more important than short.
Only thought about the single, but it wasn't there. They don't want another run out.
And Worcestershire won their first ever championship match at Chester Street, beating Durham in a topsy-turvy match last few days. Kashi Valley, the main man with the bat. Oh, that's a big waft. Big player miss from Jacob Bethel.
Yeah, he's lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, first win in the season for Worcestershire.
.312 is the lead for Warwickshire. Still got 5 second innings wickets in hand. So they're still the more comfortable of the two sides, really. It's just Somerset have got themselves partially back into the game. Only partially.
Six, 7, boys, 6, 7. I like hearing the chat of the fielders for the effects mic. Yes, that's exactly what Somerset need.
Yeah, hardly need to remind you that there's still plenty of batting to come for Warwickshire.
Indeed.
Centurion in the first innings, Michael Burgess is due in next, followed by Chris Wokes. Where those 3 wickets have made a difference is that if Warwickshire were feeling they had a launching pad with just the 2 wickets down to up the tempo this evening, they may not be doing that after all now.
Slight misfield from Tom Abel, which you don't often say on commentary. Just the 1 run it costs. So Sam Hayes scored more runs in those 2 balls. It was Casey Aldridge, wasn't it? Than he managed in his first hour at the crease, which is bizarre. And then there was that little collapse after that, and the run out. You have to blame Sam Hayes for, I think. That weird accelerator just before 5 o'clock that Warwickshire tried to push and then backfired, really. 3 wickets, quick succession.
Nice, Nutter!
Full start for Jack Leach. Nicely done. Haynes back in his shell for the moment.
Yeah. How deep in that shell does he hide?
There's the view of the broader ground. Colin Atkinson Pavilion on the right of your picture, and Sir Ian, the Lord Ian Botham stand, I should say, in the middle of it. You can just about see the Quantocks in the distance.
Now, Tractor Driver is having a long chat with his mate by the scoreboard. Don't Somerset need his vocal cords a little bit more? Not heard him much today. This is the exact time in the afternoon session, evening session even, drifting. Somerset need a wicket. They need Tractor Driver at his vocal best.
We heard a lot from him on day 1.
Maybe Schools Day drowned him out, days 2 and 3. He'll be back tomorrow in vigour. He's here, just not hearing much from him.
It's partly a question of mood, how he feels about
Or cider. He's got his cider in his hand. Maybe he's not had enough yet.
Josh Davies on in place of Craig Overton is immediately being hit over long leg for 6.
That's a very modern, youthful T20 approach there. Rather than try and keep it down between the 2 fielders or take the 1, just hit it over them. Bethel strikes that very well.
Pretty emphatic way to score your first boundary. Won't please Josh Davey in the least. Second ball is treated rather more respectfully.
Shows you how strong Surrey are. Their strength and depth. Ryan Patel's not got in the side all year, pretty much. He comes in and they're playing the top side Essex with no Ollie Pope in this game. And gets a 50 in a low-scoring game. You think, oh, that's a bit high, Josh Davey. You could also say the same about Somerset, really, though. Ben Green, Lewis Goldsworth, they go on loan. They're in the runs, the wickets. Ben Green's just got another catch as well. They're in the action. Ben Green got his first-class best. I mean, it's great to see players go on loan and get a chance to play. I guess maybe Leicestershire would rather see homegrown players doing it than a player on a one-match loan, but
we should go around the country. We haven't done that for a while.
Oh yeah, good idea.
Worcestershire have beaten Durham, as expected. Looked likely at tea time. Lovely shot.
Lovely shot. Might not be 4 though. Craig Overton's in hot pursuit.
He's got long legs.
Yeah, brilliant chase.
Get 3. 2.
Nathan Lyons in on the action. Hamid out for 41 this time. Joe Clark in on a pair as Anderson and Lyon are getting the Southport punters really enjoying that. 2 international test bowlers in tandem.
Kent are 91 for 2 following on against Hampshire, still trailing by 71. Surrey have a 317 one-run lead over Essex at the Oval.
Yeah, Ryan Patel just starting to tee off a little bit. Shane Snaith to hit for 6 recently. No Sam Cook, of course, for Essex. Ah, no, Taylor's just gone, though. This is now, as we speak, 235 for 9 now. So I've just lost another wicket, which is crucial. Harmer, 1 for 1. In his first over of the innings. Great effort, that.
Leicestershire look bound for victory at Grace Road. Need another 4 wickets to beat Middlesex.
Big turn up for the books out. Leicestershire coming good, aren't they, recently? Great to see, of course, Louis Kimber, the main story, but Bernie Green, Ben Mike, Ben Cox have done well.
And Glamorgan have just lost another wicket at Cheltenham. They're 156 for 3, needing another 437 to win. So you've got to say Gloucestershire favourites there. Favourites having been bowled out for 179 in their first innings. Jack Leach is into his 23rd over. Has 1 for 62. To add to his 2 for 69 from 20 overs in the first innings.
It's now double Australian off-spin for Lancashire. Bit dark at Southport and Birkdale Cricket Club, so Jimmy Anderson's been taken off. Umpires have said no. Chris Green, the Australian limited overs white ball bowler, really. And we bowl ready for the blast. And with Nathan Lyon in tandem. 2 pretty useful off-spinners, but Will Young is a quality international test player. He opens or bats 3. For New Zealand, and he's 10 off 66, digging in like Ben Slater did in the first innings. 3 big Division 1 games still going. Hampshire, Kent, less of a game, you would have to say at the moment. But James Vince did drop Jack Leaney on 21. It's the second time he's been dropped, 1 in each innings, because Leaning had that big score in the first innings, don't forget. Abbas creating that chance.
I wonder what those 2 batters had to say to each other in that chat just now. Whether they're thinking of accelerating at all in the remaining 20 overs of the day, or whether they're just going to be carrying on in the primarily defensive mode of the last, well, really the period since the fall of the last wicket.
Just being asked in the comments when spectators allowed on the outfield. Yep, we were allowed there at lunch today. Not yesterday because it was pretty wet. A little rain yesterday morning. The outfield was still a bit damp. Well, there's an early lunch taken at 12:30 for a 1:10 start, so they wanted to give every chance to dry properly. Didn't want 2,000 school kids on there. But Sunday, day 1, and today, and then potentially tomorrow. Out on the field.
It was a very colourful sight.
It was great to see, great to see. And I feel like you're the wrong person for me to be on commentary with to mention this, Stephen, but maybe we can mention it. One of the other questions is, I'll just see Josh Davey, punch for no run. What's the highest Somerset run chase in the history of the county championship? Now, without looking this up officially, I dare say our colleague was involved in one of the highest, if not the highest. Would you not say Peter Ego's runs against Yorkshire was probably right up there?
That could well be.
You'd probably remember that vividly, wouldn't you? I've heard a lot about that day.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was over 400, wasn't it?
Mm.
A true Ego masterclass. We've asked Pete about that before. I don't know if we need to bring it up again, do we? If it needs a confidence boost and we get a quiet patch tomorrow, maybe we'll mention it.
Firmly driven, but Davey got down quickly onto that. Did well. It's not that easy in your follow through. Intercepting fierce drives. Be a single in this. Another shot at the stumps. I don't think that was going to pose any danger to.
But like Pete was saying earlier, sometimes you just need something to get you going a bit. Off Ogborn's back on the field at deep cover. It's the easiest fielding sub position, isn't it? Ogborn can literally go 5 yards from the dugout, on at deep cover, jog around a bit, stop a couple of twos, then sit down again, carry the drinks.
If you weren't with us earlier, we saw a brief appearance from the club captain.
The Midas touch.
Handful of deliveries, and one of them took a wicket.
Yeah, not in bowling, but great to see him at mid-on. Lewis Gregory. Maybe that little psychological boost Somerset needed, that's what it was.
Jack Leach is going to bowl over number 34.
And over number what of the match?
No, of his spell, of the innings.
24, I reckon, Stephen. You've added on 10.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. I misread.
You've bowled 23.
I thought it said 33.
Yeah. If you'd bowled 33 or 65, that would have been some
I beg your pardon.
Interesting, though. That's an interesting point you've made me think of here. I think nearly have another run out. Simon Harmer bowled his first over of the Surrey-Essex game past the 65th. So Somerset are in the 65th now. It wasn't until the same stage in the Surrey-Essex game where Simon Harmer, the best spinner in the county championship probably, bowled his very first one. At this exact same stage, Jack Leach has bowled 23. Does that show the difference in spin at Hyderabad to the Kia Oval?
Still plenty of work. If I landed 10 extra on him. He's varying his pace a little, as you'd expect, because there's so little help from him in terms of the pitch itself.
Oh, that is an outside edge.
Just edging up to the 200 mark, Warwickshire. But they're well ahead of that in terms of the overall lead, which is 327. defensive push to end the over. 199 for 5. Ain 33, Bethel 15. And I think it's time for me to hand over to Mr. Trico.
Ben Compton's just got a 50 for Kent as we look at the bowling figures. Nothing major to report. Craig Overton's 3 for. Run rate down below 2 and over for Craig Overton. Those 3 wickets helped him pull this back a bit. The captain leading by example. Josh Davey, the Suffolk-born Scotsman, and the Suffolk Scot. That's got a ring to it. He's going to bowl from the Scotland Pavilion end. It's a good question in the chat. And Sam Haynes only going to get 1, surely, in square leg yet. Would a move to 4 points for a draw be better overall for county cricket? Straight in there, Pete. Thoughts?
We had 4 points for a draw not so long ago, and 4 points for a draw in the grand scheme of the season was so irrelevant that no one, you would just gamble on anything as a declaration. So, yeah, in principle, I was bizarrely just having this conversation downstairs a minute ago. I always think of the draw win points like this. At the moment, what's a maximum win, Harry?
23.
23 points. If you get maximum bonus points and the win, you get 23 points. What's the maximum draw you can have?
You should know it. Is it 19?
So 5 batting points, 3 bowling points. So that's 8 and how many for the draw? 8. So it's 16.
16. Yeah. 16.
So 23 for a win, 16 for a draw, and I think if you want to make wins mean more, you have to look at it on the football scale. So you get 1 point for a draw and you get 3 points for a win. So you get 60% less points for a draw than you do for a win. 16 to 23 is not 60% less. So therefore you can be incentivised to play negative cricket. You could probably win the county championship drawing every game.
Well, if you look at the table, come on, I'll bring the county championship. Should we go Division 1 table? There's a big cover drive, great bit of fielding.
Do you see my point then?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. I think 4's too low. I think 8's too many. Maybe 5 or 6 would be a little honey spot within that.
So third in the table are Somerset with just 2 wins and 5 draws. Because they got high batting and high bowling points. They got 20 batting bonus, 22 bowling bonus.
I don't think in 4-day cricket you want a situation where draws are completely not of value, which I think 4 points does flirt with that. It's almost
you take away the draw, don't you?
It's worth gambling on a something ridiculous happening if you're only going to gamble on 4 points. If 23 is the win,
and bang out the draw is a great spectacle. We don't want to lose that.
Yeah, you can have. There's that sort of idiosyncrasy in the game of batting out with all the men, everyone round the bat in the last few overs. That can have some. You can have some really exciting ends. So you don't want to lose that in this great game, but also you need the spread to sort of make sense, because you got 2 different ends of the scale here. You've got a team that haven't done so great points-wise and are probably looking at a relegation battle, and you've got a team nearer the top of the league that are maybe viewing that amount of points differently. But I just think the amount of points you can now achieve with a draw is too close to a win, and it's kind of gone too far the other way. Classic of a lot of decisions that get made in cricket. I think with a little bit of added thought, you'd think, you know what, that's...
We've tinkered with it so much in recent years, though.
Well, it's gone from 4 to... It's not like it's gone... I'm pretty sure when I started it was 5 points for a draw.
Yeah.
And then and they dropped it to 4. Then everyone threw all caution to the wind, and there were very few draws that couple of seasons. And now, instead of going back to 5 or maybe 6, they've gone, throw that out the window, let's go to 8, which is, I think, just going too far the other way.
So you'd say happy medium of 6? 7, something like that.
Yeah. I just think it has to be of value to go for the win, but you can't make draws irrelevant in cricket. So there's a happy medium in there somewhere.
So Somerset, Durham, Hampshire, Notts and Worcestershire have all drawn 5 games, and they are all in 3rd to 7th place.
Well, the one thing Warwickshire are missing, they're the only team that haven't won. So obviously that's...
They've drawn 6 games.
That's an issue. But, you know, you look at the teams that have won games, they're only 2 and 3 points ahead of them, respectively. So if you've won a game more than the opposition, should you be that close to them points-wise? I would suggest not.
You look at Kent. Kent at bottom, they've won a game. Lancs at second bottom, they've won 2 games. And yet Warwickshire ahead of both of them, having not won a single game. I think that slightly sums it up, really. Kent's batting bonus points have been absolutely dire. 7 is very poor at this stage of the season, but they still managed to win a game. So yeah, it's a funny one.
Well, I'm not sure it is that funny, and I don't think it's that complicated. It just takes a little bit more thought, really.
What I find funny is, why don't the top dogs listen to all the perspective of players, ex-players,
because
those who follow cricket?
Potentially never asked, and you probably go to the same thought pool all the time, and I suppose by definition you're going to spit out the same results, aren't you? You know, it's not unusual for people that spend a lot of time in county cricket to see a new rule come in, like the no toss rule or whatever it was, and go,
uncontested,
what the hell was that? What brain choke? What bottle of Pinot Grigio brought that on? That's generally the feeling within the game from the player's point of view. It's like...
But surely they don't consult the PCA. Do they not consult the players?
Well, like I said, I'm sure they go to the same people year on year. You know, whenever they do a review in county cricket, I mean, what was the last one? Andrew Strauss. How much county cricket did he play in the last 10 years of his career? There's, you know, potentially there are other resources and brains out there that might have come up with, I don't know because I didn't read the Strauss report, but what I do remember is there was a lot of contentious points in there. But the ECB are just going to lean on people like that to make decisions on elements of the game that maybe they don't know about.
Craig Overton nearly takes out Jack Leach and the umpire and the stumps in one throw.
It's a great bit of work that from Leachy to get in the way of a run out.
I think he was trying to attack the ball, then he missed it. Josh Davies having a chuckle. Meanwhile, Ryan Patel's 98 not out for Surrey. They are leading by 3-5-1 now, so all that chat about the table, it looks like Surrey are going to beat Essex. You can't see Surrey losing for the near 400 run lead. Downwell can bat 11 as well, so you presume that, well, even if Surrey draw that game, they're still going to stay well on top. Into the last hour here, 16 overs to be bowled. You'd have thought by 7 o'clock, finished just before 7 last night. Maybe we'll see Andy Mead or even Tom Lammerby before close. Might see the new ball, well, should see the new ball in 12 overs time. That might push it past 7 o'clock. A bit of time taken to change field and wheel out Craig Overton and probably Mickey Pretorius for the new ball. With Josh Davey bowling fair spell now with the old ball.
It was a bit of a crazy period when I was off air, the run out.
Yeah.
A couple of
clusters, isn't it? Wickets falling in clusters.
Craig Overton having a little wave up here, intimating that he's a bit confused at what's going on out there. I would imagine having a little bit of a pop at Sam Hain, who's batting well, but 35 off 97 balls is not setting it alight. And I'm sure, is this the innings that has made you question the points split, Harry?
Yeah, potentially so. Well, the boring Trent Bridge draw last week, that a pitch is being made to seal a draw and stay up. If you draw every game, you're not going to be relegated. Is that a problem, putting people off watching county cricket? Well, there was talk earlier. Someone asked me, what's the highest run chase in county championship history? And the highest is Middlesex won by 4 wickets. 502 for 6 they were back in 1925. But I think we were more talking about Somerset's highest chase.
Well, 487, wasn't it?
I was going to say, was it you against Yorkshire?
Yeah. I think that was the second highest ever. I don't know if it's been beaten since. It was second at one stage. 486 maybe, when we did it with like ages left.
What year was that?
Don't know.
There you go. July 2009. There you are. Cool. Look at that for a picture.
Proper helmet as well.
479 for 6.
One of them non-safety standard ones where you can actually see out of them.
You still got a few of them?
Yeah. I can't bat in the new ones. I can't see.
So in club cricket, you can bat what you like, I suppose, can't you?
Yeah. I've got. I use for Burbage and Eastern Royal.
Yeah.
I found my old England under-19s helmet that's 25 years old, and I wear that now. It is crispy.
So how many helmets do you reckon you've got at home?
It's crispy.
You kept all the old ones with the big gap to let
No,
through.
only a couple of sort of, I suppose. Well, I kept my England under-19s and England A helmet and a couple of Somerset ones I've got.
Have you stickered over the sticker?
Not all of them.
But the one you use for on Saturday now, you're not rocking up with your
I cut the badge off of the club beanie, so I've got like this woolly red lion on the front of my.
And you stuck it on. That's good DIY. Do that yourself?
Of course.
Impressive. I played North Curry in a T20 in the T20 Cup the other day, and played against Josh Butler's brother, and he had a full Lancs lid, full Kookaburra kit. All admitted it was all Joss's, but he'd tried to sticker over the Lancs logo, but it was so blooming obvious. He'd sort of done it in see-through sellotapes.
Why would you buy kit if you're Josh Butler's brother?
Well, exactly. And what made me laugh even more was he faced 60 balls, and I reckon 15 of them were reverse and switch hits and scoops.
Did he score any runs?
Yeah, he got 80 odd.
Ah, well.
But they lost though.
Maybe
the
England picked the wrong brother.
Wow. He tried to reverse switch hit, scoop every ball in one. I said, I don't want to bowl with a deep point. Yeah, left-hander.
Leachy's had a tough couple of weeks. He's bowled an awful lot of overs. He's got one reward today. Bowled Al Davis.
Far away from Tom.
Looks like Jacob Bethel's looking to open his shoulders a little bit. Sam Haynes just dropped anchor.
Sorry, a few comments I've missed. Back to our chat a minute ago. Well, this chat about draws and wins. And the point I like here, football can take the DRS system from us. Cricket can take the point system from football. I mean, they're pretty different sports. But
well, that was another conversation I had downstairs. It seems amazing how these the powers that be seem to make. Because I made a couple of points just talking about football, and the gentleman downstairs was very complimentary. He said, "Oh, that's a really good idea. I haven't heard that point of view before. Maybe you should." Offer your experience, this, that and the other, which obviously would never happen. But it was, I suppose, on the principle that a lot of the one thing that the DRS system in cricket has done, it's negated the grey area, whereas VAR seems to have increased every decision to be full of grey areas, and that obviously causes massive problems, doesn't it, in the decision making and how much time it takes on the field. It just sucks the life out of the game. And I remember when the DRS came into cricket, I wasn't really sure, because I couldn't get my head around, running into bowl, taking that wicket, cheering with your mate, and then the potential that could be overturned. And I can remember then you get a wicket and you're like, you don't celebrate the same because you're never sure if it's actually a wicket, and you don't want to look like a muppet for over celebrating and it being overturned. So it was always, I'm not sure about all the technology in sport, to be fair.
I don't like VAR.
I very much like the fact that the umpires, the referee are part of
the human beings. They can make mistakes, although you weren't telling me that last year when you were going to tell me you're going to bat without pads in club cricket when you're getting held over every game.
That's me being proactive. I'll take my pads out of the equation.
I just tried batting under 12 pads a couple of years ago. And I kept going out. I would ever thought if I bat smaller, lighter pads, I might miss it less. Here we go. Oh, we made a minor mistake earlier. Maximum points for winning is 24, not 23. Sorry.
So even
Gordon
even more. So, no, it's not 60%.
No.
Or 66. Actually.
16 for the win, 3 for bowling, 5 for.
Yeah, it just it doesn't quite add up. I think that's the one thing. Like in football, you go to Old Trafford and they've got the full attack, and you go up there and you think, you know what, we'll give it a damn good try, but if we draw, that'd be a good result. There is such a thing as drawing in sport and it being a positive result, especially in a league system.
You don't want to lose that.
Yeah, you don't want to play weak cricket. I think you need that bit of steel from time to time. And like I said, remember the Cardiff Test match where Jimmy and Monty batted out for God knows how long to draw the game. That had the whole country on its feet.
Absolutely. I mean, there's been recent instances in multiple tests. England, Pakistan nearly red draws. There's so many nearlies. And even you see it in timed friendly cricket. I remember playing a friendly cricket with Annie's Erratics team, and a 12-year-old was batting out for a draw the last over the game. You think, that's brilliant. When you're not going to win the game, there's something else to play for. There used to be losing draws in some club cricket. They still have it in some leagues around the country now, but a lot of people are obsessed with winning and losing. I think it's a bit of an American attitude to must have a winner. Surrey all out, 278 all out, Patel 107. So they lead by 360. Don't see Essex chasing 360, but you never know.
I do think draws in cricket should be exclusive to multi-day sport. I don't think club cricket winning draws, losing draws is abysmal because it's a one-day game. But multi-day cricket is different.
So while we're on the subject then, Essex are chasing 360 against the best attack in the league, arguably. They've got 3 sessions in 10 overs, if light allows tonight.
So 100 overs.
Yeah, plenty of time to get 360 on a flat deck at the Oval. But in the olden days, they'd probably have set their stall out to bat for a draw now. If you're the Essex coach,
Well, I think in that scenario, you set up every innings, and in fairness, like Warwickshire have, to bank the draw and then kick on for the potential win, which, again, Warwickshire have done really well. 332 on at the moment, 5 wickets left in the shed. They'll meander their way to whatever they get. They'll have they'll take a bit of time out of the game in the morning while swinging the willow, and they'll try to scrape that up to 400. Dangle a carrot a little bit because you can chase 4 and over here at Taunton, but they're gonna, that would mean that Somerset would have to be positive. By definition, they're keeping the Warwickshire bowlers in the hunt if they are being positive. So I think they're timing it pretty well at the moment, Warwickshire.
Yeah, I think you've got to bat normally to start with, see where you're at. You can always drop anchor and confirm that draw later on. Minus Labuschagne, 50 for Glamorgan. They're chasing a notional 593. 56 first-class 50s for Marnus. 4th half-century of the season. Good bit of fielding for his own bowling by athletes. Bad light has stopped play at Southport. Don't know if they're going to go back on there after 6 o'clock, you think. It's unlikely the light's going to improve that much. A little bit of rain as well. And Keith Barker has come up with a bit of an injury in the Hampshire game. He's been in form with the ball of late. You'd have thought Hampshire would have enough with the spinners to get through the remaining Kent wickets though. No slip for Jack Leach to Bethel. Left arm spinner to left arm spinner here. Bethel's already got more than the 1 he got in the first innings. Thought he bowled quite well earlier on actually. Probably out bowled, well, Rob Yates, the other part-time spinner, only bowled 1 over. Bethel bowled 11. One maiden for 27, no wicket. That's a big shot. It's going to go one bounce for 4 to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Jacob Bethel can be destructive when he gets his eye in. Punishes the bad ball. Bit of a drag down from Jack Leach. Fairly safe. Only Tom Cadmore at deep mid wicket out on the boundary. Oh, and then the slip drive for 4. Tries to make room and cut just past James Reed's gloves and races away for 4. 8 and 2 for Bethel. That's more like it, say some of the Bears fans on the comments. But what do they want? Do they want a 400 lead? They're not going to declare tonight, I wouldn't have thought. They need 96 overs tomorrow to bowl Somerset out to clinch a potential first win of the season for Warwickshire. Forecast tomorrow is better than people have been worrying. Grey cloud, but no rain forecast. But I guess Warwickshire don't want to risk losing any overs. Ben Manning
sporting
asking.
news in the southwest. Open qualifying going on down at Burnham and Barrow right now. European Ryder Cup superstar Justin Rose in second place on 8 under with a few holes to go. Dominic Clemens, an amateur, 1 shot clear. Couple of holes away from making the British Open. Just down the road here in Somerset. If you're not here at the cricket, why don't you whiz down and give them a clap. Top 4 places get through to the Open, which would be most golfers' absolute dream.
You popping there on the way back this evening?
I think it'll probably be a little bit too late. Pretorius here from the Trescothic stand end, hitting the deck into the thigh pad of Sam Hain. Clips that off his thigh pad down to... Is it Andy Amid down there, a fine leg?
Yeah, number 1 on the back of his shirt. Number 1 bat sometime. Him and TKC opening at the moment. Doesn't help the over rate when there's a right left-hander in and every single the field changes, the umpire changes. Still got 12 overs to get through. What are we? 8 overs away from the new ball. Interesting to see who actually takes it, whether Miggy Pretorius gets it, whether he's bowling a spell now and then will be tired, or will he have warmed up by the time the new ball comes around, or do Somerset save it for tomorrow morning? Big shot from Bethel. Josh Davey doesn't pick it up early at all. I don't think he would have got there. He's gone for a 1 bounce 4, and Bethel could be pretty destructive here. Having a player who plays the way he does, when the bowlers are tired on a flat deck, could be relatively dangerous. Oh, another big shot that nearly goes straight to Tom Banton. Tom Banton went back. Could he have gone forward or dived forward? Could have been similar to the Dan Mosley dismissal. Nearly a chip straight to mid-on. Close here, boys. You hear the shout, but wasn't quite close enough. Good start this from Miggy Pretorius, other than that 1 ball that went for 4. A lot of negative comments from the Warwickshire fans. They're doing well in this game. They're looking like they're going to win it. You've got to say Warwickshire on top. Only the win viz or the Trig predictor viz. A lot of moaning about Alex Davies and Tim Robinson.
Tough at the top, isn't it? Or at the bottom?
Yeah.
And that's goes to the territory when you're playing for a big club at a test ground. You're expected to play cricket in a certain manner and perform, and it doesn't always go that way. I think, as I did mention again, off memory, Warwickshire have played a lot of their county cricket in that sort of fashion. Well, Lancashire, I think, probably stand out the dare I say it, is I don't mean the worst, but they are renowned for taking an awful lot of time to score their runs, and they really try and grind the opposition into the ground. Very effective cricket. Is it the most watchable? Ooh. It's probably watchable when they win a county championship, but from a day-to-day basis, maybe not so much. Breaking news here in the commentary box. We have just heard the news that the Trade Nation win predictor have given Somerset 0% chance of winning this game.
We might as well walk off the field now then. Trade Nation's called it. That's it.
Did they not watch that game in 2009 or whenever it was?
July 2009. What was the headline? Trigo, what? What was the verb used? I can't remember, lost it now.
346. God, we'd have done that by halfway through lunch and tea.
Strap your pads on, mate. Get out there. Well, if you're allowed helmets that you can see through, then it's a different game, isn't it?
Totally different. Jack Leach continuing to bowl here into his 28th over. 27 of them today already, so lots of work getting through from the England man.
Bit of the youth cricket tomorrow, I should mention. Archie Vaughan has earned his first call up to the country's under-19 squad. Somerset books, of course. So Archie Vaughan is in the 14-man squad to play 2 tests against Sri Lanka, beginning at Wormsley next week. Rocky Flintoff's boy is also in that squad. But yeah, Archie Vaughan, of course, 2-year contract he signed here back in May. Good luck to him. Thomas Rue's been involved in some of these squad matches as well. I was chatting to his mum at tea. Playing a lot of cricket at the moment, as that's a lovely shot for Sam Hain. Out of nowhere, decides to run down and bop Jack Leach over his head for 4. We know he's got those shots in the locker, we just haven't seen very many of them.
I mean, I'd say that, I suppose, backing up some of the feeling on the comments, I would say that the way that Sam Hain has played is very much part of the grand plan that has been set out by captain and coach and senior player. I don't, he's too good a player not to be playing quite intentionally in this manner. So they're obviously pretty comfortable as a team to, take their batting innings into tomorrow and give Somerset a little bit of a short session before lunch tomorrow. As we have a look at Leachy's bowling action there.
So we're looking here from cover, not quite the point we talked about earlier, but are you saying anything to Leachy here? Are you happy with that? Nice follow through, good position to get a caught and bowled or field of his own bowling? Good momentum through the crease?
I mean, I was speaking about, talking about left arm spin with a left arm spinner from back in the day actually, and he did actually make the point that a lot of left arm spinners these days, and he attributes a lot of the lower back problems that spinners seem to be getting, which is quite unusual, that the fact that they don't have an angle in their run up and they're not able to pivot over their front foot as much.
It's a cracking shot.
I don't profess to understand the mechanics of spin, but I kind of take his word for it a little bit that a lot of spinners now are very sort of straight on in their run-ups. A bit of a swish there from Jacob Bethel. Very talented young batter, makes it into the Bears 20 over team, so has the credentials to give the ball a bit of a whack.
Oh, there you go. He's not got the middle of the bat on that one. It's nearly going to hit pigeon. Andy Mead does the picking up. Bit of intent from Jacob Bethel. Craig Overton would not like that, running down, trying to whack him. I think, well, we've got 10 overs remaining here. There's 12 overs remaining at the Oval. A few results already today. Off a bad light at Southport. Glorious summer's evening, though. Making the most of the sunshine. Warwickshire making hay while the sun's shining. I'll talk you through a few more deliveries and then let Stephen Lamb go in for the last half an hour. Probably be half an hour, 9 overs. Probably Jack Leach will finish from one end. I reckon we will see one of Andy Mead or Tom Lammerby. Both some surprise deliveries in the next 6 overs, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if they save the new ball for tomorrow morning. .227 for 5. Deep cover, deep third, deep fine, and I said deep square leg, but he's not saving one, and he's probably 30 yards off the boundary. Long way out there. It's nice to hear the seagulls. They're not being drowned out by the school kids anymore. They've all gone home. They've enjoyed the snacks left over from the packed lunch crumbs. Well, that's a cheeky single from Sam Hay. Not as cheeky as the one he attempted with Ed Barnard, and he gets through comfortably in the end. Kids are ticking over the strike. Well, Craig Overton completes his over. There's 9 overs remaining in the day. I'll make way for Stephen Lamb to join Pete Trigo, as Jack Leach is going to continue from the river end.
Cheers, Harry. Good to see you, mate. Leachy persevering in the sunshine. The players' bodies are starting to cast a shadow as the sun lowers here in the southwest. Beautiful scene. A spattering of crowd left, and I think the seagull population is just starting to outnumber the fans at the moment. They seem to be paying particular attention to the James Hildreth stand at the moment.
More chips there, perhaps.
Well, there's definitely something keeping them interested. The fans are trying to shoo them away, but they are quite persistent little birdies.
Yeah, there are 2 different sorts. They're mainly herring gulls, but we've got a few black-backed gulls.
Ah, no, so this is the knowledge we need late on a Tuesday evening, ladies and gentlemen. A different species of Stephen Seagull.
There are quite a few flying past us, actually, going past the commentary box window, which I can only describe to you in radio terms. But there is a difference.
They're having a lovely time. The Trade Nation stand is a lot quieter than it has been all day. All the kids they finished their Dairylea Lunchables. They're off home.
That was a great sight at lunchtime, wasn't it? See quite a few of them out there, along with everybody else.
Rare sight now with the world of health and safety. It used to be the norm that everyone would pile out and have a little walk onto the pitch. Go and make their own assessment of the wicket and tell their son or grandson how they would have batted on it back in the day.
There are a few beleaguered looking teachers out there in the middle.
I bet. A long day, especially the teacher who's brave enough to travel all the way from Penzance this morning.
I wonder if they're back home yet.
Well,
might not be.
Surely that's got to be an overnight stay. Penzance to Taunton and back in a day.
A long way down for little reward, no reward at all. Just gets an outside edge to that. Banton is intercepting. It's been a funny sort of session because Warwickshire were looking to up the tempo and then really gave away a couple of wickets. There was a poor shot from Dan Mosley and then an unnecessary run out, and that rather pegged them back to the tempo they've been at before. We've seen the odd boundary, but there's also been a lot of defensive stroke play.
Yeah, I thought the run rate would be looking closer to 4 by now, but as you said, that little flurry of wickets has kept it around 3 and over. In the modern game, Taunton, flat pitch, seems to be quite an underwhelming performance, but again, Warwickshire are very much playing the long game. 116 balls for Sam Haynes, 43. Jacob Bethel far more proactive, his 35 coming off at 60 odd balls. Well, that's going to be out. Sam Haynes gone for the big shot against Overton. He's bounced, he's caught the stickers of the bat, and he's done nothing but hit that straight down the throat of Tom Kohler-Cadmore at mid-on. Craig Overton will be very, very happy with his day's work so far.
And TKC was never going to drop that. Meat and drink, really.
No,
straight to him.
Straight in the bread basket, that one.
So 6th wicket falls. Total on 229. The overall lead 357. 357 effectively for 6. Warwickshire. It's been an enterprising knock from Jacob Bethel. On 35.
Yeah, he's put a little bit more intent into his innings. Only striking at around about 50%, which is nothing to write home to, really, not on a flat pitch. But we've got the hero of the first innings, Burgess, coming out to bat. Plenty of confidence. Confidence will be sky high, so expect to see some shots being played here towards the back end of the day, potentially, depending on the grand plan from captain and coach. Something tells me that might just be a case of ticking out these days overs at some sort of moderate rate at 3 and over and make a decision overnight. The lead's 357. Some of you out there would be yelling down at the screen that that's plenty already, but Taunton is its own little microclimate in terms of run chases.
Very much so, and the pitch is still batter friendly. So no need to doubt Michael Burgess's form from the evidence of the first innings. Here's his first ball coming up from Craig Overton. Oh, good turn from Tom Abel. Shy at the stumps. I think that he'd have been home.
Magnificent bit of athleticism there from Tom Abel at cover. Burgess was hoping that he was just going to have a casual run through. He had to put the hammer down, and that's definitely stretched those hamstrings.
Hopefully not too much.
That's a good morning, that for sure. Would have spent the majority of the day sat on his backside, and he's had to break into full sprint. All his own doing, of course. There's Harry. He's on a screen watching a bit more cricket. Yeah, there he is in the lead. Tuned into the live stream. He loves it.
Swing and a miss from Bethel, but that gives an indication what the message is that Burgess has come out with. Perhaps. It's a full-blooded swing.
He's ticking. He's ticking. He needs one of those dyed hairdos, doesn't he? down the middle like Bethel. Little white strip to make him look even more like a badger. Look at him. The ultimate cricket badger. Overton to Bethel. Eyeing up that leg side boundary. What a shot that is. A scoop over James Rue. Could do nothing about it. The modern game would drive bowlers crazy. Overton's bowled into the pitch. He's just stepped across his stumps and helped it on its way. He's definitely eyeing up that leg side boundary. Bethel.
Yeah, so maybe looking at a potential lead of 400 by stumps. Just about get there. Or close, anyway.
Overton 4 for 35 runs at the moment off his 16 overs, so very, very fine spell so far. That's kind of snuck up on us a little bit, that 4 for, hasn't it? 4 for 35. He'll want to keep bowling, try and pick up that magical 5.
Yeah, that's a good economy rate as well for the big man. I mentioned the era between 1946 and 1970 that I've been studying Triggs.
You did start?
I did start. I could go back to it. I mentioned Harold Stevenson to you, the wicketkeeper in that period. He played from 1948 to 64. It's a long career. And his figures, dismissals in his career, he took over 1,000 of them. 698 catches, 309 stumpings, and that is some record.
Isn't it just? 309 stumpings.
He was Somerset captain for a while.
He must have played on some slippery surfaces there if he's got 309 stumpings.
Different era, wasn't it? Totally different. Wally Lux is quite a well-known name too. He was Stevenson's predecessor behind the stumps, and he played, well, 1924 to 49. That's a long time. Obviously, he'd have missed the war years, but that is a hell of a long time to have a career.
I'm assuming he would have fought in the war?
Presumably, yes.
Or
I'm not sure the answer to that. You'll probably remember DJS Taylor, Derek Taylor.
Yep.
Yeah. He was a good keeper. I remember him. And Trevor Gard he's got onto that list. This isn't up to date, this list. And
Rosie speaks fondly of a couple of those names.
There are a couple of fine keepers that you played alongside, and Craig Keyswetter and Joss Butler.
Yeah, Rob Turner as well. When I started, he was a magnificent wicket keeper.
He was.
Still playing for Western-super-Mare's first team. I think he's 55 now. He's still really quite something behind the stumps.
I remember seeing him in action here. He was a very reliable keeper.
Yeah, unusually tall as well for a keeper, 6'2".
The captain of Somerset, before the war, took over again afterwards. Bunty Longrig. That's another name to conjure with.
Be a good way to describe some of the batting we've seen today. A bit bunty, hasn't it? Certainly started to open up, courtesy of Jacob Bethel. He's moved on to 47. 243 in the second innings for 6 down. Half a dozen overs remaining today. Craig Overton's going to continue. He's a wicket away from a fifer, so that's his motivation, just to try and get on the honours board one more time.
Nicely played for no run. That's been the hallmark of Burgess's batting. He's looked very stylish and intending to pick up exactly where he left off. We saw the ramp from Bethel, now we've had it from Burgess. Bring him a couple. There was a cry of catch it for a moment, but it wasn't going to fall near enough to James Root.
Oh, it's just mad, isn't it? It's just mad. I mean, he's mid on and mid off up, and just not thinking that trying to belt it back over his head's the easy option. Then he's more than comfortable. Just play that ramp shot. It's like the opposite of. Oh, what a great bit of fielding there from Tom Lammonby.
Terrific.
Burgess makes it home. He's loosened up his hamstrings in that first run that he took.
They have had a run out in this innings, Warwickshire. Out of Ed Barnard, who was backing up, was called for what was always going to be a tight single by Sam Hain, and was victim of a direct hit. That's gone into the Somerset stand.
That's a great shot. What a way to bring up a half century. Jacob Bethel bopping Craig Overton over square leg boundary. Plenty of rows back for 6.
Yeah, there's going to be a bit of a climb.
Yeah, he's definitely got his eye on that side of the boundary for sure.
That's all right, the ball's come back down again, so didn't have to go as far as he expected. His Bethel's T20 pedigree has been very much on display in this knock.
Yeah, he's played well. He's played at a nice tempo. He's just starting to pick it up towards the back end of today. I'm sure he'd be pretty keen to be out there tomorrow morning for a little bit of a dash. Less 400 the number. It's at this sort of stage of the day where you have a little look over to the balcony and see how many people are padded up. See if there's a Chris Wokes doing any stretches to maybe give you the clue that they're going to have a couple tonight, but no sign yet. And I think that ship has probably sailed. Anywho,
yeah, well, with just 5 overs, real overs remaining, the changeover would be lose a couple, wouldn't it? And really just 3 overs, leave yourself with that. Seems a bit unlikely. Still Jack.
Well, it's been a long day. It's 20 to 7 now. I'm sure
he'll sleep well tonight, won't he, Jack Leach?
Yeah, he definitely will. I think we all will.
Yeah. Bethel is also a bat twiddler. Bowled pretty tidily yesterday. Looks a promising cricketer. Not necessarily on that occasion. The attempted reverse sweep didn't come off as well as the ramp did.
Looks like he's
done a bit of
damage.
damage
Hit on the wrist there, or looks in a bit of discomfort.
The glove is off the left hand.
Yeah, it looks like he's rubbing his lead wrist, his right wrist. Looks like the ball's just caught him where the pads aren't on the gloves.
ready to go again. Finding the fielder at the moment.
Oh wow, how's that got through? Is that buys? Under edge maybe?
Buys.
Oh, nutmeg James Rowe just kept a little bit low.
And he might have been briefly unsighted as well. Tricky one. Wants two, won't get it though. Good outfielding. So it's the right-handed Burgess now, facing Leach. Last ball of the over. Which he defends. So 80 overs have been bowled. There is the new ball option for Craig Overton.
Captain Overton definitely not taking himself off on 4 wickets. He wants that 5th. Lovely still evening here as we have a look at that beautiful view of the church. The flag just fluttering in a light breeze. 258 for 6, lead of 386 here. Warwickshire, Craig Overton bowling from the Trescothick stand end. So Jacob Bethel, who's definitely eyeing up a big score. Flat batter that straight through the legs of Craig Overton. Real good hitting here from the left-handed Warwickshire batter.
That's still the old bull.
Yeah, that's the one danger of giving him the new ball. It could fly off the bat even quicker.
He's gone into full T20 mode now, Bethel.
Hasn't he just? I mean, it's stripped the situation away. It's incredible batting, isn't it? To have the ability to ramp and let's not forget that Craig Overton's been wearing an England shirt a number of times over the last few years, so not just anyone bowling, and to have the confidence to reverse sweep him and all the shots he's been playing, it shows some level of skill and confidence.
Yeah, and Michael Burgess, since he came in, has been able to play second fiddle. .391 the lead. Actually, Burgess was trying to join the party there and swing Overton over square leg. Couldn't manage it. Single there, comfortably taken. Crowd has thinned out a bit now. Still a smattering of spectators in the James Hildreth Odeon Botham stands.
Loyal, committed Somerset fans. Bethel just punching Overton out to the cover boundary. He's going to pick up a single and retain the strike. Playing beautifully, the young man. Will that be Overton's last over? Will they have a look at this new ball? Or will they just try and get into the close of play? I think Tom Abel's advising him that he should just take a break.
At the moment, Jack Leach is looking at the old ball, and he's walking towards the bowler's end. So I think we can safely assume that they won't be taking the new one until tomorrow morning.
I'm just going to leave you for the last couple of overs with Harry Everett. Stephen, it's been an absolute pleasure as always.
I'll see you tomorrow.
I look forward to it.
You
I
back
think
tomorrow?
we're going to have an excited first hour with a lot of shots being played. Hopefully, I suppose from a neutral position, I'd really love to see what Jacob Bethel's got up his sleeve if he really lets loose.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see you. Jack Leach then. There's time for another firework or two still this evening. Heaved away out to deep mid-wicket, will just be a single. They're going to be close to 400 if they don't get there. Warwickshire this evening. 384 at the moment is their lead. Reverse for 4. Placed perfectly.
I'm not sure what Pete was on about waiting until tomorrow for Jacob Bethel to unleash him all. I think he'll be on up 100 tonight, won't he, the way they play this day and age? He'll fancy 40 off 3 overs. Especially if he can just smash it like that. I know it's Michael Burgess, one end has just played that shot, but Bethel and Burgess both showing their T20 pedigree here. Burgess doesn't even get in the T20 side for Warwickshire, remember?
On strike at the moment. That was a perfectly executed reverse sweep. What will happen this time? Quicker ball. He'll get a single for that. Out to long on. A tough old afternoon chasing leather for the Somerset fielders. He's got a bit of bat on that, and it's going to be enough, probably, to take it all the way to the boundary.
Even
long
now
leg.
the old one can't catch that one. You see what position he ended up in, Stephen? he was fallen over by the time he played it. The roll off Van der Merwe scoop roll over shot almost for the left hander. So he wasn't going to run.
Roll off.
It was 4 or dot almost.
Bethel onto 66 with that.
Just trying to catch on some of the YouTube comments of the last hour. Wind up Harry time, says FSM the dog. Did I have that time? It's always that time. Big appeal.
Out. So that is it for Jacob Bethel. Entertaining and extremely effective knock comes to an end on 66. 275 for 7 Warwickshire. So
yeah, one too many shots across the line, you'd say.
Well, he was chancing his arm.
Yeah, you wonder if they. I would suggest now, of what I've seen the last hour, they'll declare overnight. I'll be very surprised if they bat any further on tomorrow. Surely a 400 lead's enough, isn't it? I don't know how big a lead they worry about Somerset chasing.
I think there is the issue of this particular ground, though, which may encourage them to bat on a little bit into the morning session tomorrow.
Funny, a few people have been saying it's been hard to accelerate on this track, but Jacob Bethel's done all right.
It's a good chasing ground and it's a batter-friendly wicket still. That will be the reservation they have about declaring this evening.
I thought Warwickshire would try and get a few wickets in the evening spell while Somerset are tired.
Well, that definitely isn't going to happen. Just 13 deliveries left in the day. So here comes the best number 9 in the country.
Yes, I agree. Definitely.
Chris Wokes.
Michael Burgess, best number 8 in the country at the moment.
Oh, it's going to be a dot ball.
Oh, what a rarity, Stephen. And we've had a positive comment about us in the chat, so hopefully that's not as much of a rarity. Gordon Avery, big fan, says, before the close of play, thank you to the live streaming comms, the best of all the first-class counties, and echoed by 2 or 3 others as well. Ditto, echo, thank you very much, all.
That's rather nice to hear.
It is,
Thank
yeah.
you very
We've
much.
got to read out the positive comments, haven't we?
So, Craig Overton is going to bowl one more
going,
over
isn't he?
this evening.
It's dangerous him being captain, because he'll run himself into the ground, won't he?
It's his
He'll hurt himself.
19th of the innings. It's a lot. Looking for a fifer.
No slips in place to the old softball. You can tell how old and soft the ball looks from here, even without binoculars. Essex have had to use a night watcher. Elgar 7 off 18. Bosch, the overseas South African, has come into bat because Brown went. The big wicket in the title chase, that is. And Stumps at Southport as well. Oh, that's a big shot.
High in the air.
It's going to go 1 bounce for 4.
Yeah.
There you go. TKC can't quite catch up with that. Didn't get completely hot. I think if that's a new ball, that flies into stand. Burge is a powerful man, but the old softball, even with a clean connection, doesn't go massively far.
Burgess into double figures.
Ben Green got another wicket earlier on, but Toby Rowland-Jones has taken 3 sixes off Ben Green's latest over. Middlesex 9 down, chasing 4-6-6, so that one could be over fairly quickly. Ben Green trying to polish off the Middlesex tail. On loan at Leicestershire, of course.
Single here for Burgess. Squeezed backward of point. So another chance for Chris Wokes.
Here's some irony, Stephen, you like this. So we've talked a lot about the second choice spinner being the first choice spinner and the second choice wicketkeeper being the first choice wicketkeeper with Somerset, Surrey and England this week. Well, we'll see what Burgess does this ball before I continue. Sorry, Wokes does this ball. So this wicket I just told you about, Brown being caught by Folkes off Clark for 9. Well, Jamie Smith at third slip has actually juggled the catch to Ben Folkes. So Jamie Smith has taken Ben Folkes' gloves off him for England and he's donated a catch to his Surrey teammate.
The irony of it.
Yeah, it must be such a weird dressing room dynamic, that. I mean, Bashir and Leach aren't playing together but are in and around each other all the time, whereas Smith and Folkes are actually batting and slip and keeping together. That's such a Chris Wokes shot, that. Thumps that into the cover fielder for no run.
Can't get off the mark, Chris Wokes. That was his third opportunity. It's quite difficult coming in with 2 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah. He's got hold of them. You know, he's hitting them cleanly, he's just hitting fielders.
Could this be a maiden?
Wow, that would be odd, wouldn't it?
No. End of the over. 19 bowled in all by Craig Overton. He's not going to get a 5 for this evening. 4 for 57. the figures he'll go to bed with tonight.
Have Woke, Stokes and Folkes ever been in the same England 11? I think they have, you know.
I think they have
Surely.
too. It hasn't happened often.
Not recently, because Folkes was favoured for the Asian matches when Wokes wouldn't be favoured, and then Bairstow was keeping England more, but surely it has happened.
So here's Jack to finish the day. Elegant cover drive for a single.
Elegant fielding with Tom Lumley running across, picking up and throwing.
So Michael Burgess has generously given Chris Wokes another chance to get off the mark.
Don't think there's anything silly here with long on, long off back. Just nudge a single, Chris Wokes, get down the other end. Have a little knot out and see if they'll declare overnight. People farewelling already on the string. Well, don't go yet. You've got 5 more balls to watch. Oh, use of the feet, and he shipped it straight to Tom Lammerby. Chris Wokes could not get off the mark. He played some lovely shots off Craig Overton in the last over. Nailed them at cover, nailed them at point. And now he's middled that one as well. I think he's middled every shot he's played, Chris Wokes. Middled into the leg side, 2 into the offside last over. Now shimmy down the track and ping. Yep, straight to Tom Lammerby. Now that is now going to be very interesting. Do Michael Booth and Ollie Hannon-Dolby get a bat in the morning?
Well, the lead is it's past 400.
409.
So that's what they were aiming to finish the day at, around about the 400 mark, and they've managed to exceed it, mainly thanks to Jacob Bethel. So the question is, are they prepared to give Somerset the opportunity?
Tiny sniff
to chase that.
Well, 0% the Trade Nation win vid, said Stephen. But
well,
I think 400 is surely is enough and plenty, really. But you never know.
I fancy they'll bat for a few overs.
I think they might be a little bit nervous and try and bat, but then they take more time out of the game. I think if they bat in the morning, they then lose another 2 overs for the turnaround. So if they bat for 5, or Somerset might knock them over in the first over, then they've wasted 2 or 3 overs.
Anyway, that's all for us to find out first thing tomorrow. Warwickshire close on 281 for 8. Burgess unbeaten on 17. The lead is 409. Harry and Peter and I will be back tomorrow to take you through the final day. Hope very much you can join us then.
Many thanks for your support here today at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We look forward to welcoming you back here very shortly. Day 4, final day of this Vitality County Championship.